Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome. We'll be starting shortly, requesting all of you to please take your seats in the ballroom. A kind request to keep your cell phones on silent. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome. We'll be starting shortly, requesting all of you to please take your seats. To get more insight into the event, you can also scan QR code on the screen to get in touch with our Sarthi agent. You can get all the answers in one place. That's the QR code for you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the QR code right now. Please take out your phones, scan this QR code. This is your Sarthi agent. You can get insights into the event, all the details right here on this app. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a kind request to please take your seats. On the screen you will see a QR code. To get insights on the event, you can please scan it. Thank you very much. A request to please keep your cell phones on silent. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try that one more time. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Wow, thank you. I'm your host, Angela Ribello. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to SHIVIR 2026. Thank you. Now, every few years, technology rewrites the way India does business. I'm sure we all agree to that. First, the internet changed how businesses were discovered. Then smartphones changed how India shopped. UPI changed how India paid. Logistics changed how India delivered, right? And now we are standing at the edge of the next great shift. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is artificial intelligence. Yes, AI. Today, we're here to talk about how AI is changing the way businesses build, sell, deliver, engage customers, and scale. AI is no longer just a tool. It is becoming the new operating system of commerce. It is changing how brands are built, how customers are understood, how decisions are made, how businesses scale, and most importantly, how Bharat participates in the next decade of growth. But very important question that truly actually is, in a world where everyone has access to technology, AI, what will truly separate the businesses that survive from the businesses that lead? Is it speed? Is it data? Is it distribution? Is it the customer's trust? Or is it the ability to combine all of it together with ambition, execution, and our imagination? So ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what brings us, all of us here together. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to Shiprocket SHIVIR 2026, the AI Commerce Edition made for Bharat. Yes? And now, before we begin, a big thank you to all our partners who have supported us for SHIVIR 2026. We have our co-presenter, AirPay, our co-powered partners, AWS and OneShore, our platinum partners, Jio Hotstar, Salesforce and Zoho, our exclusive travel partner, MyBiz by Make My Trip, our knowledge partner, Deloitte, our packaging partner, DCG Pack, our banking partners, Yes Bank, ICICI Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank, and HDFC Bank. Our payment partner, PayU, our event partners, Google Cloud, Smart Commerce by Amazon, Meta, AdBuff, Stelcore, DTCX by We Commission, Dista, Base, GobbleCube, Hustle, Apron. And now we also have our gifting partners, our wonderful gifting partners. We have Base, Himalaya Wellness Company, Ritva.Skin, Wishcare, Apron DigiWorld, Ethic, Pure Organio, Stick It Up, Super Socks, Blush, Fix Derma, Brio, Supplements, Plum, Two Brothers and Foxtail, and Lozana. Can we please give it up for our partners right now? Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin our Shiver 2026. A quick question before we start. Are we ready for this exciting day? Yes? Thank you. That's a great response, right? To begin this day on an auspicious note, we'd like to have the lighting of the lamp. And to do the honors, we are going to invite our leaders on the stage. May I invite Sahil Goel, our MD and CEO, Shiprocket. Please put your hands together for him. Soumya Khati, Group Chief Human Resource Officer, Shiprocket, to please join us on stage. Akshay Galati, CEO, International Shipping, to please join us on stage. And Gautam Kapoor, COO, Shiprocket. A big round of applause for them. The lighting of the lamp truly symbolizes knowledge, clarity, progress, and the beginning of something meaningful, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with the big picture. Yes, and to set the context for today, we have a product-first entrepreneur and technology-led business leader who has shaped Shiprocket's journey from a shipping platform into one of India's leading e-commerce enablement platforms with a deep focus on data, AI, automation, and commerce infrastructure. Well, please put your hands together for our leader in the house, Sahil Goel, our MD and CEO, Shiprocket, to please join us.
Hi everyone. How's Mumbai doing? Oh, I thought Mumbai people were more energetic than folks from Delhi. So how's Mumbai doing? अभी भी नहीं आया वैसे तो. You guys are not doing well? You are, right? So how's Mumbai doing? It's good. Only my team is excited, it seems. Guys, real pleasure to be here today. Very, very warm welcome to everybody to Shiver 2026. Our first AI commerce event, our first event in Mumbai. Very excited to be meeting all of you entrepreneurs here. I think one of the things that, we are really excited about bringing today to you is how AI is going to create the future for your companies and how you can use it practically in your day-to-day life, what tools are available, where is the future headed for consumption, what are consumers going to do next, and then what can you do as brands and as business owners to be able to do it. I don't know, okay. Okay, so it's fine. I'm waiting for a queue. It's always special to be in Mumbai because I think Mumbai has sort of the innovation hub for offline retail, right? A lot of brands have done more formats. There's a lot of consumption in the offline world here. And then a lot of innovative brands are also coming in digital first avatars as well. So a lot of D2C brands coming out of Mumbai. And I think the kind of connection between both learnings, both omni-channel as well as digital, and sort of with the context of AI, it becomes sort of the main reason for us to be here in Mumbai today. I think AI, Shiprocket has worked towards democratizing access to shipping, access to other tools, access to fulfillment, access to marketing, access to cross-border. And I think it's kind of helped us work with brands to help them grow their business. I think with AI now, it becomes very, very easy for anybody in, let's say, Nagpur or Kochi or Pune to be able to really reach their customers pan-India and do it in a way which is far superior to what has been possible before, right? So in many ways, what was possible 10 years ago, right? Internet made it possible for companies and enterprises to find new customers, right? It was a way where people could, reach out to customers. Mobile actually put the hands of the consumer, put a device in the hands of the consumer where they could reach the businesses and products that they wanted. But I think AI is far bigger as a shift than any of this, right? AI is a real opportunity for everyone, right? It's not about certain kinds of businesses or certain regions or anything. It's actually something which AI can help you win over time, right? So the more we can learn about it, the more we can adopt it in our daily business workflows and how, we understand how consumers are going to think, the better we can be as entrepreneurs and brands, right? As always, we kind of focus on trying to bring you technology which is ahead of its time, which is a little bit into the future, so that you guys can get a sneak preview and start to think about it. And today we'll see a lot of those things happening. Because how India is shopping is changing or has almost changed, right? There's over 100 million Indians using ChatGPT or Claude and things like that. And it's only going to get more deep and more wide, right? So this is the future. At Shiprocket, our focus is on 3 main prongs when it comes to AI. First one is building AI for Shiprocket, which basically means that we kind of do a sandbox within our company and we start to apply a lot of the principles that we are going to apply to our product to us, which means how do we have teams doing things autonomously? We have our internal HR system now that's built completely in-house on AI, right? We've got our own tools that hundreds of our employees are using built grounds up. And as we started going through those motions, we realized that the benefit that we are getting, right? For example, product delivery velocity has become 5 times. So we're able to iterate much faster, launch products much faster, test them much faster, right? 70% of our code today is written by AI, right? Nearly 65% of our support, is being handled by AI. So I think all of these things we want to extend to you all as well, which is where the second pillar comes in, which is AI for our merchants or AI for brands, right? There, I think today you'll see a lot of demos, during the day. There's obviously our booth outside, experience center. You can go and try out what's coming. And the real power for brands is not about saving efficiency with AI. It's really about freeing up your teams to focus on the 20% that actually matters than the 80% which is going in doing mechanical stuff like collecting data or organizing data, right? That stuff is now being done by AI, and we're trying to bring those experiences to your teams so you guys can get more efficient, you can focus on growing your business and focus on what really matters. And finally, we'll talk about AI for Bharat, right? Because we believe that as a leader who's brought in a bunch of tools and a bunch of experiences to the market, we think that democratization is a much bigger theme right now that it comes to AI, because India has a lot of opportunity to be able to take the unstructured into the structured. We have a very diverse, like, sort of regional, pockets. There's all kinds of micro demand sitting out there. So this really helps you build, like, the future possibilities, and not just for us, but I'm saying hopefully we inspire some of you guys in the audience to also think about the opportunities that can come up with AI. Okay, so I think one of the things that we've talked about over the years, and when I talk to many founders, of course there's stuff around shipping, right? What can be better? How do you reduce RTOs? How do I get lower weight discrepancies? Why are they fake deliveries? And that's been a large part of our life. But I think over the last 1 to 2 years, like, the biggest question most entrepreneurs ask me is, how do I reduce my CAC, right? How do I get better return on my ad spend? How do I get a higher conversion rate? What's breaking, and what do I not know to be able to do better, right? So we've worked hard towards that problem over the last 18 to 24 months, and I'm very excited to launch something very new today to that point, right? So maybe we'll just quickly break out for a launch video. Guys, super excited, really pumped to launch faster. This is sort of a huge announcement from our side as we double down on really solving the pre-order experience, right? We spent 10 years trying to solve problems in the post-order using our intelligence graph, using workflows that you guys have helped us build, right? And now I think it's time for us to go after the pre-order experience and really kind of help you guys do this better. So, okay, at Shiprocket, you know that we don't just show AVs, right? We do demos because we believe that, this is a build that we have done with all of you guys, and this is going to keep happening that way. So whatever you see here today, it's all live, right? Either in beta or publicly available. Nothing is just in the screen. So why don't I actually get into taking you through some of the demos around faster. Okay, so when you run your marketing, there's really three main pillars that you think about today, right? You think about driving organic traffic, whether that's through branding, through SEO, building the right links, right? And there's a strategy that you'll do around content to be able to get discovered on Google. I think most serious brands would also run Meta and Google marketing, which means you run performance marketing, you spend money, you have to manage your ads and so on. And then finally, you want to make sure that all the traffic coming onto your websites is converting better, right? That's the funnel. I think all of us know that. Why don't I take you through that journey in terms of how the faster product or the suite is able to help you go through that. So the first one we're talking about is a product called Atlas by Shiprocket. This is a GEO product, which just means that it optimizes your website for the generative LLMs. So, essentially what you can do is you start by entering your website. So in this case, I'm just using Bewakoof as an example. Then I add 2 competitor websites for the AI to be able to create a kind of understanding of the industry and the segment, right? What you do is, it's going to generate the prompts basis the intelligence of these 3 brands, right? What that means is, it's very different from Google search, where there's keyword-based optimization, where humans like us type the keywords, you put the content and it shows up. But with LLMs, that is not the case, because the questions are being asked by the agent of the LLM. The questions are not being asked by the humans. The humans are talking to the agent in whatever natural language, but how is the agent going to ask questions is something which is still a little bit of a black box. So what we did is, I've taken the liberty of pre-running this a little bit for Bewakoof. So what you're seeing here is 3 main metrics, right? First, you see the mention rate. So essentially what it means is, for the universe of your brand and your competitors' brands, in that universe, how many times are you being mentioned? Across Gemini, Claude, ChatGPT, and so on, right? When you are mentioned, where are you showing up, right? So this is pretty good. Like your 1.2 means that you have high authority when you show up, but you're showing up only half the times. And what is your share of voice? So how does this actually help you make any actions? Atlas will actually give you all of the prompts in terms of what it's been able to create for your segment. And you can see, right, where it's mentioned. For example, if it says, okay, what's the best way to get trendy apparels, you'll see like the responses from the LLMs. You will also see the citations, which means that, okay, when the LLM built that response, where did they read the information from, right? Because that's kind of reverse engineering their algorithm. If you take one where you're not mentioned, for example, can you help me find an eco-friendly fashion brand in India, right? There's a bunch of queries here. So let's go with this, because you can see that there's no mention of bewakoof.com here, right? Here, you'll see that there's a bunch of other recommendations, right, from the AI. But more interestingly, you see which sources have they actually picked up the citations to be able to rank on this particular prompt, right? Citations are a very important part of your GEO strategy going forward, because this, for example, gives you a pretty much the whole list of, across the 100 prompts, what were the websites or what were the portals where the LLMs went in, built their own kind of understanding. So getting that information unlocked and available to you, you can really hack into kind of showing up there. It's a new surface, right? But it's the surface where consumers are going to be spending all their time, right? Unlike Google, where you make searches and then you get forwarded to the website, LLMs are a place where the user is going to sit inside the LLM, right? They'll basically aggregate the information, they will serve the information, and they will deliver the outcome right inside the chat box. So it's extremely important to be early, to be able to capitalize on this sort of, this new surface that's coming up. And you do that by looking at prompt gaps that the system is able to show you. So basis the prompts and basis visibility is giving you a list of prompts where basically you don't show up. Then you can use our Hydra agent to be able to automatically create on dot, on context, on brand, and ready for GEO indexing an article which you can then finally publish onto your own Shopify or your WordPress or your blog or whatever. So, like for example, I've done one before where it says, okay, well, best travel hoodie, Atlas found that Bewakoof was not showing up in that kind of prompt category, and it knows what showed up. So it's got that information too, and it knows the citation. So it takes all of those things and brings that kind of knowledge graph back into creating this article, which then you publish right from here. So end to end, guys, you can do sort of figuring out where you stand, how are you ranking as competitors, is your sort of share of voice increasing, is your position increasing, you run analytics on an ongoing basis on your GEO and SEO, and finally you get a bunch of agents, right, that basically help you extend this even further as you may get custom use cases, right? Our teams can write agents for you. Eventually your teams can write agents for you as well. So it becomes like a complete stack to manage your organic traffic. We've actually got about 100 design partners already working with us. 100 brands are in sort of pilots with us. There is a booth at the Experience Center for Atlas. I strongly recommend that this is a great one because it's organic, doesn't cost you performance marketing budgets, but lets you capture this surface early. Because it's early days, and the earlier we start to build this kind of footprint out, the longer we'll have a durable kind of footprint on the LLMs. Cool. So we talked about how to run organic marketing, right? But I think most businesses end up pushing a lot around their performance marketing and ads, right? So we decided to solve that as well. Within ads, there are broadly three main pillars, and I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate with this. First is actually the research, right? So you essentially have to figure out your audience, right? Your targeting, copy, creatives, you look at your competitors, you look at what's working, you try to come up with stuff from what you understand about your consumer, and so on. But it's a pretty big testing game, right? You have to keep building, testing, you kill half of what doesn't work, multiply what works, kill half of what doesn't work, multiply what works. And this requires numerous amounts of loops and numerous amounts of iterations from you and your teams. Also, I think it's very clear, and will be to many of you, that eventually to be able to win on Meta, which I believe is going to be the large part of our spends, right, for D2C, you need to be able to create the right graphics or the right content and the right CTA and the right creative, right? Whether it's a video, so then you need to know what kind of hook, what kind of offer, what kind of story. All of that information today is being done at a velocity which is capped by what we can do as humans, right? But the moment you get AI to be able to do this for you, right, there is no cap, there is no ceiling. You can have a one-to-one level personalized set of testing happening through Meta. So that's the real unlock in terms of what creatives to be made, what is the context behind it. And the third one obviously is that once your ads do run, how do you make sure that you're following the best practices? How do you make sure that your ads are you're not wasting money or you're not leaking revenue in places that you couldn't think of? So let's go through some of this to explain how this works. So this is the sort of the research part of our Faster Ads, which is a product we've just launched today. Faster Ads, gives you a place where you can connect your ad account. It's basically analyzed for Zop.in, which is a demo that I've done here. It tells you the hook performance. So basically, for each of your creatives, it'll cull out the hook part of the creative and then rank it. Like in this case, because Zop is a deal-driven website, you'll see that 95% of the creatives are broadly hooks, right? And then there's problem statements, there's other hooks. You can see the storytelling styles as well, right? How many ads are running what? So this is your data. You can see what creative performances are, what creatives are scaling, which ones are not, and which ones are best performing, right? You can even see performance at a component level. So for example, if you said, I want to see which product interaction portions of my ad are leading to outcomes, right? And how much did I spend there? What was the ROAS? And then what can I do about it? Or you can see which hooks are working best for me, right? And you can keep shifting around to really get a, like a slice and dice, but detailed level view of what's happening with your creative strategy. What you can also do is you can eventually add another set of competitors or even somebody you're aspiring to be. Let's say there's a larger brand who's doing a great job. You really like their ethos, and you like sort of how they work. You can add them to this dashboard, and now the brand analysis starts to work, whereas an aggregate, it'll analyze the ad sets and the ad campaigns across the brands added. If you like a creative that you think you want to use later, you can always flag it here. This could be videos, this could be anything, right? And you can make pipelines for your teams to then kind of pick it up and be able to then do the next step. right? So once you're done with the research, you need to now be able to go deeper into, let's say, the actual strategy, right? Okay, what is my strategy? For this example, we've picked Snitch, which is a customer of ours, and this is all public data, where we went and kind of pulled the meta ad library, and again, using our proprietary algorithms, using the context graph that we have over billions of data points, we've been able to create a framework or a template to say, okay, well, these are the kind of ads being run by Snitch, like how many ads you can actually see, right, what the ads are. You can go through them. For each ad, you can see what is the hook type, what is the storytelling style, is it a tutorial or is it a comparison, what is the visual style, is it organic UGC or is it more cinematic, and so on and so forth. So really it's kind of taking everything which is to some extent an art and trying to bring it back into a science so that people are able to do better at, be more informed while doing this. This is our creative studio. So basically once you're done with the research, right, you can come here and start to generate all kinds of creatives, whether you want to do videos or you want to do like a catalog enrichment. You can do anything basically in terms of creating content, and everything is grounded in your business context, right? So when you onboard into Faster Ads, all of your catalog, products, customer reviews, whatever is out there, automatically gets built as a memory of the system. And the more you use it, and the more you say that, okay, I like this, I don't like this, or this worked and this didn't work, it gets better by its own operation the whole time autonomously, right? So I kind of created something earlier where I took a product from Zop and essentially told it to make me a full landing page basis, again, the commerce graph and context graph that Shiprocket has. You can see a very cool video which kind of is exciting for conversions. You can see that it's done a new copy where it's gone after like a quirky kind of positioning. It says command the room, be the validation, etc., etc. And it's really rewritten the page with a focus on conversion rates. Finally, once your creatives are all done, right, the final step, which is essentially spending money on Meta. So what this part of the platform does is it essentially brings all of your campaigns and then uses our internal benchmarks, because we obviously work with over 200,000 brands, and we have a ton of data in terms of purchase behavior or browse behavior. We use some of that stuff, we use the ad account information and are able to inform you where do you need to increase your budgets, right? Which campaigns are doing well? Where do you need to which ad sets within those campaigns are doing well? And what is not working essentially, right? And what should you pause? So what, earlier your team would take 90% of their time is to come up with this information, right? And they bring it to you as a decision, and then as a business owner or the marketing head or the brand head, you'll say, okay, do this and don't do this. Now, all of this is already done autonomously, and it just gives you an action to say, do you want to approve or do you want to not approve, right? So it's really taken away the the boring part of this, so you and your teams can focus on the real stuff that matters and create, use this platform to drive creative velocity at a 10 to 20 times level of what you were able to do earlier. Finally, once you are able to land all that traffic, whether organically or through paid media onto your website, so let's use Chick New Tricks as an example. Yeah. So what we've done here is we've basically, I was doing a chat earlier, but basically we've created a chatbot, which is the first agentic commerce interface being launched in India at large. It sits on your website. Again, it has your context. It knows your customers. It knows your reviews. It'll go and understand what people are saying on Instagram, what are they saying on Google reviews. It knows what your competitors are doing, and is generally quite smart about your catalog, so that it's always grounded in the truth. It's connected to your Shopify or WooCommerce or Magento or whatever store, connected to Shiprocket, so it's always going to be able to answer any questions that your buyers might have. So think of it like a 24/7, salesperson, AI salesperson sitting on your website, and soon coming into WhatsApp as well as into Instagram. So I'll quickly run a chat here. Say I want to know more about collagen, because that's what I saw here, and why should I use it as a, right? So it's pretty common where consumers are browsing on your website and there's a ton of questions. They might want to say, how does this compare to brand X? Or what is, is there a way to get a discount, right? Or this is my problem and what should I, what is the right product for me? right? So this really helps make that very natural, as if a customer had walked into a physical store and you had a salesperson there. This is kind of trying to give you that experience. We had done a sort of very, very alpha, like a pilot version last year at Shivir, but I think this has now really become production, has come to life, right? And simply you click buy now, it's pre-integrated to checkout. You know, we have 20% of our sessions that are pre-logged in. You click buy and then ultimately you're done. And you know, how long do you guys think it would take to integrate this? Like to get this going on your website, any guesses how long do you think it'll take? Was it 10 minutes? 5 minutes. It takes you 30 seconds, right? I thought people would say 10 days, but okay, it's fine. So I think our expectations have grown. So what it'll do is, essentially, you can use the faster dashboard. You know, it'll give you this data around saying how many rupees you're losing per second. I'm just using full as an example, right? I'm not actually going to set it up, but I'll show you what it does. So the moment you click set up faster assist, right? You go through the journey. This is what I was talking about. It brings all of your context, catalog, orders, discount, serviceability, right? It checks all of your pages that are, you know, that are out there, and basically builds a whole context about your business. And this keeps running autonomously in the background. So if you added 20 products tomorrow, you don't have to do anything, right? If you start getting bad complaints on Instagram, you don't have to do anything. So it's already aware of what's happening because it's constantly bringing context into your window. And it's a 2-click button, like you build the context, you design your interface, you press live and it goes live, right? Brands are reporting up to, I think, 2 to 5 times more conversions, right? Through the bots, because I think it's less about, you know, like if a person was going to buy anyway, they're still buying, right? But it's the people who were abandoning or were getting confused during the process, they're the first ones going to the chatbots. And over time, I think the time to purchase is also going down, because in the chatbot, you're not wasting time browsing around, and you can simply go straight to asking the question, right? And as LLMs become more and more and more parts of our lives, I think this is going to be the way that we will want to at least start our research, if not do everything here. Cool. I think we spoke a lot about WhatsApp, right? And you know, how many of you guys use WhatsApp? It's kind of a dumb question, right? But how many of you guys use WhatsApp to run your business? How many of you guys could not run your business if WhatsApp didn't exist? Oh, very few hands went up. Okay. I actually think that all SME dhanda happens on WhatsApp, right? Because ultimately, it's the app that everybody has. That's why. That surface exists natively. You don't have to do anything about it. There's nothing to download. There's no sales pitch. There's no convincing anything. It's one channel, one stream, and it all sits there, right? And with that, you know, I would love to also understand, like when you guys run your ads, on one side, you have to think about CAC, right? You have to think about cost per click, etc., etc. On the other side, you have to worry about RTO, right? And almost never does this data get married in a way that it actually yields results, right? Which is what I'm going to talk about today. With that, let me welcome Gauravjeet from Meta on stage, please. Big round of applause for him, please. Hey, Gaurav, pleasure. Please. Thank you so much. I think please check the mic.
Yeah, it's working. Thank
Great,
you.
great. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you for being here. You know, I think we've been interacting for a while, right, with our partnership, and I think you work with obviously millions of kind of customers around the world. You work with many agencies and many partners around the world as well. But tell us, you know, why is this Shiprocket partnership interesting from a Meta lens, and you know, from our audience's perspective? Like, why is this an interesting partnership for the both of us?
No, first of all, fantastic, and what an event. And you guys should really see the experience center. There's some of the things that are pretty cutting edge, and I see friends right in the front row. Let me you know, what makes a difference today, really? And I love the question we asked, how many businesses will exist if there was no WhatsApp,
Yeah.
right? And we don't realize that it's become so ubiquitous and so central to how we live that we almost take it for granted. Having said a similar thing in what Shiprocket has built over the years is a layer of delivery. So if you go to any place, right, or you break down any business, there are two parts to it. One is mental reach and physical reach. In a country like India, we hugely underestimate the ability for a platform to, you know, deliver physically. So that's something that you really solve. It's a hard problem to solve. But what has also happened is that it generates data that's unique, And that allows you to really use that to target on platform, because essentially Meta runs on signals. More signals you give the system, the better the outcome. So that's what makes Shiprocket so special.
Oh, thank you. And I think it's a 10-year, in the making, because if you think about it, half of India's e-commerce is still very much cash on delivery, right? And the signal of purchase is actually not the thank you page of the website. The signal of purchase is at the doorstep, right? Which information never makes its way back into Meta, at least until now, right? And obviously Shiprocket owns sort of the data source and the clicks beyond the shipping, right? We know exactly what happens, how do buyers behave, are they bad actors, are they good actors, where is the issue? And I think bringing that back into the ad side, right, truly kind of gives you a new picture of what's happening.
No, I totally agree. I think the big differentiator when you see brands that work with partners who can give more synthesized signals to the platform, including things like return to order data at a pin code level, is a really powerful piece of information that exists within Shiprocket. It never comes to Meta as data in any case. So what does come to Meta is, listen, here's a signal that Shiprocket thinks will lead to better business outcome, and that gets multiplied many-fold. And I think that's the unique secret sauce of anybody who might work with you.
No, absolutely. And I think we talked about ROS earlier and how some of our new AI launches will help. But I think the bigger question or the bigger thing we want to talk about is actually redefining the meaning of ROS, right? Yes. Because in India, especially where half of the business is cash on delivery, we think the right word is to kind of go after delivery ROS, right? Because ultimately, what you care about is how much money you put into marketing and what is the net realization, right? Everything else in between is a means to an end, essentially. So I think measuring delivery ROS is a pretty important one, right? Because I think without that, you're kind of flying blind, right? Especially with cash on delivery.
I totally agree. I mean, ultimately, you bank what comes to the bank, right? You don't really bank ROAS. I've never seen anybody who's got rich on ROAS.
Yeah.
What really gets people rich is when is the product that you send is not returned to origin. What you are really building as a top line is essentially converting to a bottom line with less returns, more effective delivery, and all that comes together in the concept that you'd like to call, delivered ROAS. I would like to say money in the bank, so that makes tremendous difference.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Just a couple of questions, before we let you go, right? So we were talking about WhatsApp the other day, right? I think it'll be great for the audience to understand, right? Many merchants, right? Many businesses use WhatsApp as a surface to do a lot of things, right? Kind of run their business, in fact, right? Can you kind of shed some light on, what people should expect in the coming quarters and years on WhatsApp, especially in India, in terms of capabilities, or where is it heading, and how can brands be ready to expect that future?
Yeah. No. Okay, I think it's perfect timing. We're just running what is called WABS, which is essentially a WhatsApp for Business summit in Bangalore today. It was in Mumbai day before yesterday. And the big insight is that something called business intelligence, AI, essentially what it drives is conversations that are very, very native. So when you were to go, if you were to as a business go and integrate with WhatsApp, what it allows you to do is two things. One, it allows you to have tremendous discovery. And 90% of businesses have just one single problem, is being salient, being discovered, consumers knowing about your business. That's the single biggest problem to solve. And what WhatsApp for Business essentially does, it allows you to get discovered that much more easily. And the second piece is, once the consumer comes into WhatsApp, the important piece from a very layman point of view would be that how do I now converse with the business in a very natural language? It is not some flows that essentially are set into motion that generative AI essentially lets you do. And because it's integrated inside platform, imagine if you just marry the full funnel of awareness being built on Meta, but that awareness built on consumers are most likely to convert from the data that Faster is really using on actual conversions, on actual delivered ROAS, as we heard. After that, the big drop-off happens in the friction between, let's say, this getting into a WhatsApp conversation and becoming very unnatural for delivery. So what's changing and what people can expect is integrations like you just show into the website, where you can really take the consumer into WhatsApp, have a very natural conversation. And we have seen that businesses that integrate WhatsApp into their journeys invariably have 3 to 4 times better delivered ROAS than ones that don't. So actually it makes tremendous sense to have a journey that completes on WhatsApp end to end. And I can tell you that for smaller businesses, this is the first port of call. I also manage VC partnerships as part of Meta, and what a lot of partnerships that we do, we found that some businesses now telling us that, listen, hitting 100 crores is pretty easy even without a website today. That's the D2C value that we used to talk about 2 years back. A lot of businesses saying that I would build a business with 100 crores worth on WhatsApp alone. And that is a really new construct, and it was mind-bending for me first time I heard it.
No, I think it's amazing, because it's there's the most distributed product, I think, on everyone's phone. And I think that's what makes the whole difference, because there is no friction. Like, there's zero friction. And if it's the right brand to the right consumer with the right experiences, there's no question, right?
And I'm glad you're saying that, Sal. The big unlock is that you see, for any platform, the biggest thing is how do you get people onto the platform.
Yeah.
WhatsApp is very unique because it's already an existing platform. You need to use it to drive business. That's the biggest secret sauce in this. And that is getting unlocked with what Meta is putting together in terms of generative AI being made native onto WhatsApp. Businesses being essentially encouraged to really connect Facebook and Instagram into their WhatsApp journeys, which has become very intuitive. Things like click to WhatsApp is a very easy way to get maybe 2x, 3x return, and it becomes very native. Imagine if you're a brand, how difficult is it to get a consumer as a D2C brand to have a conversation inside your brand page? But it's so easy and so native that I could go to the brand inside my feed in WhatsApp and have that chat. It makes it extremely natural and simple. How many of us track those tickets, any bookings in WhatsApp, then to go to the website itself? And as a business, you should really see how you can use that power to drive that end to end.
No, absolutely. Last one, right? I think there's this new concept around using autonomous AI marketing, right? Which essentially means everything from creative to channel to budget to then learning and then kind of doing this over and over in a loop. While Shiprocket obviously is approaching this from a perspective of enabling our businesses and our merchant community, just from Meta's perspective, do you want to share some thoughts around, where you think the future of how to run sort of the end-to-end, marketing business overall, where do you think it'll head?
Yeah. No, I think I love the way you put it before while you're speaking. I think the big, am I audible? Okay. The big piece that is the puzzle that's not fully fitted in is this whole difference between what the platform can do and what the demand side or the supply side can do. So for example, if you look at supply, the biggest thing that that Meta engines really work on, and there are a lot of engineers in the room, I suppose. Yes. So I would really suggest you read a paper called GEMS, which is essentially the engineering team at Meta has put together, and you guys would have heard of Andromeda and that update. What that has done is at its basic level, change how ads and content is retrieved and served at a cohort of one. It is not about cohorts of millions of people, 10,000 people, 1,000. No, it's a cohort of one, which means that one creative that might appeal to somebody will not appeal to another person. So what you really need is a lot of content and advertising going to the system. And that's the supply side problem that Sahil was talking about earlier, that if solved can lead to much better returns. So the best way that we see a lot of platforms and partners working, and I love this statement, future's already here, it's just not evenly distributed. There are many partners who are trying to solve this problem structurally. I've seen one of the most comprehensive ones that Faster's putting together, which is to really solve for this more comprehensively. So how do you really generate a lot of content that will work for many cohorts? How do you get signals into the system so that it goes to the end user really more effectively? And finally, how do you close that conversion onto through a conversational commerce layer? The moment you can do those three, you can be really effective. So to your question, what is Meta focused on? Is to really, number one, use AI to not only retrieve content, but also retrieve advertising that will be most effective and efficient for you to convert. Second thing is a lot of works going behind conversational commerce. And third piece is tremendous amount of AI investments going behind what is called business AI, where you can really have that conversation in a WhatsApp feed. So all these three are the big unlocks. The only thing that is missing is that how can you get creative work processes that are not maybe from 1960s, but designed for 2026 to say, listen, how can I get millions of creators into a system for a single brand? And that's pretty doable with what you guys have put together.
You guys heard it from the boss at Meta. You're getting a early peek into where the platform's going to head. And it is all about creative velocity generation, because that's kind of going to be the new game, backed by data, right? Thank you so much, Gaurav ji. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for sharing your thoughts. You can get the picture there. Nice meeting you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gaurav. Pleasure. Pleasure. Maybe you can, I can catch Gaurav offline, if that's okay. Cool. I hope that was useful, guys. I mean, you're going to be creating millions of creatives, one for each of your consumers in the future. Because that's what Meta is saying things are going to head, because targeting is going to be taken over by Meta. But it's the creative understanding with the purchase data that will kind of make you win in the future, and Fast is trying to bring that to you. Okay, so we talked about 3 themes on AI. We said AI for Shiprocket. We talked about that. We said AI for our merchants, which is you guys. And now we're seeing that the opportunity in India is so large with AI. We've got like the largest population in the world. We speak in multiple languages, right? We have all kinds of dialects. We have noisy environments. Every courier person still wants to call and ask for the OTP. You book an Uber, the guy wants to know where the location is. He can see it, but he wants to know, right? You place an order, people still ask where it is. So I think there is this sort of cultural behavior, right, where I think that voice ends up being a very important part of India. Forget about e-commerce, right? But voice is an essential way where most Indians today are communicating, right? And it's the oldest form of communication as well. It's most natural. So I think one of the things that, Shiprocket is launched today, and I'm really proud to announce this, right, is a product called 22, right? Any guesses why it's called 22? Anybody knows? What's 22? What's the relevance of 22 in India? Yeah, it's 22 languages, right? We've got 22 languages officially, and I don't know how many thousands unofficially. So very, very unique situation that the country is in, right? And with 22, we are democratizing voice for India, right? So really proud of the team that worked on this. I basically asked them about 10 months ago with this kind of concept of saying that, look, the voice being built outside of India is displacing a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 resource, but that thing in India is like 1/10. And we've got a lot of unique kind of problems. So, we need to make the sort of most cost-efficient model out there. We need to make sure it is very low latency, so it can respond naturally. And we need to make sure that it works in noisy environments, right? And should be super simple to use. And I'm really happy to say that, today we are launching that product called 22. And, it's generally available. You guys can use it literally right after this meeting. I'll take you through a demo and kind of build something live. So you sign up, you can go to 22.in, you get some free credits, you can use them. And let's actually go ahead and make an assistant, right? So suppose we say we are e-commerce, and let's just pick customer support for now. We have a bunch of voices here, and we're adding more. We'll just go with Hindi for a second. Let's just pick Vidya. Okay. What happens here is you need to enter your business name. So I'm going to enter a test website. Okay. The moment you put this information in, you can connect Shiprocket MCP, which is essentially an integration into all of Shiprocket's APIs to an MCP server. Soon you will be able to add more connectors as well to again bring all of your context here. There's a pre-populated prompt. Obviously you can change it based on your business context. I'm just going to go ahead with what's there today and hit next. What it's doing at this time is essentially it's going off into the internet reading about the modernarttshirts.com brand, is pulling your catalog. Again, I keep talking about context because I think that is the real moat for your business, to be able to have that information and have that information constantly getting enriched, right? So it might go and find customer queries that it finds that, okay, is delivery a problem, or let's say the product quality is a problem, or they don't understand how to use the product. Could be tons of queries on the internet. It brings all of that back, brings the context of your business, pulls your catalog, and once it's got all of that information in its context or in its memory, it will write the entire conversation flow, right? So it will make a flow chart, essentially taking each step of what it thinks is going to be your typical customer conversation. A couple of weekends ago, I was like showing this to my mom, right? I was like, look how cool it is. In 5 minutes, you can make your own voice agent. So she said, I struggle a lot with ki khana kya banana hai. By the way, is this a problem in many people's homes? Oh, nice. Maybe she should launch it. So she made this bot, and genuinely, I saw her talking to it for like a good 12 minutes, right? No, but like he doesn't need this, but I already made it last week. It was pretty good. Like just with one prompt, she's like, oh, this is really, really engaging. Maybe I should launch this, right? And that's really what I'm talking about in terms of democratization, by putting all of this in the hands of, literally anyone. And literally after this meeting, you guys should try this out, even just to play around, just to see what it's capable of. Taking some time. So once it's done, it'll show up a graph of essentially each step of the workflow. Here we go, right? Look at this. Oh God, this is super complex. So what it's done is, it's essentially gone and, built an entire flow, right, of what happens when, right? If it's an exchange, if it's it's all of those things. You can simply talk to it here and make changes to the graph. You can, I guess, make changes by hand, by going into each step, so you have full control. So it's a first of its kind where you could basically get a number, put your context, connect your MCPs, build the graph, make mini edits if you need it to, and push it live, right? And the whole thing gets done in a matter of minutes. So let's actually go ahead and give it a spin. This is my phone number. I'm just gonna make a test call to myself. Okay. I almost thought it failed, but it didn't. Great.
हेलो, मॉडर्न आर्ट टी शर्ट्स में आपका स्वागत है। मैं विद्या हूँ, आपकी कस्टमर सपोर्ट असिस्टेंट। मैं आज आपकी कैसे मदद कर सकती हूँ?
मैम, मेरे को अपना ऑर्डर एक्सचेंज करना है।
मैं अभी आपके ऑर्डर्स चेक करती हूँ। जरूर, मैं इसमें आपकी मदद कर सकती हूँ। क्या आप मुझे अपना फोन नंबर बता सकते हैं ताकि मैं आपके ऑर्डर्स देख सकूं?
यही जो नंबर है मेरा, उसी से वही मेरा फ़ोन नंबर है जिससे मैं फ़ोन कर रहा हूँ।
ठीक है, मैं देख रही हूँ। मुझे आपके कुछ ऑर्डर्स मिल गए हैं। पहला ब्लैक रनिंग शूज है जिसका स्टेटस न्यू है। दूसरा लेदर बेल्ट ब्राउन साइज 34 है, ये भी न्यू है। तीसरा ब्लैक रनिंग शूज है जो डिलीवर हो चुका है। चौथा मेंस नेवी कॉटन टी शर्ट है जो डिलीवर हो चुकी है। और पांचवा लेदर बेल्ट ब्राउन साइज 34 है, ये भी डिलीवर हो चुका है। इनमें से आपको किस ऑर्डर के साथ समस्या आ रही है? मुझे उसका ऑर्डर आईडी।
मुझे मैम ब्लैक शूज़ वाला ऑर्डर एक्सचेंज करना है, बिकॉज उसके सोल में प्रॉब्लम है और थोड़ा सा डैमेज्ड है, तो मुझे उसका नया आइटम भेजिए प्लीज़।
समझ गई। ब्लैक रनिंग शूज के सोल में प्रॉब्लम है और वो डैमेज्ड है। मैं इसे एक्सचेंज करने में आपकी पूरी मदद करूंगी। क्या आप मुझे उस ऑर्डर की आईडी बता सकते हैं जिसे आप एक्सचेंज करना चाहते हैं?
वही जो ब्लैक रनिंग शूज की ऑर्डर आईडी है, आपको पता है उसकी आईडी? जो डिलीवर हो चुका हुआ है उस ऑर्डर की।
मैं अभी इसके बारे में जानकारी ढूंढती हूँ। जी हाँ, ये ऑर्डर डिलीवर हो चुका है। मैं अभी आपके लिए एक्सचेंज प्रोसेस कर देती हूँ। आपका एक्सचेंज सफलतापूर्वक हो गया है। आपका नया ऑर्डर आईडी 14412722624 है और आपका रिटर्न ऑर्डर आईडी 14412722628 है। हमारी टीम पुराने आइटम का पिकअप अरेंज करेगी और जल्दी आपका नया आइटम भेज देगी। क्या मैं आपकी किसी और चीज में मदद कर सकती हूँ?
No, ma'am, thank you so much. Guys, I just built this in front of you, right? It's made a return request right now. So it's actually gone back into Shiprocket, made an exchange. We just took this live. I didn't build this before, right? This just happened right now. So this is how easy it is. You can play with this and run so many use cases on your business that, you know, really go out there. Okay, last thing, I think, you know, we'll talk about sort of like the future of work is the next one on our minds, right? So essentially, you know, you've seen what voice is able to do, and this is still applying on your business. But I think no founder wants to wake up and open 25 tabs, pull data, and then kind of figure out what happened last night. Why has their CAC gone up? Why has their RTOs gone for a toss, and so on, right? So what we are now launching as a very bold move is to basically give you AI employees, right? Not agents, not workflows, no mumbo jumbo, only outcomes. So we are launching AI employees that can give you outcomes in your business. They run 24/7, they are super intelligent, they are trained on your context, they are trained on Shiprocket's commerce graph, right? It's powered by Shiprocket's over 400,000 businesses, millions and millions of transactions, and trillions of data points over 14, 15 years that have come here, right? So let me take you through this. You know, we are announcing, launching something called Rocketizer.ai today, which is we believe the future of work. And with Rocketizer, you and your teams kind of get to focus on the stuff that, again, matters to you the most, and the AI takes over and does the other things, right? So I'm gonna take you guys through a demo of onboarding into Rocketizer. Just give me 1 second. No, it's not this. Yeah. So, by the way, this is available generally. It's in beta. You can sign up and get some free credits. Again, it's live. None of what we show here is not live. You can try it out right after the meeting. I'm going to go ahead with Mama Earth itself. So suppose I was coming here for the first time. I'm setting up my business. I sign up, and then I say, okay, on board. What it's going to do is, again, it goes out there into the universe of your brand, figures out things like your brand palette, your competition, what are your reviews, you know, what people are saying in terms of social media, and starts to build this graph, right? And you've heard me say this now 3 or 4 times today, and I want you guys to understand that ultimately, you know, anybody can rent a model, right? It's available to everybody. So that can't be the kind of unique thing about your business. What's more important is how are you using your own data and your own kind of context and what you know about your customer and building it back into the AI so that it's able to, you know, give you a unique edge. Because the model is nothing like, it's like internet. Like everybody has internet. You can't say I use AI and hence I'm better. It's about how you use AI and what you do with it that can make outcomes happen in your business, right? So you can see it's kind of going through a long process of really building that context, you know, about Mama Earth as an example. And again, we'll kind of move on, but once it's done, it'll have a full idea of, you know, what your brand's all about. So it looks like a bunch of news information. It'll look at all kinds of sources, LinkedIn, social media, maps, everything out there, right? It's got your ads. You can see it's crawling your Google ad copies. It's crawling your competitors. It's crawling all of that in one go. So you don't have to worry about it. Essentially, what Rocketizer does is it gives you an employee for now called Maya. Maya has 14 years of experience and she's trained on over 1 trillion data points on commerce in general. So she understands returns, she understands RTOs, she understands conversion, she understands emails, she understands consumers. She's got all of that training that we've done on her over the years. And once she's inside your business, she automatically starts to understand your context as well, becoming like a super employee sitting inside your business. As I went around building this and kind of spoke to over 25, 30 brands to kind of build this offering, the first question that came back was that, look, my data itself is not accessible to me on my fingertips, right? I got to call somebody, I got to email somebody, some whitelisting, blah, 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 blah. The data cannot come in a way that I need. So until I have the data, what can I do, right? So what we've done is we've gone ahead and taken a step to say, look, we are going to connect every tool that a D2C brand uses, right, in whatever shape or fashion, and they will all be available here. So you've got about 100 integrations today. Obviously, we have the Google Suite, Shopify, Shiprocket, and Meta live today, but many more are coming, right? And this will keep growing. This list will continuously grow. So that whatever you use, everything, it could be a custom software for all it matters, it will have a way to get ingested inside Rocketizer. Once that is done, right, you basically can, you can look at the brand context, like you saw what was happening on the other tab for Mamaearth. Eventually, it'll bring everything back. It'll bring your brand palette. It'll bring sort of your brand recall items. You can manage your memory over time. And again, it's smarter. So the more you use it, the better it gets. The more data it gets, the better it gets. The more you write into it, the more it starts to understand what the brand is all about, right? Okay, cool. So let's actually go ahead and try this out. One of the things that, we talked about WhatsApp a little bit earlier. So what we've done is we've actually natively built WhatsApp and Telegram integration straight into Rocketizer so that when you're on the go, think of Maya as your virtual employee. You can onboard your team members onto this as well. And then Maya can give tasks to your team members, right? You can give Maya tasks, which can again go to another agent. Your team members can call her or WhatsApp her and ask her questions, and you get to own the context as a brand owner in one place, right? So we'll do a quick demo. I have WhatsApp already connected into this, right? So let me just, that's still going on. Yeah, so I'm just gonna finish this. Just 1 second, guys. Too many windows. Yeah. So I've pre-connected Maya here, right? So let me ask it. Hey, can you analyze my sales and order data for the last 3 months, and tell me where we should rent a new warehouse to improve our SLAs and conversion rates and NPS. And maybe, yeah, and then once you're done, make a nice PDF and send it to me. Also, set up a meeting with Atul Mehta at Shiprocket for tomorrow at 5 p.m. So it has my Google Suite, it has my calendar, it has kind of my data, right? And let's see what happens, right? So it's gonna go back and pull all of this information because we connected everything, and it'll start to kind of work on doing this. In the meantime, you always have Maya at your disposal. It's like your chief of staff kind of thing, right? So you can talk to it, you can give attachments, you can upload an Excel file and say, hey, tell me what's going on with these customers. Or here are my 5 creatives, what do you think I should do? So it's like that with all of your brand context there. So while that WhatsApp flow is working, let's just do a sample, let's just do a quick conversation with Maya. Hey, how were my sales last week? You can see it's query.
Last week, 6.23 lakh rupees GMV from 742 orders, up 275.6% vs the previous week. AOV dropped 35.7% to 840 rupees. Data is fresh till 9 July, 5:55 AM.
So soon this is going to be available hooked into 22, right? Which means you get a phone number, and that's all you do. You pick up the phone, make this creative, run this thing, check this data, raise weight discrepancies, raise escalations on Shiprocket, whatever it is, you can call her and she can do it for you along with your team, right? All of this is done. So it says, I've done the review, approved the calendar. Oh, it's kind of broke. Okay, sometimes things break, but the point is that it's eventually going to be able to help you run through most of these things. So you can actually go back and check what happened. So if you go into Maya and you see recent histories, right, you can see that, yeah, it's actually, I think it did it. I think I approved it did it, but it just didn't show up for some reason. Okay, but you can kind of go back and review what happened. Like I did this yesterday as I was preparing for the demo, right? It's given me a whole draft of what you should have done. Same thing with creatives, right? You can see there's a creative sitting here. So essentially, it's not about what it can do, it's about how it works, right? It's the surfaces you can reach out to. It has a single central point to maintain your brand context. You can onboard your employees, and then you get AI employees that deliver outcomes for you. So again, it's super new, guys. It's in between alpha and beta. Think of it this way. There will be lots of issues, but I would love for you guys to try it out. You know, we also have like a short wait list where we're saying for people who would like me and my team to work with you to implement this for your use cases. You know, there's a booth outside with a QR code. Please scan it, sign up for the wait list, you know, and put your use case on why you want, like what you're trying to solve. We'll personally work with 20 brands and try to actually build the agents that work for your business and deliver outcomes, right? With that, you know, I'd like to kind of sort of close, I guess, and I think it's, I hope this was being useful in terms of how to think about AI, because that ultimately is the purpose of today's event. You know, I think the opportunity here is immense because it's a once in a lifetime in many ways, right? So, you know, you had internet, then you had mobile. I think we are living AI right now. So we're lucky in some ways to be kind of getting exposed to this and having this access. I think like when you look back after 2-3 years, it will seem very trivial. It will seem like this was obvious, you know. But what will matter is the founders who figured it out, right? It is not about you know, who's better or worse. It's about who is able to use it in the best way possible and keep on the edge of this and then help their business go, right? They should be able to understand where each penny goes into their business, understand each creative, what's happening there, each consumer, and that's the power of AI, to bring everything to a sample size of 1, where you can do hyper-personalized experiences, hyper-personalized targeting, hyper-personalized monetization, right? And that's what I believe, and everything that you've seen today is already live, right? So we'd love for you guys to experience it, try it, and please give us feedback, right? You've believed in sort of us over the years to help you with shipping. Please believe in us to help you with your pre-order as well as with your AI. Thank you so much, Mumbai. Really, really happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sahil. That was such a powerful start. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Sahil Goyal once again. All right, it's now time to move on. We move forward to what is going to be a very exciting panel. From the commerce stack, we now move on to the brand question. AI is changing how brands create, test, sell, and scale. But when every brand has access to the same tools, prompts, AI stack, what truly makes one brand stand out? Is it product? Is it community, distribution, founder story, or customer love? AI can optimize funnels and tell you what is working. But can it really tell you why people fall in love with the brand? That is what we're here to unpack, how to make your brand go viral. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panelists with a very big round of applause. Coming up first, we have Abhinav Verma, co-founder and former CEO ARCS, a founder operator who understands what it takes to move from product market fit to brand market love. Give it up for him, please. We also have Akash Zaveri, co-founder and COO at Plix, a brand builder scaling one of India's most exciting digital-first wellness and nutrition brands in a highly competitive market consumer category. A round of applause for him as well. Come on, everybody. Let's fill this room with a big round of applause. Yes. And we also have Abhishek Ganguly, co-founder Agilita Sports, who would be joining us virtually. He is a leader who has shaped India's sporting goods and activewear category and is now building Agilitas with a bold global ambition. A big round of applause as he joins us virtually as well. Come on, everybody, for our speakers. And Gautam has already taken his space.
Yeah. I thought I'll be there first so that I can welcome all the guests.
Yes, but I'd love to introduce Gautam for all of us here. Gautam Kapoor, Chief Operating Officer, Shiprocket, one of the key leaders behind its journey from Cart Rocket to one of India's leading e-commerce enablement platforms with deep experience across operations, logistics, business development. Should I keep going on? A very profound leader. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our panel in the house. Thank you. Over to you.
So should we wait for Abhishek to join, right?
I'm here if you guys can hear me.
Hi, Abhishek.
Hey, I'm so sorry of not joining you guys in person.
Yeah, the rain gods have gone back. I think the sun god is blessing us now. So I think we're all happy. But thank you, Abhishek. Thanks for making time. I know we're a little behind. I'm really sorry for holding up you guys beyond the time that I already asked that you should be here for. But today's it's a new kind of panel for me as well. But we're talking about how brands go viral, and what is really important is beyond when they go viral to be able to stay there and make sure that they're able to succeed from there. But we have a fantastic panel right now, so I'll quickly talk about a little more about what we're going to talk about. But it's largely about how do brands create spike. When they create spike, there's a journey from reaching that spike, then being able to get the customer to actually be interested in your product, buy that product, do a repeat, and go beyond and talk about that product to everybody else. So we have a lot of young D2C founders over here, right? The whole panel is designed for these small these young D2C brands who are looking up to you guys to tell them that what they can do. You guys have done so much running and building these brands over a period of time. That's the whole idea. So I'll straight away go into my first question. Everybody knows the brands that you guys run, right? They know about you guys. You're big guys. You're the big D2C guys in the room. So, but what was that? I would love to know is what are that core consumer value that your brand delivers today? It's a very quick question. Just maybe 15 seconds. Akash, how about you go first, right?
So Plix's ethos is we are a fully plant-based brand. That means all of our products have plant extracts, benefits come from plant-based ingredients, and this follows a spectrum of plant-based nutraceuticals, which are formats like effervescents, gummies, protein powders, and so forth, all the way to shampoos, serums, hair care, skin care, and the lot.
I didn't know about the shampoos. Is it? Yes. Can you get the mic?
All right, thanks.
ARC started with a vision to build a lifestyle brand that represents the idea of quiet confidence, everyday essentials, basically, cutting across all categories like clothing, fragrances, sneakers, and hopefully much more.
Abhishek, please.
Gautam, I'm sorry, but your voice broke when you asked the question. I'm really sorry for that.
It's a quick question just to understand what are the core value that your brand delivers to the consumer today, so that everybody in the room can understand more about your brand.
Yeah, so thanks everyone for having me over virtually. But for those who know me, I mean, I just understand one business, which is sportswear. I've spent a couple of decades building in sportswear in India and in Asia. 2.5 years back, conceptualized and started up with Agilitas. Agilitas is the group company which is building a full-fledged 360 ecosystem of sportswear. So we started by acquiring a manufacturing company which builds products for all global leading brands, including Adidas, Puma, Skechers, New Balance, Asics. And then we launched 2 brands. We acquired a brand called Lotto, and then we now acquired a brand from Virat called 18, which we just launched on 21st June, and we are going to launch another 3rd brand. And we are also creating distribution of sportswear. I strongly believe that distribution and access of sportswear, experiential distribution, online and offline, dedicated to sportswear is very underpenetrated in India, which we are solving. So at a group level, we're creating this entire sportswear ecosystem. India is deeply underpenetrated. The market is growing on sportswear as people are taking more and more to sports, as well as to athletic leisure. And Agilitas is solving for that. But overall, the deeper purpose is to propel the next generation and the current generation to sports.
Thank you, Abhishek. Just in case if you don't know, this gentleman in the last 15 years until today and many years from now, anything that, anytime you're going to a gym or a run, he is somewhat behind that, right? His shoe or his athleisure has reached you in some way or the other fashion. So going into my first real question, when you guys have been building brands for some time, and as an entrepreneur, as a brand owner, as a brand founder, when you always feel that first consumer pull, right? You throw so many things at the wall and you hope for something to stick. The question to you guys is, what was that first consumer pull that you saw when you were in the journey of building the brand? That was that first few things, or that first one thing which happened is like, yeah, now I know I've done the right thing. Whatever I was thinking in my room, in my brain, is somewhat correct. And let me scale this from now. So I don't know. I want to go change the format. I mean, how about you? Can we check if the mic is working?
I think for me, the realization happened when I saw repeats. I think repeats kind of signals that your brand sticks, and that's one metric that I have very closely followed since. We can have a great launch, we can put our product out and build hype, but if a customer comes back, that's really proof that something's working.
That's correct. So repeat, what about you, Akash, as in?
Yeah, I have a different point of view. I think industry to industry things differ. We operate in a very competitive category. I mean, fashion's ultra competitive, but in one vertical of our business, which is personal care, people like to keep exploring and experimenting with different products. That said, I think a couple early signals I'd like to talk about. One is we've built a system at Plix which is all about figuring out virality, and we do this systematically. And that means we try to work with around 2,000 to 3,000 different creators a month. And the idea is to capture enough velocity of creator that the outcome is virality, right? So that certain content pieces, as long as the inputs are consistent every month, of working with multiple thousand creators a month, you're bound to get some virality out of that. And the cues we look for are organic search after that. So that means, are people searching for this product across platforms? And that tells you that the intent, the kind of signals we're getting are very high. It's just not a click to the website and then some kind of transaction or view, but this is translating into an organic search on an Amazon, a Myntra, or a Meesho. And we track that. And I think that's very important. That's a very good lever to indicate whether there is brand pull, whether there's some kind of interest in that specific product, and it requires a lot more intent to be running these searches across marketplaces, because now you're understanding that a customer is looking for pricing of this, they're discovering price.
So Akash, it's really about the early days. We used to have that one large campaign, then follow up with other things. You're saying that cycle is much more faster, and it's much more frequent, and you just keep doing it. Do that campaign.
And we look for the highest quality signal, and I think this is organic search across platforms is a very high quality signal.
Understood. That's interesting.
That tells us.
Abhishek, what do you think? As in, what is that that one thing that you would suggest? That thing is consumer pull is.
I am in a category which is very, very high, has a very high barrier to entry, right? I mean, there is global legacy brands, and there are very few and far between successful global brands.
Yeah.
Right? It's a very high barrier to entry. So what I have realized over brands, while the markets have changed, consumers have evolved, building a brand which is consistently getting brand love and trust over a long period of time is very important. So building a brand which is built at the behest of capability, not just hype, but build strong capability for scaling is very important. And that's why having the right capability and there are all consumer touch points are super important in today's world. In our category, there are four. One is product, which is the most important part because that's what the consumer keeps coming back to. Number two is the community that you keep building and resonate and that resonates with you as a brand, and you resonate with the community. Third would be direct to consumer, platforms, which is a direct association of the brand. And the fourth would be, again, retail stores, where the consumer has a direct touch points. So building relentlessly and consistently on these parameters, brand love and trust, which happens over a period of time, it's a hard build, but that's what one needs to, achieve in our category.
All the best to you guys, and that brings me to the next question. It's somewhat linked to this. So when you've done the spike, when you got the attention of the customer, right? I was at Abhishek's event. It was a fantastic event. I've seen content that you guys come up with, and once you're over that, the real challenge comes, right? Where you have to capture the trust, and the trust means several things in any business, right? It might mean repeat in some cases. It might mean cross-selling in some cases. There's so many things. But for founders over here, what would you recommend because every business, in whatever respect they do, they get their spike, right? How does that spike convert to trust from a user long-term or mid-term in that sense? I would love to, as in we can start with you, Akash.
I think the way I answer that question is all about managing expectations, and you can get very creative about it. So one way to manage expectations is having a price where, a low enough price where the customer understands that the promise of the product is excellent. And that means that if you sell something for, let's say, 30 rupees in a category that's operating at 30 to 50 rupees, if you're on the lower spectrum and it's a product that is solving some kind of an expectation, like in our category, we're solving expectations, and we look at things from a cost per serving basis. Let's say something is on the lower spectrum. The expectation a customer has is also calibrated in that sense. And we look at trust through that lens. Like if we are charging a very big premium, the kind of expectation the customer has is also incredibly high, and therefore it's a very high bar to also match. When you can meet expectation of price with expectation of outcome, I think that's where the equilibrium comes. Otherwise, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of random escalations that come. Customers constantly complain about efficacy, that this product didn't work for me. And then that's just a very isolated signal. It's very difficult to go back to the drawing board. And I think one of the lessons I've learned is if you price correctly, if you price to the expectation, the customer generally is a lot more satisfied and less likely to complain, because a lot of signals online, if you take that back to the strategy room, are very contradictory. And a lot of time, customers complain about efficacy. They complain that the product just generally isn't working. And when you align that with the right price point, I think the customer is calibrated.
And I think my question was also to understand that when the customer has come, he's understood your quality, he's understood that he's buying the product at the right price. What are the other things around, say, maybe I was thinking broadly around, say, a delivery experience or post-communication. We spoke about all those things today at Faster as well. But how does those things really impact that consumer experience and the trust of the user?
We do a lot of data work, and you brought up a very, very great point on delivery experience. We've gone from one warehouse to around 10 warehouses. We've brought delivery times down from like 5 days to 2.5 days. And I think when a customer realizes, and we track this in hours, by the way. We went from tracking in days to hours, and I think just an overall much more resilient, faster experience. Knowing that this is not a website, this is a store that is delivering in hours, is incredibly important. And I think it's a 360 degree. I mean, I can go on for all hours, but it's a 360 degree experience. We look at things across different facets, but delivery is one very, very important metric. I think our Zone D split has come down to around 25% of volume, and I think that tells you that pan-India, we're a trustable brand that can deliver.
So you're saying speed and right communication, that's what I take as a takeaway?
I think 3 levers. One is price, expectations.
I'm thinking of price, putting the price in the first bucket, and saying the follow-up bucket is largely the comms that you do.
And then, we're a digital brand, but we need to be omni-channel. We need to be, we are a household item. So at the end of the day, it's a brand that a customer is discovering on Instagram, but fundamentally is a part of their life. It's very important that we can hold that promise by being available, whether it's in 10 minutes on a quick commerce, or whether it's in 3 days if you're living in the Northeast.
I think that's very important. I think being once you've captured that visibility, being able to be being at all the kind of shelf space that you should be at, be it social media, be it quick commerce, etc. But thank you very much. What do you think, Abhinav, about that question?
Virality, I think, is a distribution event. It happens once. And then how do you stay there kind of depends on your product experience, your customer experience, return policy, delivery timeline, all of that that he mentioned. But also your narrative discipline and how a strong message can be repeated over and over again without fatigue. That layered with a messenger who's, let's say, believable, who's credible, and the right medium that can spread the message kind of all comes together to ensure that you build saliency and not just virality.
Abhishek, I think you covered this question when you were explaining your earlier point, but I think I'll tweak the same question in a little differently. You predominantly start your journey more offline, being present offline, and then going to other channels. Is that correct, or you, as a strategy for a brand who is targeting a large audience upfront, you need to be present omni-channel the first day, just to build the trust?
I think most important is customer experience, right? And in customer experience, there are two parts. I always see it as first party and third party. Third party, you're on marketplaces, you have athletes who you are collaborating with, they will put out communities so you have some control, but you have limited control. And then there is first party, which is your own channel, your D2C, your social, your retail stores. But most important thing, I believe, is the product, because it's the biggest first party full control thing that you have. Now, you have to build great product, you have to create first party channels and first party community. And that is where the core of brand build starts, and resides. Now, when it comes to whether one needs to do all channels in the beginning, it all depends on the capability the organization has from the beginning or along the way. I am a firm believer, you cannot scale a brand when you say this channel over the other. It is always you have to leave the consumer with the choice, including third-party channels. Offline has an extremely important role to play because, touch and feel experience comes from offline. A lot of people are wired to transact only online. And online, of course, has a very big role to play in transactions, also more importantly in discovery. So it's not one or the other when it starts, but when one does that, one has to have the entire organization, has to rally behind delivering the customer experience. We had a big event on 21st June, which you came, people said we broke the internet, but the daily grind of having actually delivering the customer, and honestly, are we 100% there? We're definitely not there, right? But rallying the company and the organization and building capability on a daily, relentless basis to control the first party experiences, including the product, is the name of the game.
So I think what you're saying is first party experiences are the primary place where you build trust. I think everybody is saying that, and that's what I take away from everyone. So I'll move to the second section of this panel. How I designed was that I'll ask a few questions to everyone, and then they have tailored questions to each one of you. So I think going back to you, Abhishek, I have a question for you. Agilitas is not, the way I look at it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is not just building a brand. It is a ecosystem play, right? You build products, you design them for brands also. You distribute them yourself, maybe not just in India. I know that you do it in other countries as well. You manufacture for other brands. You do your D2C, your direct experience. You go offline. how important is the other part of it, the supply chain for you? Because, and what would you recommend a D2C founder, and you can imagine that they think of them as an individual or a small team which have a good product. They have some budget that they have, money that they have deployed towards their business. And what would you tell them about supply chain? Right? You know, Agilitas is all about that, right? Behind the whole.
Yeah. You know, I've always thought about this, that, you know, why do brands stop scaling after a period of time? You know, and when I look back at it, I feel that there are, you know, it's probably taking attention initially in the first 2-3 years is quite easy. Brands stop scaling because of two main factors, other than talking about customer experience, because it will be super repetitive. Is because when the product sauce is not unique, when your product is not differentiated. One of the key reasons we in our industry went back to buying the manufacturing setup, acquiring the manufacturing sector, which is the core of where it is built, the entire ecosystem of raw materials and building a great sportswear product, and added design and R&D is to ensure that we are not a version of somebody else, some other global brands, version, but you build a very unique product source. I think very, very important is to have a product differentiation, and that's why supply chain becomes critical, because it originates from the source, the manufacturing, the R&D, the design, the testing, all of that. And if you look at brands which don't scale after a point of time, it's when it's easy to get into making similar products, when there are multiple people who can do the same. And creating defensibility in product is super important, right? Definitely in our category. And the other thing is distribution roadblock. I think one of the reasons brands stop scaling is they don't figure out the DNA of the company is probably too D2C or too offline, and building the muscle on the other side, ability to build offline direct to consumer or online direct to consumer, and also work with third party. That's where brands stop scaling, because the organization doesn't have the capability or the DNA to build a real omni-channel play and create distribution access. So as at Agilitas, this is what at the core of, you call it supply chain on the both sides, the core of our strategy.
Interesting, Abhishek, and I think the way I would, I work with so many D2C founders of all sizes, and I think that what you said is very valuable. It is going back to once you've discovered what you want to sell, you've discovered the value. It is always important for you to go and preserve that, so that there'll be competition, right? You will have to make sure that differentiation is long term, either through innovation or by protecting what you've built out. That's very important. I think, Abhinav, going to the next question for you. You are in this unique category of a premium fashion brand. Things are I believe things are much more tougher, because the world out there just wants a lot of, everything is to be loud, to be on social media. E-commerce is also driven by a lot of discounts and it's driven by a lot of pricing. How has that been for you running a premium brand, and what would you recommend anybody who's thinking of positioning their product as or their brand a little premium, and how does that change, and what is the difference between everything else and this premium category?
I mean, first of all, we started with the sensibility. That sensibility came from the founder Ranbir and his personal sense of style and aesthetic, which we eventually translated into products, and a philosophy which is loosely translated to the idea of quiet confidence. But you can't really say that aloud. You have to make people feel it. Also, my founder was is not on social media.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
we had to build differently, and we had to build community first, because we didn't have the medium, despite being a celebrity-led brand, for distribution to scale up quickly. What we tried to do was actually get insiders in, people who we thought would help us build a good product, but also help build advocacy for the brand. So, whether young founders, creators, so on and so forth, before we even launched, we started working with them, we showed them our product, we got feedback on it, and then as we launched, they kind of became part of that journey. So it wasn't so much about a loud logo or a brand film, but more an idea and a vision that Ranbir had, and how that translates into product, and real events, real communities. We brought people together to our stores. They were, I wouldn't say fireworks, but bonfires that actually brought real people together around something that they sort of bonded over. And I think when you're building luxury or premium, you also kind of want to build a certain flex or exclusivity around the brand. I think that's something that I would encourage other premium D2C founders to think about. What is it about your brand or your story that make people feel that they have a story to share which others don't, and that makes it exclusive and cool.
Oh, that's so nice. I've never had this context of marketing, but thanks for sharing that. Akash, Plix is also a very tough category. It's wellness, right? A lot of that is driven by trust, proof of things. If you've consumed something, what is happening to me, right? And consistency of the same thing, right? All those things become so important. You yourself had Shraddha Kapoor and did a campaign with her. How do you think, one side you have trust, and one side you have a celebrity influencer who's endorsing your brand? How do you bring that to a balance between these two things?
Well, that's a great question, and a couple areas I want to touch upon on this specific point. I think it's very important you get a celebrity at the right stage for your brand. What that means is Plix had established itself as a health and personal care platform. We've done incredible amounts of tests from the US, and we use this publicly. So we were at a stage of business. We're north of around 500 crores in top line, EBITDA positive. That's when we had brought on Hardik and Shraddha. And the idea was amplification. The idea was not to build trust. It was pure amplification of the brand. We believed that we had the ingredients, we had the pillars, and we also had the science, which was validated not through celebrity, but through third-party tests, through repeat customers, through great cohorts. And we believe that the brand was at a stage to experiment with celebrities, not use celebrities as a means of direct attributable growth or so forth. It was pure amplification for us.
And that's so relevant. I think it can fit any kind of budget, whatever, it can be an influencer instead of a big celebrity for anybody else, right? But it's important to scale first and then use such tools for amplification. I think we're on time now. I think I'll close this with one question, and that's about it. I know, guys, I'm doing that, Muskan, don't worry. So, quick question to I think I'll go to Abhishek again. One metric that you will ask founders in this room to undervalue and overvalue. One metric that they should always overvalue and undervalue as per you. Quick, rapid fire.
Don't overvalue virality.
Okay.
And plan for virality and work towards virality. And think of when one customer buys your fifth product.
Fifth product, imagine. Okay, we're talking about repeat. Fifth product. Akash, one metric undervalue, one metric overvalue. Young founder, please.
I think overvalue your distribution. I think it's incredibly important to build a brand for the customer, not for the channel. So ensure that you're building products for the right channels and ensure you're distributed. And I think on undervalue, similar perspective, but don't chase the hype. Look at what your product looks 200 days into launch.
So we'll look for a hype metric, put a number to it, and then we'll start not looking at it. So that's good. Thank you. Abhinav, one metric.
I think
overvalue,
ditto,
undervalue.
ditto. Both of them said it so well.
Oh, is it? Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for this fantastic panel. I hope we were able to create some value for you guys. But thank you very much. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Abhinav.
Thanks.
Thank you, Akash.
All right, before our panelists leave, just give us a second. We have a memento for you.
Wow.
Gautam, request you to please hand it over. May I help you?
Thank you.
That's... Can we please give our panelists a very big round of applause right now? And of course, to Abhishek, the memento will be sent across to him. Thank you so much. But what a great panel discussion we had. You know, that was a sharp reminder that AI may help brands move faster, but the brands that will last will be the ones that combine intelligence with instinct. Now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move from brand building to the technology backbone powering this new commerce era. As businesses become more AI-enabled, infrastructure becomes even more critical, and we all know that. So now, please do welcome with a very big round of applause, Pritish Mahatre, Head of Data and Analytics, AWS India and South Asia, for a special session by AWS on AI for Bharat Intelligence to Action. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Awesome. So while the slide comes up, my name is Pritish. I lead the data and analytics business for AWS in India. And I'm just going to spend 10-12 minutes talking. So I've been on the other side of the room. I know what it feels like. So I'm going to keep it very, very short. Right? However, I'm going to need some audience participation. So let's get started. If there was one superpower that you could choose, which one would you choose? How many for more customers? Okay, looks like 5 people in the room need more customers. How many for more sales? Okay, a lot more. How many would like to predict the future? And when I say this, I mean the future of your business. Okay, same amount. How about more time in life? You could leave work at 5 p.m., spend time with family, doing whatever you want, not open your laptop, phones, until you reach work the next day. Oh, looks like we don't have an issue with time. Awesome. So a lot of people, a lot of businesses think these are trade-offs. You can do one or the other. But in AWS, we have a saying, we hate the tyranny of or, and we love the genius of and. And today, I think we have the right technology, we have the right tools that can help you get closer to all 4 without making these choices, right? So I will tell you a very short story. This month, in fact, next week, I complete 10 years in AWS, and I consider this an absolute privilege because I saw 2 large technology shifts. One that is happening today, AI, but before that, I saw cloud, right? And we had the same concerns. Is this going to be a fad that just passes? Is it okay? Cloud is okay just for smaller companies. Once they reach critical mass, they're going to have to move into their data center. There were some people who are scared, who manage their own data centers. They are scared about their jobs. They are skeptical what cloud brings. However, there were companies that truly embraced it, and they ran with it. So look at the likes of Netflix, Pinterest, Airbnb. They weren't the largest customers back then, or largest companies back then, but they were agile, They experimented quickly. And I think a technology like cloud that democratized computing, all you needed was an idea, a credit card, and you could go spin up infrastructure, use it, ship it out to your customers. Today, I think where we stand is even more powerful. We've democratized computing a decade or so back. Today, we are democratizing intelligence, right? And again, I think there are similarities. There are people who think this is a fad, this is never going to stick, it's going to die down. There are people who are very, very scared about what the future beholds, and rightly so. But there are also people who are very, very excited, who are embracing AI every day in their personal lives, within organizations. And I think people who do that are probably going to get the most value out of this, right? Because we will hit bumps down the road, there will be hiccups, but the learning that you get through making mistakes, through iterations, that is something that cannot be replaced. So my suggestion is don't wait on the sidelines, get your hands dirty and start using it. All right, let's think of an example. A customer in Nagpur, just before bed, scrolling on their phone, she adds a product to her cart, goes to the payment page, doesn't buy the product, comes back, probably goes back to bed. Right? Sounds familiar, right? So what happened? The customer comes back the next day, adds another product to the cart, goes to the review section, reads reviews, again doesn't do anything, comes back in an hour or so, looks at both the products, looks at the delivery timelines, places an order for one product. Now, you might think from a customer point of view, you bought a product. From the seller point of view, you've acquired a customer or made some revenue. But if you really look at what's happened, you've created click data, you've created payment data, you've created a whole bunch of data, right? And these are all breadcrumbs that every interaction, whether it results in a sale or not, leaves behind. And this is actually the start of every AI journey that people forget, right? Each and every one of y'all, every business that y'all run, there's a bunch of these breadcrumbs, data points, which are a treasure if you truly want to make use of AI. And I'll come to that in terms of how. So if you look at how data was used, it was used as an adjective, which means data was used to basically communicate, and mostly through dashboards. What were my sales, say last month or last week? What were the top selling products? What were the products that did not get sold? Where were the maximum returns, right? And this was great, but the world is changing. If you look at what AI enables today, you no longer need to describe, you can actually go and make actions. For example, who's the customer that's most likely to buy something else? How do I nudge him with a loyalty, right, him or her? What shipment is likely to get disrupted? Does it warrant someone picking up a phone, calling that customer, letting them know? It could be anything, right? The rains in Mumbai yesterday was bad. It's been raining heavily, Mr. Customer. I'm sorry, this was supposed to reach you today. Is it okay if it's late by another day? I think every customer would appreciate a call like that, rather than just, 11 p.m. you realize what was supposed to come doesn't reach out, and then you're scrolling through your phone and you realize, oops, didn't get delivered today, they're gonna try again, right? So this is the world that we are going into. Now, a lot of us, as of today, use AI like a tool. We ask it a question, it gives us an answer. But AI, honestly, is a lot more powerful. Can I have a show of hands? How many people have built an agent? Okay, quite a few. And that's where the beauty of AI really comes in, right? So agents can think, they can reason, and they can act on your behalf. And as we incorporate more and more agents in our world, you will really see the superpower of AI. Now, what does AI do? There's a lot of people who are worried about how this technology is going to change our world. Now, if you look at the greatest of businesses, or even the best of people in your workplace, usually they have very good instincts or judgment. AI does not take away all of this. AI will automate a lot of your mundane tasks, routine tasks, right? Which means you will have a lot more time to work on things that rely on human judgment, on instincts, right? So AI, think of AI as a companion that's going to give you superpowers. An assistant you always wanted that works 24/7, can do multiple things, and get smarter day by day. So, for a customer, typically when they come to a website to buy something, they're buying a product. For the logistics partner, it's usually delivering the product from point A to point B. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying it. To the retailer, it's either a customer or a revenue. But in the age of AI, the way I would like everyone to view it is an end-to-end journey. From the time a customer hits your website or your application, all the way to delivery, to reviews, to repeat signs, right? The entire cycle is basically intelligence. And if you can capture this intelligence, which is basically capturing all the different data points, harnessing that data, and if you can feed this data back into your AI systems, this is when you will have those AI agents do work for you that is not generic. Otherwise, I heard a gentleman say, using AI is like using the internet, right? Everyone has access to the same models, the same LLMs. But what will truly differentiate is if you can give that model the business context and the data that is unique to your own businesses. And that's when it gets superpowers. Yeah, scary slide, but don't worry. So this is basically the AWS AI stack. I had to put this slide up, my apologies. Right on top, you have the applications and agents. This is where the end users come and log in. But that's not enough. Today, you need to have the right guardrails, right? For example, if you're an e-commerce website, you don't want the chatbot to be answering questions about politics, religion, etc., right? You want it to be grounded in the business context. How do you build those guardrails? How do you make sure there is no profanity, etc., that creeps in, right? So that's where we have a platform where you can build your own agents, where you can have those guardrails, where you have the right security standards, and it works out of the box. You just need to configure it, right? Below that, obviously, I spoke about data. So how do you build the right data foundation? It's easier said than done, capture all the data. But most organizations have data in multiple places. You'll have islands of data in your CRM system, in your ERP system, etc. And all this data is fragmented. How do you build that unified data layer? How do you build context on top of that data, right? So we provide you, again, the building blocks to do all of this. And last but not the least, today, GPUs are a commodity that's very, very rare, right? Every GPU that's made, you know about the memory shortages that are happening globally. And this is likely to continue for some time. So we've also started building our own chipsets and our own GPUs, which basically give you the best price performance in the industry. So basically, right from the chips all the way to the AI applications and the agentic applications, we basically build the entire stack. And again, I don't expect you to memorize all of this, but if you need any help, no matter where you are in your AI journey, please reach out to us and we'll be more than happy to work with you and build some of those cool AI applications that you intend to build. Now, before I get off stage, what I would encourage all of you all to do is pick up your phones, scan that QR code. This will take you to something called Amazon Quick. Now, think of Amazon Quick as that AI assistant, AI colleague that you always wanted. You can connect it to your email, your Slack, whatever you use. You can give it access to either your entire laptop or a few folders in your laptop. And it basically does everything you'd want an AI assistant to do. You can basically wake up in the morning, ask it, I have 3 hours, what are the top things that I should accomplish today? It will go through your mails, it will understand relationships, for example, who's your boss, who are your team members, etc., who are your customers, what seems important, what doesn't. It can also draft mails for you. It can also respond to emails for you, right? So those are few things it can do, but obviously it gets smarter, learns as time goes on. But most importantly, none of your data ever leaves your machine, right? So it's grounds up built for security, for enterprises. So do give it a try. If you have any feedback, if you need help, reach out to your AWS counterparts. We'll be glad to help. So with that, I'm gonna get off stage. As promised, kept it short. But before I get off stage, I'm gonna play a small video. So this was actually built when we had to present what we were doing in India. All of us have busy lives. We wake up in the morning, we go to work, we probably fall asleep on our laptops, right? And when you look back at the end of the year or end of the month, you wonder, what have I been doing all this year? So one day, me and my boss and a few of us sat together and we just thought, we do a lot of sacrifices for work, right? You're traveling, you miss key milestones when it comes to family, etc. Does all of this make a difference to India and Indians? And we put together something, and I would love to show that to you, but I'm off. Thank you, y'all have been very patient. 5 more minutes of the video, and we are done. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Biswa. I lead the data and AI business for AWS in India. And I really wish I could be here with you today. But the next best thing is this, right? You would have, our stated mission in India, and you would have heard this from someone, is to build in India, for India, and for the rest of the world. And we've been there for a while, so I constantly think, does anything that I do or my team does it really impact anybody at all? So one day I sat down, I said, I'm an average Indian. Let me walk through a day in my life and see if I can find something. And I found something wonderful. And I thought I would love to share it with you. So come with me for a day in my life. I mean, right from the time that Alexa wakes me up, and I would really wish I was as energetic as this one every morning. But then when I start my morning routine, right from the razor that I wish I used more often, that shot of morning energy that I get from my breakfast cereals, when I get my news, whether it's in English or in the vernacular, the gym that I should go to more often, very obviously, or even where I track my wellness. And when I do all of this, there is an AWS data and AI customer who actually touches my life. And then when I start my commute to office in the morning, whether I'm weaving through traffic in my EV two-wheeler, driving my own car, and even the tires that all our vehicles run on, or maybe catch a ride-hail taxi to the airport, upload your boarding pass to DigiYatra on the way, and don't we all love DigiYatra? I mean, we should be very proud. I haven't seen anything like this anywhere in the world. Just helps you zoom through these beautiful modern airports that we have in India now, enjoying all the amenities that they've bought up. And when we do all of that, there is an AWS data and AI customer who actually touches my life. When I finally get to office, and again, I wish I was as energetic as this one every day, but then when I get there, all the applications that I use, whether it is my MarTech application, whether it is my CRM systems, my accounting systems, and so many more. Even when I sneak in that small chai sutta break, where I order my food from, what I eat, how I pay for it, maybe get a little bank work done, check up on my investments. Believe me, nothing great happening there. But when I do all of this, there is an AWS data and AI customer who actually touches my life. And if you're like me, I like to go home, put my feet up, have a drink, have a little chakna, Netflix and chill. And why just Netflix and chill? Every streaming service there and chill. Maybe book the next holiday, help the kids with their coursework, actually maybe book the ticket for IPL or the movies the next day. And when it's my turn to cook, it's either the 2-minute meal, delivered in less than 10 minutes. Actually, who am I kidding? I'll probably just open the app, go to my favorite restaurant and order in. And inevitably, at the very last moment at night, it is always when I remember that I haven't renewed my insurance premiums. So after a moment of panic, get it done online. And then if you're my age, have that bill delivered in less than 30 minutes to you. Read a little, listen to a little soundscape, and then slowly drift off in that soft, feathery mattress. So from dawn till I'm down, every moment of my life, there is an AWS data and AI customer who actually touches me. And if you'll think for a moment on your average day, you will find that you have many, many similar examples yourself. So what we're talking about here is not the future. It is today. You, your peers, your colleagues in the country are today using AWS data and AI services to innovate at India scale. So it's time to build now. Let's go out and build. Thank you so much.
How was it? Thank you. So that was all built using our own native AI stack, including the PPT that was built by Quick in case. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Pritesh. Looks like AWS is part of all our lives throughout the day, yeah? Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have a memento for you, Pritesh.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. Yeah, so. This is for you. I get the honor of presenting this to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, with your applauses, yes. And with that, we move forward to our next session. As businesses move faster with AI, one question becomes even more important. How do they build for the long term? Speed creates momentum, endurance creates legacy. To unpack what it takes to build companies that are not just fast growing, but truly enduring, please put your hands together and welcome Rishabh Mariwala, founder and managing partner, Sharp Ventures, an entrepreneur turned investor known for backing long-term category-defining businesses. A big round of applause for him. And along with that, we have Sahil Goel, our MD and CEO, Shiprocket. All right, this is going to be a very interesting conversation. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Pleasure having you with us, Rishabh. It's great to have somebody who's come from a background of, I guess, long-lasting institutional business, but at the same time, you kind of went bottoms up, built a brand, a D2C brand, ran it like anybody else. Like many entrepreneurs in the room, called Soap Opera till 2020. And once you learned the ropes, so to speak, right, you started Sharp Ventures, which is essentially your full-time focus now. And you're backing consumer brands. You have a big belief in building long-term compounding brands. So I'm very excited here. I think the audience will really gain from your insights. So thank you so much for being here, right? I think one of the things that a lot of entrepreneurs come to us and talk to us or struggle with is how do you balance, I guess, building something which is enduring,
but then you also need to grow at a certain clip. Otherwise, you don't get capital or you don't get the validation. And oftentimes that balance is hard, right? And I've been there, of course, not as a consumer brand, but as a startup. Would love to understand, with your sort of vantage of all of this experience, how do you, like, what are your thoughts around that for people who are building their brands?
Thanks, Sahil, for having me here, and awesome energy that you guys are building here with Shiprocket, and the kind of stuff you're doing with merchants and the whole ecosystem. It's super exciting, and the energy is infectious. So I think, in terms of just to share, we run Sharp, and we invest in consumer businesses and very early stage brands, and I've ran my own business, very bootstrapped, so similar journey to how you guys started. Of course, I didn't scale it that big, but I started a soap business with my mother, so it was very basic, very ground up. For 10 years I did that, and that was before the D2C era. So before I could get onto Shiprocket, and before I could really sell it digitally, it was more offline than online. But what I found was, like, and in 2020 we started, and in 2015 we started investing in businesses, and then full time I got into Sharp in terms of just as a VC in 2020 once I sold my business. So I think what we've seen, right, and we're lucky to have backed folks like Nykaa and Mama. Those are our big wins when they were very early in the game. And we have, in my backyard, we have Marico, right, which is founded by my father. So we've seen, we've got some pattern recognition going in terms of seeing how enduring businesses get built. And I think, especially when folks start up early in the game, it's the signals and what signals they're catching, right? So I think just the customer obsession, which starts with the product to begin with, and how that multiplies into just like retention and just customer retention, right? And I think that once there's some pattern out there in terms of just retention of cohorts and just repeat customers, that's when you actually see not the burn to earn mentality, right? Just long-term sustainability, but the enduring part of it, right, which is enduring organizations, which is like, almost like theoretical stuff, right? I think that it's a function of a couple of things, right? I think like institutionalization, so just leadership in terms of, one founder can scale 1 crore to 20 crores, 50 crores, 100 crore, but after that things begin to break, right? Because there's only that much, 2 hands and 2 legs, there's only that much that one can do. So I think quality team and hiring quality management and having the same like ethos and culture that everyone in the org sort of rallies around, I think that's critical. And it can't be person dependent, it has to be system and process dependent. So I think even those systems and processes, I think businesses will keep breaking, right? I mean, we all know it's not linear. It'll be it won't be linear in scale. So when those failures happen, it's okay, fine, how do you rectify those, and through systems and processes, not being people dependent, how do you actually scale that up? So I would think it's a function of just high bar on governance, high bar on institutionalization, quality management, quality leadership, and I would say, just a culture of innovation. And look, I mean, it sounds theoretical, but we've seen that, right?
Absolutely. I think there's lots of nuggets there, right? So you talked about institutionalizing your organization. I think there's a linked item there called culture. We'll come to that in a second. You talked about innovation. So let's talk about that. So basically, I think one of the panel is about built to last, right? And at least what I've realized at Shiprocket, sometimes the hard way, is that, and it's an overused statement, what got you here won't get you there. But what does this mean? Like when somebody's building a consumer brand, and you've got the history of Marico, like you said, in your backyard, you've got your own sort of first-hand experience at doing this with your hands, right? And now you're taking this knowledge and investing behind the ecosystem and growing this. But the question is, for something to be enduring, right, you cannot find product market fit once, correct? You have to kind of continuously find product market fit the whole time. So it's like a journey almost, right? So how do companies do that when you've got your brand to run the 100 crores on? How does one manage to do it? Is the question.
No, you're right. I think, look, I failed miserably at it, and that's why I became a venture capitalist because I tried really hard and I failed. I think being an entrepreneur is way more difficult than being an investor. And like, I think one of the learnings that we observe, and I did that to begin with the first 10 years, but for the last 6-7 years, it's just observing, great founders do things, and I think it's just the ear on the ground in terms of just the signals from the customer, right?
Yeah.
So just consumer inciting really helps, and just knowing what's happening with just customer feedback, just having a close ear to the ground. I think when you pick up those signals and then you create, I mean, there's some pattern recognition that'll kick in because of that, and creating a virtuous cycle out of that. So I think trial and error, failing fast, because you have to, right? If you don't prototype, if you don't try out stuff, then you won't know what's working, what's not working. Don't spend the moon on it, but just quick wins or quick failures also. But I think, and then if you have an iterative process of just innovation cycle in terms of NPD, then you can iterate, right?
Any quick sort of tactical tricks or advice on, you said keep your ear to the ground and just listen to the customer. Are there hacks? Would you just call them? Like, how do you actually collect that feedback?
Yeah, like, I mean, depends on the category that they're in, but like, the old school hack of putting your number there for, customer calls to come in and you answer the calls directly. It could be even like visits, right? Visiting the customer, be it to their office, to their house. In beauty personal care, I was soaps. I was selling soaps and bath and body products. So it's not called a selfie, it's called a shelfie. So go and see the shelf. Go into the shelf of the bathroom, right? And in that shelfie, you can actually see what products the consumers are using.
Shelfie. That's such a cool thing, right? Because you can see sort of their pattern, and are they buying, like, what are they buying and what are they buying it for? Yeah. Very interesting. Another thing I think for the audience, like, it'll matter a lot is, as sort of the, operator behind Sharp Ventures, we were just talking about it. Partly category, market, all of those things matter. But you said something where you said ultimately what matters is the founder's DNA, right? Can you decode that for our audience as well? Like, what do you look for in founders, more importantly, than so much of the market or the business?
I think as a VC, that's the number one thing that's the most important to us is founder DNA is critical.
Yeah.
I think, there's all the cues. So there's EQ, emotional quotient, IQ, intellectual quotient, and GQ, which is the grit quotient. So not gentleman's quotient, grit quotient. So the grit quotient is critical, and I think that's something that we just want to see. Have founders, have they had failures, right? If life before that's it's been perfect, then look, I mean, you can fail later on once you start, but I think just powering through the failures, because entrepreneurship is not for the faint-hearted, and it's just tough doing business out there, and I think just being able to rise up from that, and at the end of the day we back the founders, right? So I think founder insight on a few things is important, like of course their commercial acumen, but more importantly I think it's their ability to like learn and unlearn. So how quickly are they learning, what's their outside in, like if we see founders, right, and like, this is my day job, so like we meet founders every day, and the minute that founders may be smart, maybe like crazy smart, but like if they're not open, right, if they're just not open, I'm not saying, look, it's the founders, we say it's the founders' blood, sweat, tears with some of our money, right? So I don't think I'm smarter than the founder, but are they open?
Yeah.
I'm not saying what I'm saying is right, but are you at least open to hear me out?
Yeah.
And I think that openness is also half the battle won, because they're like, okay, fine, guys, I know what I'm doing, I'm smart, but let me just hear you guys out, right?
No, I think it's extremely important, right? Where and it's not just with investors. I think when you have to, like, as a founder, and you don't have to do what people say, but you have to consider the possibility and put it in your kind of overall thinking. Otherwise, like, it's the same thing with your customer, right? You can defend to the customer, but if their feedback is their feedback. right? And you don't solve it, somebody else will, and you'll lose the customer. So it goes the same way. So I guess being open to feedback, being open in general, and having kind of like a common this thing. And Rishabh also highlighted failures, right? So one's grit quotient, I love that, right? Somebody's gone through gritty times and they've faced sort of challenges and they've risen up, is automatically proof that they can do it again.
Also,
right?
one more thing, like, what's their why? You
Yeah.
know? So we were talking earlier, and you know, you're telling me about, like, look, you know, not like, I can share with the audience, but like, you know, it's not like there's some big chappa or some big pedigree that you guys have, but you know, you had a why. We just want to start a dhanda, we want to start a business, we want to do something, right? We want to do something with ourselves. So that why and that
purpose,
that burn was there to do something, right? I mean, and that's why the founders that we backed who've done exponentially well, their why, just decoding the why is so critical. Like, you know,
give us an example, like, you know.
So like when we did Nykaa, right? So when Mrs. Nair came to us and she was like, this lady in the sari, and she's like, I'm going to sell beauty personal care products. I was like, what's wrong with her? Like, she's selling beauty products to like Gen Z. How's it going to work? Then we decoded her more. Then we understood more. Then I saw her team. I was like, wow, there's no only first principles. There's no baggage of beauty personal care industry that she had, right? And she's left Kotak, like she's number 3 in Kotak, right? So her why was like super strong, right? I'm like, wow, like this lady is like, we got to sell the house, but we got to back her, right? And it turned out well. But I'm just saying that hunger was. Decoding that hunger is real, you know, and if you can decode the hunger, you're sorted. Like as a VC.
As a VC, I get it. No, it's very useful. And one more thing you mentioned earlier. You said, look, you can get to 100 crores, right? 2 arms, 2 legs. Beyond that, you need to institutionalize, right? But I think one is sort of institution building. But are there, having observed now sort of brands as a VC, having run one yourself, what do you think causes the ceiling? Is it channels, or, I mean, sure, one part is the organization, but beyond that, is it the channels people sell at that they should expand? Is it, what goes wrong? I find a lot of people capping at like 50 crores or, you know, 100 crores, and then they get stuck on the whole performance marketing treadmill, so to speak, right? Any advice there that what you observe people do differently?
I think, like, look, if they're like niches, right? If there's specific niches that they're part of, especially with D2C, right? If you're a Me Too, I think, you know, does the world need another shampoo or another soap? Of course it doesn't. Like, there are enough shampoos and soaps out there, right? But like, the why behind the brand and the brand ethos is real, and the consumer insight is real. I think that if you can crack the customer love and build trust with the customer, you're sorted. But if you're not able to read the signals clearly, right? If you're just saying, chalo, I'm just doing performance marketing, and I'll have low ROAS, and you know, my CACs are through the roof, I'll have low ROAS, and I'll power through, and I'll be able to touch 100 crores, then I'll let me go and raise more money. Exactly, that is exactly what's going through my mind. Put Topi on another investor. Like, you know, people see through that, that doesn't work. It might have worked somewhere, and I've had enough people putting Topi on me as well, but you know, you live and you learn as well, right?
And ultimately it won't last. We talked about durability, right? Unless there's first principles, unless you've got the fire in the belly, you don't have the passion, right? And you're willing to commit. Because, you know, at every speed bump, if you're not really committed to the purpose, you'll just like, you'll stop. You'll be like, oh, it's too much work, right? And it's not for the faint-hearted, you know, and I think we all respect all the entrepreneurs in the room because it is difficult, right? We genuinely realize it's difficult. On that note, you know, if there's one advice, you know, like non-negotiable, like for you at least, that you tell yourself that this is my compass and this is non-negotiable for you, especially when you were running soap opera, I think people will really benefit from understanding what that is.
I think, look, for different people it's different, and look, it might sound a little cliched, but like to me, like 2 or 3 things, like I just think that, you know, like for me it's just trust. Trust is critical. I think trust with the team, trust with the customer, trust with your brand, like what you stand for. And I think just like, for me, again, this is very personal, right? I'm just saying what it is for me. I'm not saying this is the right answer. I'm just saying, I think that sincerity to the mission, to what you want to do, to what you want to build. I think and sometimes it works. You can be the most sincere person in the room. You can be the most trusting person in the room. But you can still fail, right? I didn't like get crazy scale with my brand, but like to me, like that's what even as as an entrepreneur and even as a VC, right? That's what, and even as a customer, right? As a customer, when we buy brands, we look for trust. Do we trust the brand and what it stands for, and do those same values of whatever we consume, whatever we wear, whatever we as consumers, whatever we are, it all boils down to that. So to me, that is the motherhood. Trust is that's what I would say.
No, I think it's immense, guys. There's so much packed into this short conversation. Trust, grit, commitment, sincerity, right? How you go home and tell yourself, you did a good job. I think that's more important. Or you put in your best, you're in the mirror and you're like, okay, I did my best. I think that's more important than what really comes out. Because cycles change, cycles come and go, right? But resilient businesses, I think, are driven by something else.
Exactly.
Right?
Actually, you said it right? It's resilient businesses, because everything is not about just about scaling, right? Everything's not about scaling. Of course, you want to scale, but you want to have enduring companies that last,
that compound, right? Consistently compound over time.
Or like even sustainability, right? Like there's something to sustainability. Everything doesn't have to grow at a crazy pace all the time, right? Fine, as a VC, that's what I want. But if I'm an entrepreneur, and I don't need external funding, I'm my own boss, you can just grow and just continue compounding, but those underlying factors will still be real, right? And at the end of the day, like you look in the mirror and say, fine, what did I do?
Correct. No, awesome. There was so much good stuff. Thank you so much, Rishabh, for being with us today. I'm sure the audience got a bunch of information, and really with round of applause for Rishabh for getting his time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Get a picture, please.
Thank you so much. Before you move on, we have a memento for you. Please have it on the stage. Requesting Sahil to please present the memento. Can we please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? That's wonderful. A wonderful memory. Okay, it's now time to move forward to a very important moment at Shiprocket SHIVIR 2026. All morning we spoke about AI, commerce, brand scale, and Bharat's next growth chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to talk about research, credibility, industry context, and a clear roadmap. Yes, that's why Shiprocket and Deloitte have come together for the launch of AI for Bharat Commerce, unlocking the $250 billion business opportunity. And for that, we'd like to invite on stage right now Dr. Anand Ramanathan, partner and consumer industry leader, Deloitte India. Please put your hands together as he comes on stage. We also have Akshay Gulati, CEO, International Shipping, Shiprocket, joining us. And yes, it's time for the launch, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, are we ready? Yeah? Can we please have our report coming in on stage?
So thank you. First, thanks a lot to Shiprocket and Deloitte for doing this report, and it's good to have all of you here. The report talks about what we can do with small businesses from an AI standpoint, what are the opportunities, and also what could be some of the challenges that you face, right? Because it's not just, AI has a lot of opportunity, but data, we spoke a lot about data. Your AI is as good as your data, so get your data right. And secondly, also look at cost, right? Because AI, if you don't think it through, typically you underestimate the cost. So always look at the business benefits and see, take that seed fund for AI and then see that it returns on that, right? And therefore, the first few use cases that you do, how do you calculate business value from it and reinvest into your business is really important as you grow and scale. So those are some of the critical learnings which are covered in the report. Thank you once again for joining us here, and over to you if you want to say something. Yeah?
Thank you so much for giving us an amalgamation of what the report is all about. May I help you with the mic?
No, that's fine.
All right.
Again, thank you, Anand, and thank you to Deloitte for this. I think a lot of the SMBs in the country will really benefit from taking some of the insights from this report. So thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, let's see what we've got here, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, it's very tightly sealed.
It is tightly sealed, yes. Yeah, it is actually come like a top secret document, isn't it?
I hope it's easier to download, guys.
I was actually going to have a competition between who opens it first, but yeah, Dr. Anand. All right. Presenting to you our report, ladies and gentlemen, take a look and please give your applauses for the same, yes. We can
Want some help?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Can we please?
There we go.
You can give it. Great. Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Come on, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Pleasure.
Thanks so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a quick reminder to all of us that we do have masterclasses for all of you. How many of us have already attended masterclasses? Yes? Good? Did you enjoy them? So a reminder that we have masterclasses every about 30 minutes, so don't miss it. We have 2 rooms on the same floor itself. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to show you the QR code on the screen right now. It's a Sarthi app. Please take a look at the QR code and then we move on to understanding what's happening throughout the day. And if you don't have the QR code coming here, you also will see it all across in the room itself, as well as in our counters outside. With that, it's now time to move on to a very interesting panel discussion. Yeah, that's the QR code for you. All right. Well, from the opportunity ahead, we now move on to the execution challenge. Reaching 100 crore is a milestone. Scaling from 100 crore to 1,000 crore is a different game altogether. It demands sharper operations, stronger distribution, deeper consumer trust, and the ability to build for the long term. Now joining us for this panel, we have Abhishek Ramanathan, co-founder and COO, Nua Women, scaling a consumer-first women's wellness brand with care, trust, and sharp execution. Please put your hands together for him. Come on, everybody. Also joining him, we have Aarti Gill, co-founder Giga Capital, bringing an investor and founder lens to what makes brands durable, scalable, and capital efficient. We also have Sumit Karanji, Chief Business Officer, Derma Touch, driving business growth in a high-trust personal care category where there is credibility and consistency that actually matters. And moderating this conversation, please welcome Atul Mehta, CEO, Domestic Shipping Shiprocket, where he leads one of the most critical engines of India's e-commerce enablement ecosystem with over 18 years of experience across commerce, sales, and brand marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this very exciting panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're having a great time. I think honored to be hosting this session with a privileged set of founders. I think we hear stories of how brands are scaling to 100 crores now, more than what used to be in the past. Like there are capabilities, but I think वो बोलते हैं ना एक 0 to 1 की journey होती है और एक 1 to 10 और फिर 10 to 100 की journey. And I think fortunate for all of us that we have amongst us 3 of them to take us through what it means to go from that 100 to 1,000 crore. And hence, I'll start with that, an open question for all 3 of you, that everyone dreams of building a 1,000 crore brand, right? When you start, yes, you start small, but you do dream that we'll hit the 1,000 crore. What do you think is the most important thing for a founder to keep in mind as you start building on what will be needed for you to scale to 1,000 crores? Given how India is evolving, there's a Bharat story, what do you think is the key capability for every founder? Maybe, Sumit, we can start with you.
Yeah, thank you. See, whenever we talk about 1,000 crore, the first thing that comes in mind is fundraising, marketing budgets, and creating content, and now AI, right? But what in our experience we have seen is this all comes second. What comes first is the trust, and that is the biggest loophole. If you try and sell to everyone, how do you build trust across millions of consumers? So we'll talk more about it as well. However, what I feel is you can't sell to everyone in trying to become a 1,000 crore brand. You need to be indispensable for your customers, for those specific set of customers who like your product. And if your customers are not buying you for the second time, third time, fourth time, then I think reaching 1,000 crores is just another big leak in the bucket. So creating trust and removing confusion as you scale up from 100 to 1,000, I think those are the pointers which we need to keep at the core of our business.
Aarti?
Thank you, first of all. Great to be here. I think for me, it's the ability to innovate. Innovate not just in the products that you have, but also the categories that you're entering, the marketing, communication, and the playbook that you have for that. Because what works from, say, 0 to 10 would not work from 10 to 100 and would not work from 100 to 1,000. And we have seen this, at least in our journey. And that ability to adapt, learn, innovate, implement is the most important thing in that entire journey.
Very much building on what Aarti and Sumit said, that it's all about customer first. I think being obsessed about what the customer wants and constantly looking at how do you innovate to really be able to answer customers' needs. And sounds very cliche to say that, but that is really the essence of it. Whether you're at 0 or 1,000, that's really what it comes down to. And as you scale more, it's easier to forget that, to become complacent. So it's always important to go back to say, what does my customer want? So
interesting, like you said, inside trust, repeat, innovate, customer insight, and I think a lot of these capabilities are what you need when you are starting off as well. And I like, Abhishek, what you said. Maybe at 100, you start becoming complacent, but if you are as hungry or as wild and as innovative and as focused as what you were when you were at 1 or 10, at 100 maybe, that's the secret recipe. Continue doing what you are doing. Right? Yeah. Trust, repeat, etc. All is required when you're starting off, right? That's the holy grail in that sense.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, nobody humbles you as much as a customer does. I was just in a conversation earlier, and there was a customer of ours, she's like, you need to do this better, or this was good, but this needs to improve. And that's what it is, right? You have to keep doing it. I think that's what it comes down to.
Got it. Tell me, as you scale, and Abhishek, right, like you touched upon, repeat is important, loyalty is important. And I think the way you build the brand, you have been able to sort of get that going really well, right? The customer love for your brand. How was it intentional? Did you do something different which has given you that repeat buying engine or the brand love engine which is fueling the growth now?
First of all, we operate in a category which is highly sticky. Yeah. For the same reason, it's very hard to get a customer to switch. But once you switch, then customers tend to stay with us for the long term. And we always say it's a long-term relationship with the customer. And that really comes down to the product, first of all. You need to make the product really good and work for the customer. I think it sounds very basic, but that is really what it is. And then making sure that the experience sort of that goes with the product is important. And last but not the least, and I think especially in our industry, it's true, is just the claims that you make to customers and sort of the consistency in what you're telling the customer is super important. To be honest with the customer and say, this is who we are, this is what we stand for, this is what's in our product. I think that's very important because unfortunately that's where a lot of brands get it wrong. I think being very honest and candid with your customers is important.
But tell me one thing, like it is sticky. So when you're entering that category also, you are against a headwind of, why will the customer try me? And and you might have a story. Like, how do you tell that? Every brand, I'm sure, has a story, and every founder here believes that what they are building is truly differentiated and going to add value. But the customer has to see that and give you a chance, if I may.
Yeah, I think, in the early days, it's all about how many trials can you induce, right? How many and how many hands can you put your product in. So I think that's really what it comes down to. Even in our category, the other thing is, of course, it's not because it's, it's a cycle that a woman uses, let's say, sanitary pads, and it's not just one cycle. She has to try it for a few times before she feels like, okay, this works for me. So I think, I think it's important to give that customer the time as well to adapt. Yeah.
I think I just want to add to that. One of the good ways to do that as well is monitor your first 100, as soon as you launch a product, the feedback and the rating. And honestly, positives, while they're good to look at, but the most important ones are the people who are giving 1 star, 2 stars, right? Why are they giving you that 1 star, 2 star? What is not working for them? How can you change it? Rather than saying, oh, this is not my TG, right? It's better to actually go back and look at, what didn't work for them. And maybe kind of keep innovating on the product. So we had this philosophy of new innovation, and then the other thing is whatever you've launched today, keep renovating that, keep changing that, right? Because the markets evolve, the customer evolve, so you need to keep improving your product along with that.
And you can do it when you're small, easily, right? Like you talked about the first 100 customers, But as you scale and as you start becoming big, and now you have a team which is doing a lot of this, how do you ensure you still have your ears to the ground? Like what mechanism or what process do you use as a founder to?
I think, innovation is not just founders' responsibility. It is the part and the DNA and the culture of the organization that needs to be set. It's a mindset. It's not even a department, as we keep saying, AI is not a department. Everybody needs to use it in some way or the other. Same way, innovation. Every person in our team at Oziva was supposed to do something that they have not done before, bring a new idea, maybe fail, and it's okay to fail. Fail fast, learn, adapt. Because the greatest ideas have come from the biggest failures, I would say, right, before that. So hence, I think innovation has to be incorporated as a mindset.
Interesting. So you're saying, but when you scale, you need to have more people thinking like what you were doing when you were at an early stage, and you need those mini founders within your org who have that authority and who are listening to it with the same passion and continuously innovating. Right? Because at that scale, maybe you can't influence every decision, but you need to build a structure through which everyone is able to innovate at their level and their scale.
Yeah.
Right. So, over to you. I think beauty sits at for you, skincare sits at the intersection of beauty and healthcare, right? And education is important element of that. On how do you educate on why you are better. We briefly touched upon when Abhishek was talking about it. But you've been Bharat focused. How has your journey been on educating consumers on why should they use you, and how do you get that going?
See, I think we started off not with a scale mindset, first of all. I think many of us founders start with scale first. However, what we found is first you need to identify who is your customer, right? Because in India, you have mini Bharats, and one playbook will not work for the entire Bharat. 65% of our population is still living outside metros. We need to, not just create for affluent customers. 60% of the category growth is coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. And it's not because Bharat customers are aspirant and all. Bharat is the growth engine now. And you can't confuse your first 100,000 orders coming from metro cities as a signal to your PMF, which is the product market fit. So Instagram is not the market. It is just an intent creation engine, and the real trust, how do you build trust centers across your purchase decisions. So in our category, in the skincare category, the ideal source of advice has to come from a dermat. However, in India, you will just find one dermat across tens and 20,000 people, and if you go beyond urban areas, the ratio is worse. So where do people go now to get their first piece of advice? They don't have dermats, they will go to their nearest chemist uncle, ki uncle ye naya cinnamide hai kya? Chemist uncle will scratch the head, ki ye kya aa gaya? So education, coming to your point, has to be transferred from your brand to the touch points of where the customers are going. Content creators come last. The first is your dermat, talking about skincare category, then your local pharmacy shops, then your family and friends, and then the content creators. So if you understand that cycle, then you will realize that the unutilized distribution mode of pharmacies, local chemists, actually can become your education and trust centers. And that's what we have been doing aggressively, creating intent and discovery online. However, using these offline centers as trust centers, because everything is spiraling, you can't just be online or you can't just be online, everything is omni-channel right now. So those education points have to be, identified in your kind of business.
Clear. So that's great. So that comes from wisdom of running and scaling. Tell me one thing which you got wrong, right? As you were going on this education journey around skincare, right? You would have tried something would not have worked.
So initially we started off thinking that we are a luxury dermocosmetic brand, and our pricing, etc., was revolving around that center. So
why was it like that? Like, what are the thinking?
See, obviously in the vectors of running a D2C business, you can't be running that at a low ASP is the fact.
Clear.
However, eventually right now our ASP is under 200 rupees.
Yes.
So that is the journey where we learned that, high ASPs in our category for our customer segment will not work. And we only could get that knowledge after knowing who is our customer. So I will, repeat it to death that you really need to know who is your customer, which we now know. And that's where now the volumes are coming, right? So we confused luxury with premiumization. We thought that a guy who is buying a cream at 120 rupees is now spending 500 rupees. So let's go after them. And we found that, there are only few of them. And we can't scale if we just, identify such population. So then we came to know that Bharat is the opportunity, and that's where things started.
So that's a massive pivot, very interesting. Abhishek, for us, as we are scaling and as we were scaling, right, what started breaking the most? And in hindsight, you think, if I would have known this better, I would have handled it better?
I would say that I think making your back end really strong is super important, because more often than not, obviously demand generation's very hard, right? But then to be able to capture that with the right supply is equally important, because the last thing you want is a customer wants to buy a product and it's just, it's not available. So I think the lesson in all of this is just make sure that as you're scaling, you get your operational backbone really strong, to be really strong, right from sourcing, manufacturing to, the reaching the end consumer. Super important. I think that's obviously a big factor in sort of making sure that you're able to keep up with the demand, right? So I think
any anecdote, any personal experience?
No, I think look, we've been through. I'm sure not just us but others as well. Like first there was that COVID shock that happened, and I remember we were scrambling to get supply, and at that stage we were sourcing from outside India as well, and we had to make sure that we were able to get that. And of course, then we moved to an Indian, sort of Indian sourcing, Indian manufacturer. But then again, making sure that you're, in line with demand. I think I remember that COVID days were probably a very, it was a wake-up call to say, you should make sure that your supply is in place, right? And I think that sort of helped us build a much stronger operational backbone. That's super important, I think, for brands that are scaling. The last thing you want to do is lose that customer you worked so hard to get. So,
I think. Question for you. I think you built a brand and you had somebody like HUL look at that and be envious of what you have built and trying to get you into the fold. I think from your perspective, what do you think were some key capabilities you had built, right? What made Oziva stand out as a business, as a scaled business, which...
Yeah, I think I wouldn't comment on HUL's behalf. I would let them answer that. But for us, what really stands out and what we built was, one is, Oziva. I'll tell you the name. O stands for originality, which basically means innovation. And I keep going back to that word. It's so close and dear to us, right? We had that entire R&D when everybody went out to the manufacturer and said, "Kya ye package karke kar do?" Formulations were ready out there. We were one of the only brands who were invested in creating our own molecules. सब अगर redefine या minoxidil use कर रहे थे, हमने बोला what is a molecule that we can create for hair health was the thesis that we had. It took us 3 years, pure R&D, to be able to create a molecule like that. Now today, global brands, US brands are using that. So we have two parts of the business. One is a consumer D2C brand that we run in India. Yeah. We also have a B2B business where our R&D and molecules go actually to the outside world, and US brands are using it, right? Now that was something like, how Amazon has AWS, right? Matlab, it's something that is very, very high margin business, cash cow hai, right?
Correct.
Very similar to that. And hence, for me, R&D, keeping your product, whatever you're working on, very core to the business, उसमें आप जाके नहीं कह सकते कि manufacturer भैया ये package करके दे दो. What's your moat out there, right?
Yes.
That's the first thing that we worked on. I think the second was also to be able to evolve. We have had near-death experiences many times, right? And I don't know how many consumer brand founders are here. Okay, amazing. So, you know, the interesting thing was, we were one of the, Abhishek mentioned about 2020 COVID crisis, right? And it was a difficult time for everybody. We realized India needs health at that point in time, right? One of the, a lot of opportunities also come through in uncertain environments, right? We were amongst one of the very first early D2C brands to be able to scale to like 100 CR ARR back then in 2020, okay? Like, it was a wow moment, right? You're able to scale from 2 crore to 4 crore to 6 crore to 8 crore, and that's happening very fast. And then we plateaued at that number for a long time. And we weren't able to figure out what's happening, right? The markets are evolving and everything, and that's where I was saying that the playbook that works for 0 to 100 is not the playbook that worked for 100 to 500. We actually had to go back to the drawing board, unlearn a lot of things, right? Learn in what we need to do. We went into different categories. What are the categories that we need to play in? What are the product innovation that we need to do? What is a marketing communication playbook? Because we started with the thesis of plant-based, and there were like 50 brands who said, now we are also plant-based. I'm like, oh great, wow, this has happened to the world, right? Suddenly. And then we had to kind of invest, because we were doing a lot of R&D at the back end. We said, now we need to actually go ahead and speak about that. We need to speak about our clinical efficacy. So we just moved from clean plant-based to, you know, having more science and efficacy in our communication. There was an entire thesis around, you know, how our communication playbook evolved. So I think to answer your question, the ability to learn, evolve, adapt, to devise your new playbooks, I think that's the DNA, not just of the founder, it's the DNA of the team. And that's why maybe one of the reasons why HUL, you know, bought and acquired Shiver.
Which is to say that, build a DNA, right? And the business will potentially, like if not with supersonic speed, will build eventually, and that will be sustainable, rather than going behind a short-term business where you don't know what the 1,000 crore potentially looks like. Sumit, how do you, like I'm saying, with AI and all the capabilities which are coming through, you today can create content on educating consumers, especially with the Bharat focus. And then there is also this fear that it might not look genuine, right? Do you grapple with that? Do you use a lot of AI, and how do you balance it in your mind and in execution?
Great question there. See, for us, when you talk about content, for us, content is not to entertain, you know, my customers. It is there to educate, okay? So we don't have entertaining content and we are not a serious category, and my customer doesn't wake up at 7 a.m. and says, hey, today I will buy a sunscreen, okay? They wake up to get a clearer skin, and you know, that's where the content piece has to be there. And using AI, that is quite possible because we don't need any faces around it. We just need before, after. Things can happen quickly. Another piece is we were talking about the back-end operation. Since we ship, you know, many thousand orders a day. Our customer segment is very, 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 you know, impatient and in a hurry. Once they place the order, immediately they will call my call center. We have a call center number where they can call. Then they will also come onto the WhatsApp and ask where is my order, and then they will also email. So we have 3 tickets for a single customers and 3 teams sorting that out. So we thought that how do we unify that, and you know, eventually we used a lot of AI. We found that maximum or 60% of our queries are coming between 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning, okay? Because it's a 24-hour store, right? People shop and people have queries. So in order to do that, today we are sitting at 92% AI automation for handling our customer queries, and you know, we deal with around 500,000 messages or interactions a month. And if you don't use AI, you can't have a 200 people call center working, you know, both shifts and setting that up. So I think AI is not a substitute. It just helps you to do your job better, and you don't have to be averse. And if you're averse, then I think you're living in a hole. Wake up and use where you can, so that The customers are happy, and for that you need to know your customers.
Nice. So you touched upon AI, I think. Raise your hand if you believe AI will be a major competitive advantage in the years to come. Yeah, we all believe that. Question for you, all three of you. Tell me one capability that you think AI can't replace.
I think in a category like ours, I think it's an intimate category, right? So I think the relationship that you build with the customer is not just for now, it's for the future as well. So I think a lot of the good feedback or the goodwill that we have as a brand is because we've been able to build that relationship, and it's a real human thing. So for example, when customers have an issue, somebody picks up the phone and has a conversation with the customer. That's not something AI can beat. AI can enable a lot of that to get better, make you more productive, maybe more targeted or prioritize better. But I think that human relationship is super important. Even today, if you go to our website, you know, we have a chat sort of feature where a lot of customers come to us to ask questions about their personal health and wellness. There's actually a human sitting at the other end of that answering those questions about, these are intimate questions about somebody's health and, you know, sort of wellness. So that's, I think, what AI can't replace, right? So.
Difficult one. But I think my answer is AI is as good as you know how to use it, right? You chat with, say, on a chat GPT or anything, you say, hey, this is good. Aarti, brilliant idea. You're thinking in the right direction. Then I say something else. I'm like, Aarti, again, brilliant idea. How can every idea be brilliant, right? So basically, I think a lot of automation, it would help you think in certain ways, but eventually you have to use your brains to be able to take that call, that wisdom that has to come through some experience. I don't think so that can be all built. You will be able to automate 60, 70%, 80%. So my mandate to the team was, you know, you need to know how to work with the AI, leverage it, but ultimately, please go with your experience as well.
See, I have a great anecdote. So we were identifying what are the kind of questions that come when AI is answering, and the analysis came that 30% of the most common words that were coming was connect me to human agent. Okay, and we try to understand that why is it happening, who are those customers who want to connect to human agent just for answering something like where is my order. So what we have done is we have identified those patterns and tagged them where, you know, AI will not answer and it will be directly going to a human agent for them to answer. So we have to really understand, because again, as I said, there are mini Bharats across Bharat, and which part of India will behave how, we really don't know unless you act on it. So in India, AI is used for DIY, do it yourself. However, in Indian, the culture is you do it for me, right? And for that you need a human. So you need to understand who are those customers and you know, try and solve. But I think it is definitely you should not leave everything to AI, otherwise deep trouble.
I think if I were to attempt an answer, and just picking up from Aarti, what you said, I think AI can make you efficient and make operations better and help you do better. But I think to build a scaled organization, you need the right DNA, the culture. And as you scale, maybe getting that right, it can help you diagnose, but that comes founded down on what your ethos and
I agree.
DNA is. And maybe that's one capability AI will never be able to replace the founder and bring. Cool. One last quick rapid fire. Thanks for all your insights. One lasting advice to all the founders in the room. From you, if you were to give them an advice, what would you give?
I don't know if I'm wise enough to give advice, but no, I would say, look, principle, I think, like when in doubt, customer first. So I think being customer obsessed, it sounds very cliched, but honestly, that's what I've always believed. And that's something that I've also always discussed with my team, saying that go back. First principle is saying, what are we solving for, right? And honestly, the answers are all there. Because it's convincing somebody to buy a product, it's not easy. Like we've all sort of run businesses and it's getting that one more customer, it's not that easy. So I think it's really going back to saying that, have I solved that need for the customer? And I think that is the foundational principle, whether you're at 100 or 1,000, that should never change.
I think my answer is going to be a bit bigger, and I think especially for the consumer brand folks out here, really look at these 6 levers, go back today and look at these 6 levers in your business. The number one is gross margin. You need to, like, you know, have a target on gross margin. In the early years, when we are in the 0 to 50, we kind of forget that you know, gross margin is something that we need to take a target on. Increase it every year, take a target on that. The second lever of growth is your conversion rate. If you're sitting at a 2%, 3%, try taking it to a 4% plus. Why are you sitting at a low conversion rate? Diagnose, monitor, change. The third lever of growth is the brand searches. What are the searches of your brand on, say, Google, Amazon? How much is the search of your competition? Monitor that on a regular basis and take a target on that. The fourth lever for your growth is basically your product and the innovation. Think about categories that you're not existing in, and maybe look at those categories as well. You need to come up with 2 to 3 new products every year. Think about what are the categories that you want to expand into if you have to take 1,000 crore revenue target, right? The fifth lever is basically your creative strategy. If you are spending today on a Meta or a YouTube or Google, right, it is about quantity, quality, diversity, right? These 3 axes need to be covered. So your content engine need to be, you don't need to create ads. You need to fuel this different kind of content pieces into the engine. There's an entire playbook that we have on that, but I mean, not for this discussion. And the 6th is your distribution, the e-commerce trade. Like, are you present everywhere where the consumer wants you to buy you from? Quick.com, Amazon, Meesho, Flipkart. Never ignore any channel, even if it's contributing 1%, 2%. Ensure you're giving and you have the team placed to be present there. Ensure you have the best trade margins. You do not give 30, 40% in the initial years. There's nothing left in your P&L left then. So basically, if you can look at these 6 levers, right, and your team should be only looking at these 6 levers. If you're looking at anything apart from this, ask them not to pick a project, because these are something that you can take you from 100 to 1,000 crore.
Thanks. I think do what these both have said, but I'll just give 2 words for you guys to ponder upon. Remove confusion from your customer, whether it's about your product or whether it's about how to buy, whether this product will work for me, can I blend this product with something else. Across, it will change your pricing strategy, GTM strategy, even your hiring, everything will change if you start identifying where all my customers are getting confused in the entire customer journey. And second is build confidence for them to make a decision. Don't convince them via the intent ads, but help them with quality content that will make them confident enough to go for it and, you know, again, try it again and again and again. So confusion and confidence, these are the 2 keywords. The rest all, I think, how to execute has been already covered very nicely. Thank you.
No, thanks all 3 of you. I think, hope you got a lot of relevant insights, both on what you need to do to build a brand, 200, and then scale that from 100 to 1,000, building lasting, loved brands. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now, before we go, we have a memento for all of you. Requesting you, Atul, to please present it to them. Indeed, this was a fascinating conversation for all of us. Had all of us hooked till the end. Please put your hands together for them one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much once again. All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next conversation here. As brands scale, the rules around them also change. How consumers discover, buy, trust, and stay with businesses which is evolving rapidly. Our next conversation brings a long-term lens to building businesses in a changing commerce world. Please welcome Kulan Lalbhai, Vice Chairman, Arvind Limited, a business leader representing one of India's most respected textile, apparel and retail legacies. A big round of applause as he joins us. And moderating this session, we have Sahil Goyal, our MD and CEO, Shiprocket. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Kulin, for being here today.
Great being here.
We've known each other a few years, and I've had, I guess, a little bit of a glimpse of how your mind works, basis, our conversations, basis a lot of things you've done. But I want to go back a little bit, with what's so unique about you and about your model is you've got a century-old, nearly a century-old business, right, with Arvind. And that business has reinvented itself multiple times over to stay relevant, right? And I think it's a very important lesson, I guess, to learn and to stand on the shoulder of giants, right? To be able to learn for our entrepreneurs who are trying out now. So I think one of the things that if you can talk through just from that sort of long lineage, but still like hyper innovation in an industry which is generally considered, slightly more brick and mortar, what has innovation meant overall in the company, from your father's kind of time as well as for you? And how do you keep innovating every 5 to 10 years with something which is like I said, a more traditional style business and not necessarily a new age business? And then we'll get into the new age. But this, I think, is a very important lesson for people here.
No, great. So thanks for the question. So we are, as such, as a business group, more than 100 years old. And as I look behind, I'm now the 5th generation in the business. And I think the critical word that defines this 100-year-plus journey is reinvention and disruption. And I think one of the things we've followed as a group is a certain playbook on how do you think about this constant reinvention and building businesses. And I think the first component of that playbook is a realization that if you don't have the willingness to disrupt yourself, someone is going to disrupt you. And I think that boils down to A, having the vision of seeing what is coming, and more importantly, having the courage to follow through. And I'll give you 2 stories. When my father joined the business in the 1970s, Arvind was one of the most premium domestic fabric manufacturers, but he realized that the unorganized market was killing the organized market because it was not a level playing field. The unorganized market had benefits on power, labor, etc. So when nobody realized it, he created a clarion call in the company saying, we are going to go bankrupt. And everyone looked at him saying, this young guy has come in, he doesn't know what he's talking about. How can Arvind go bankrupt? We are a top blue chip. And in the next 10 years, 90% of Indian textiles got wiped out. And my father started his concept of Renovision, and he pivoted the company into denim, a product that never existed in India. And he created an export model that didn't exist in India. And that was the reinvention of the group in his decade. When I joined the business after my business school in 2012, Flipkart and Myntra were just about starting. Flipkart had cracked books and they were starting apparel. And it was very relevant, very apparent to me that, online is not a channel. It's going to be a completely rewiring of the business model. And we chose to disrupt ourselves. We created a startup within the group, 150 techies. We built our own tech stack. And today, 30% of our fashions business, it's a 6,000 crore business, 30% is digital and growing. Soon it'll be a 50% digital first company. So I think first, it's about seeing where the world is headed and being ready to really disrupt yourself. I think the second comes to talent. I think the bottleneck in today's day and age is talent. When we started our consumer business, we didn't hire a single person from textiles. My father set up the office in Bangalore. We are an Ahmedabad-focused company. The top 10 people we hired were from Hindustan Unilever. When I set up digital, my 150 product engineering and logistics team was all picked up from digital startups in Bangalore. So how do you get the best talent? How do you align incentives? Every business is a different ballgame. So horses for courses, the right talent. And I think the last part of our playbook is saying, how do you really combine the nimbleness of a 0 to 1 setup, small teams, weekly sprints, weekly delivery, but with very long-term thought processes. So we execute with a weekly mentality, but we plan and think in decades. And if you are able to combine that obsession and rigor of a founder mentality, but marry that with saying, what is it going to take to last 50 years? Then I think a very interesting combination happens. And that's the story of our group. It's the same playbook applied over 100 years. Knowledge changes, businesses change, but the playbook remains.
It's very powerful. I think you made a great point, right? So to have a multi-decade obsession, right? Vision, obsession, purpose, but then executing in weeks, right? I think often I found myself either getting overwhelmed because, you know, you start to think about we've got so much to do, and then ultimately it actually becomes anti-execution because you're not sure what to pick up next. So how should one, I guess it's not easy, you know, what you just said, because it's difficult to keep the consistent kind of boring execution happening because that's what compounds, but you still need to be innovative because you can't put your blinders on completely, right? They're going to come off once in 6 months and you reassess what's happening. So is there any any advice for people to be able to, you know, like think about transformation, for example, right? People talk about innovation, but I look at sort of what you guys have done, and there is transformation, which is saying, no, we are going to change the company. It's not about digital. It's about being transformative about a future that you've gazed into, and then you're working backwards off of that, right? So 2 questions, I guess. One is how do you wear both the hats together? Because I know it's very hard. Even personally, as a founder, it's very, very hard. So I would love to hear that. I'm sure people would love to hear that. And second, like when you are trying to drive a change, like when your father joined and he said, we're going to go bankrupt, we have to do this. He made a sort of a shock, and he carried, right? That's how he did it. But is there a playbook where you say, you know, this is every time there's a transformation needed, here's how you should think about it, and here are the things you should do, and then how do you wear both the hats like at the same time?
That's a great question. I think the job of an entrepreneur obviously isn't simple. There isn't just one answer to things.
Yeah.
But, you know, I've seen that transformation rarely happens through instruction. Transformation happens when you infect minds with a certain energy and vision. So it's not about direction. It is about making someone really feel and come to the answer themselves. And like, I'll give you an example of how at least this digital piece happened since I was working on it at Arvind Fashions. I realized that if I have to try and paint this picture of the future and tell my company, successful company, it was 4,000 crores at the time, very good at what it does. If I have to tell it the future is different, now you have to do something different, why would anyone listen to me? So, you know, I had a very interesting professor at Harvard, Clay Christensen, and he's come up with one of the most powerful mental models, I feel, in modern capitalism. It's called Innovators' Dilemma. And Innovators' Dilemma is exactly what you told me, that how do you create a burning platform? Because a company that's very good at what it does can't change. That's why Xerox, that's why cameras companies died, right? Because digital came and they couldn't adapt. So what Clay Christensen says is, if you have to create this burning platform and the ability to disrupt yourself, you need fundamentally different people, different processes, and different systems initially to see traction. So we created this team of 100 people. We made it a startup, but we told it, Arvind Fashions is your walled garden. So don't innovate in ether. Innovate with this anchor customer, understand the problems of this customer, work inside this customer but outside this customer. And we were able to build the initial tech stack. Then we got the first wins. Then we started infusing this, or as I said, we started infecting Arvind Fashions with this technology. And slowly, as brand managers, brand CEOs, and everyone started seeing the traction, over a 5-year period, I don't think people even realized it, but they realized that this is core to the business. And we were able to then take the entire stack and this whole team and infuse it in the older company. And today it's a full omni-channel business where we have seamless physical, digital integration. So I think the founder has to play this role of protecting this little seed that has to germinate, to keep inspiring. Sometimes hathoda marna padta hai, kahin baar you have to inspire, right? It's this tricky balance. But the entrepreneur has to know that this is going to take time. If you think all of this is going to happen in 2 years, it's not.
What should be, how much time should one, I know there's no formula, but I'm still asking anyway, right? Like for example, it took us many years at Shiprocket to be able to find product market fit, but we were obsessed with the problem, right? But sometimes you can be over obsessed and it could lead to sort of wrong things. So is there any thought process there, like when you are innovating, how do you know you're on the right path?
I think PMF, if you can't find PMF within a year or two, you're done.
Yeah.
So if PMF isn't happening, you better be obsessed about getting PMF.
Yeah.
But the final vision of what you have to create, I don't think any great stories get created in less than 5 to 10 years. And often in an innovation economy, the challenge is how do you create time for your company to get there? And the way you think through your cap table, the way you think through people backing your idea, the job of an entrepreneur is to give his company enough rope that you can build things the right way over 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, and you isolated your tech team, right?
Yes. You have to protect the
culture
team and you have to resource the team. I think both.
Yeah, because the culture ends up being different. You want them to operate at a different pace, and you also obviously want to take the learnings back to the mothership. And I think like you preempted omni-channel consumer behavior way before it was being kind of talked about. And I think today it becomes super relevant because we've obviously partnered on some of the technology, and we have great brands like Bata, etc. now using it, right? It's happening now, where people want it in 1 hour, and we were just talking about it, it's going to come from the store very soon, right? So tell me, like in your opinion, you run multiple brands, you run digital within Arvind, like end to end. What have you seen in the last maybe 5 to 7 years in terms of consumer expectations? Of course, younger consumers are coming into the fold. There is new to commerce consumers coming from tier 3. There's all kinds of new phenomena happening, right? So over the last 5 to 10 years, are there 1 or 2 trends that that one give you a pattern of saying, okay, this is what I think is happening, and this is what I think is going to happen because of that? I think it's very useful to hear from someone who's at scale.
See, I think one thing which always changes, and it'll keep changing, is the form of fashion, right? I'm from the fashion industry. In the 90s, all the big brands were formal wear brands. Then came the casual revolution, where we brought in a brand called US Polo, right place, right time. Today it's a 2,500 crore brand. It was about timing the market right and playing it out and shaping that market. Today I see the emergence of athleisure, active wellness. That's going to be another major curve which will create very large sneaker brands, very large running brands. All of that is going to come. So one of the arcs is always the consumer keeps changing preferences, and you have to evolve with the consumer, right? In an Indian market, fashion used to take a lot of time to come from the West to India. Now it's instantaneous, thanks to social media, thanks to digital. There used to be a time where North India picked up a trend 2 years before South India followed. Now it happens again in weeks or months. So fashion has become fast, we all know this. But I think there's a big fundamental change in the way Gen Z and Gen Alpha will consume compared to millennials and before, which is, I don't think the newer generations can be sold to. I think the old advertising model is dead. I think the future is about authentic conversation. It's about content, and content which is rapid, continuous, and 360 in its digital manifestation to the new consumer. So I think the business of building brands will need to evolve. Our skill sets around creating content, disseminating content, and engaging with this new customer, that is what we have to learn. as brands, we have to redo our supply chains to react to consumers much quickly. I used to build fashion with a 9 to 12 month concept to shelf. We are now building fashion which is conceptualized to delivered within weeks or maximum a month and a half to 2 months. And AI is going to fundamentally change this business because we used to have human beings who used to decide how to price inventory, which product to send to which store, how much of what to produce. Now my business, we produce 30,000 SKUs every 6 months. Humans should not be making these decisions in the future. It's going to be AI systems with human in the loop. So I think we have to catch up and reinvent the business model to survive. Otherwise, many of the brands you see today won't survive after 10 years.
That's really valuable advice, Kulin, and I think AI is kind of, a huge enabler to kind of doing a lot of things that, we couldn't do earlier, right? You couldn't reach everybody in every dialect, and you couldn't kind of build interfaces that could just transform at a one-to-one level. You couldn't, your margins were smaller. So I think one of the things that, we are observing is a lot of newer brands are trying to kind of cut the initial testing cycle, product design, formulation, whatever it is, because generally the AI is smart at helping you make a better right decision. So while we know lots of AI native D2C brands are coming up, but from a scaled supply chain perspective or a value chain perspective, if you think about a much larger picture like yours, where do you think AI can add, like the 2 or 3 areas where they can add the most value as you get to scale? One is innovation, right? We get that. But I'm saying for a running enterprise, where is it, in your opinion, where you find that, these are great places for AI to go and embed itself?
So let me take again consumer business, Arvind Fashion, since we have an audience that is interested in D2C brands and consumer. If we really abstract it out, what is discounting? Discounting is inefficiency. It's a supply-demand mismatch. Today, my company, we sell 10,000 crores worth of MRP product. My average discounting is 20%. So I have 2,000 crores of inefficiency. That's the TAM I can solve for. My business is, couple of 100 crores PAT. If I'm able to reduce my discount by 20%, I'll double my PAT. Right? And that boils down to better pricing decisions. Today I've built a price algo. I used to have human beings decide 30% off, 40% off, 50% off. This is like Stone Age tools, right? Some humans saying buy one, B1 G1 karte hai. What is B1 G1 karte hai? I can create an online pricing engine where every week I'm kind of deciding elasticity-based, random forest-based algorithms which tell me what is the right way to price my product. I can figure out how much of what to produce. Many times I'm producing too much of certain things that don't sell and too little of what sells fast. I can forecast using AI. Today, every store of mine carries 4% of my overall range. Somebody decides that Punjab requires a blue check more than a black check. Why should a human decide that? If I have a learning over 10 years, an algorithm should decide which item goes to which store. That dramatically can change my sell-throughs. So every business today, right, we underestimate the inefficiency we are sitting on. But the problems, the AI I'm talking about is so hard to get done because the issue isn't the algorithm. Honestly, algorithms are going to get commoditized very quickly. It's about data. How do you make your data ingestible? How do you design the use case? How do you get the right combination of AI and human in the loop to ensure that you don't have a very, very major derailment of your business model? I think those are the hearts of the problem that we need to solve for moving forward.
Absolutely. I think even the fact that one is the intelligence at large, right? AI can perform tasks that no single human can. It's just, we just can't process like that, right? But I also think the speed at which it's able to, collapse answers or cut short the time just gives you the power to iterate at like a 10x velocity, right? So it completely changes the game of experiment, like trying new things.
Completely. But the one thing you need to get advantage of what you said is the human needs to be ready to use it.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing we are working on in our group, we've got 8 companies, we've got 70,000 people who work across all these businesses. My problem statement is how to convince them that they need to rapidly adopt AI or they will become irrelevant. Right? You see the leading edge companies, you see the software sector. 40% of the workforce which isn't retooled is gone already.
Yeah.
Right? That's going to happen in almost every industry. And we need to, as a founder, it's my job to set that new burning platform. If omni-channel was what we needed a decade back as the burning platform, now how do we become AI ready as a company is the new platform. We are so complicated as a business. Every business has created its own processes on finance, HR, procurement. We are now creating a GCC for the group. We pull back all our processes, centralize them, and then put agentic on top of that. We're creating education of all our core decision makers. I'm putting myself through that education. I didn't know how to write skills on Claude. I didn't know how to write routines using Claude code. I need to first learn, right? Before I can expect others to. So how do you re-educate people to say that this is not going to take your job, but you plus this is going to change the world, right? I mean, that's the reorientation. And unless that happens rapidly, I think society is going to go through a tough next 4-5 years because the readjustment period we have to change is a little too short.
No, it's a great point. I think AI puts time, the mechanical kind of work that one does, that time goes back in the hands of the human. And it's a tool, right? It's like internet. It's like saying that, no, I'm not going to write an email, I'm going to write a paper letter. It's a matter of time, right? You will have to do it. I think the belief into saying, oh, this is very much the future and it's happening at a rapid pace. So to be able to learn it, then to be able to apply it is kind of what you're saying, right? Yes. I think just one last thing I would love for you to kind of share because, and you and I have very candid conversations. I always take away nuggets from when we meet, right? What is there to unlearn, right? In the sense that there's all these, at least what I noticed with AI is, for example, prioritization of what to build is the rubric is completely changed because it's no longer the trade-off of engineering cost or anything. It's about, well, where are you going to put your mind? Can you distribute it and so on? So there's a lot of unlearning that a lot of us are having to do. But purely as a consumer brand business or somebody who understands consumer very well, what are things that brands and entrepreneurs need to drop the baggage on or unlearn, which is not going to work, maybe not right now, but not going to work in the coming future as per your pattern?
I think a helpful answer, because see, the answer to that question is very specific to a certain type of business. So I feel there's a reset that is required, which is more at the root of things, which is to say, how do you really create a learning mindset? I think the problem with people who are successful is you get too wedded to what has made you successful.
Yeah.
Right? And the day you feel you know everything is the day you stop growing, is the day you stop learning, is the day the ego takes over, is the day you die. Right? Now, this has always been the case since thousands of years. But I think AI has just removed the value of specialization completely. Because soon intelligence will be more specialized than you. So then what is the role of the human? The role of the human is to bring things together and to apply things across functions.
Yeah, it's the orchestrator.
It's an orchestration role.
Yeah, no longer a doing
and it's
role.
no longer a doer role.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if you have to be an orchestrator, the core requirement is adaptation, flexibility, fungibility, and learning. So I think we must all challenge ourselves a lot in saying, how do we, as a mindset, become rapid learners? Because what we know today may be relevant tomorrow. So, I mean, that's at least the frame of reference. I don't know if I've answered your question. But
it is.
That's, I think, the frame of reference of how I think leaders need to behave. How do you walk the talk on rapid learning so that your teams also see you walk the talk and do likewise. So it's about showing that rapid change is something you're ready for, and you don't get stuck in what has worked in the past.
So it's being life learners, being open to sort of what's happening, and it's proven across your century plus old
And
legacy.
being super humble about your
100%.
skills.
Yeah.
Because if you are not, it's going to be very tough in the world of tomorrow.
Yeah. Lots of great advice, Kulin. Thank you so much for your presence here today. Really, I think people have taken away a bunch of things here. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Sahil. Great being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And before you go, we have a memento to present to you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an extraordinary conversation on enduring businesses and how legacies are built. Once again, please put your hands together for them. Thank you, gentlemen. We now move to a critical layer of the commerce journey, which is payments. In an AI era, payments are not just the end of the funnel, they are the key part of the customer's trust, conversation. Over to you, gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. It's an absolute privilege to have Kunal with me on the stage today. I think what Epay he has built with Epay is truly phenomenal. And again, thank you for your time, sir. Thank you for being an important part of this event. I have this little cheat sheet with me because I was talking to Kunal earlier, and I think despite knowing Epay, there was so much I learned more in that half-an-hour conversation. So I have this little cheat sheet to make sure I don't forget some of the things, because I think the audience here can tremendously benefit. Because a lot of what they're doing is really cool, and if I don't know about it, I'm sure a lot of people here don't know about it. So I think it's going to be very beneficial. But Kunal, let's start at the beginning. You started Epay in 2012. You built a fintech company in a space where everyone was focusing on the consumer side, raising tons of VC capital. You were able to build a company that has endured and thrived. So what is it about Epay? What was the vision? And at a space where fintech, the way you were looking at it, was not really the popular theme, what kept you motivated, and what kept that vision completely resilient to be able to build the phenomenal infrastructure you have today?
So the idea came from when I was working at Hungama. We were launching Hungama.com, which essentially was the Apple Store or the iStore for India. We were dealing with payment companies. This is way back 2010. Telco billing was the most popular one. Went to the CC Avenues and the Bill Desks of the world. Everybody's service was terrible. The thesis then came out, at least because I was part of the product team, was that, look, we are starting a music store that's selling online, has to sell on mobile, has to sell on the website, has to sell through the telco network, etc. But it's madness for me to manage all the payment rails at the back end. And the thesis was that if we're starting this as a consumer brand, other brands are going to come down the same journey. So they're going to face this problem. So why not take advantage of it right now and start building it out? That was sort of the thesis, and it's continued to exist 14 years later, because as everybody here knows, today you're selling online, you're selling offline, and you have quick commerce, which is sort of merged both those worlds and put it on steroids in a sense, right? But it's difficult to work in this world. It's difficult to find the right payment partner who can work with 300 banks, solve 20 UPI app issues, etc. So I think that's where the thesis came from, and we've not stopped for the last 14 years.
And it's like I said, when we were talking earlier, you were talking about how the initial focus was on large enterprise customers, like Tanishq, and then obviously you have this huge base now of Kirana stores, etc., that you also power.
Right.
And any business, as it evolves, it goes through pivots, or sometimes it just goes through changes in directional strategy. What is the one thing that has really stayed true to the core of Epay as you've gone through this journey over the last 14 years?
Yeah, I think that's a easy and a tough question to answer at the same time, because the thesis now looking back is essentially connecting dots, right? Making sure that consumers have all the options to make payments, and then making sure brands like all of us are enabling it wherever the consumers want without the overhead that exists. So I think that has stuck with us, and everything that we've evolved into, moving from payments to our distribution business, which we talked about, is about connecting those dots, right? To give a little color on the distribution business that we have, is in the peak of COVID, this was May of 2020, all of us worked from home, etc. The one business that was running was the Kinara shop, because the government allowed them to operate, right? And we got thinking, saying, how do we enable these guys? Like, how do we take advantage of this opportunity? Because as a finance company, I was allowed to put a sticker on my car and drive around the city because it was considered infrastructure, right? That's when we launched our financial inclusion platform, where we converted Kinara shops into banks, essentially. So people could go up to them, withdraw money, deposit money, transfer money, etc., right? Now we have extended that after so many years into saying, you as a D2C brand owner, how do you get access to them, right? Because the mystery everybody is being able to solve or wants to solve is distribution at the lowest cost, right? And that's what we're trying to solve through that network.
And that's really interesting, and I want you to dwell a little bit deeper, because for me this was actually eye-opening in our conversation earlier today, because what you're doing around the distribution side, for especially the audience here today, which is D2C sellers, online sellers, I think provides an infrastructure that is unlike anything else. So can you talk a little bit more about the distribution business? Sure. Because I really think the audience here can benefit from plugging into that infrastructure.
Sure. So, honest truth, I'm not a D2C guy at all. I don't understand it. But I have two people in my life who are talking to me about D2C on a daily basis. One is my wife, who runs Clayco, a fairly successful D2C brand. And the other one is my brother-in-law, who runs Baklava Box, again a D2C brand. And I don't hear the end of all the problems we're facing, right? And that has sort of helped build the thesis from saying, Meta doesn't work anymore from an ad spend perspective. You're not able to acquire. There's enough people who've talked about how expensive it is, but how difficult it is turning out to be. Q-commerce has its own sort of pain points, between forcing them to spend on advertising, to activating specific pin codes, etc., etc. So, we decided we have access to 6 lakh retail shops today, where the shop owner is daily using the AirPay app to provide services to their consumer. How do we build a bazaar ecosystem in that, where you can take your Shopify storefront and by click of a button, and I'm being very honest, we can show this to you outside, is by the click of a button, get your entire storefront exposed to that shopkeeper, right? Now that's reach that you otherwise would be struggling for. We're not blocking your inventory. You get the customer ownership. The order is placed back in your Shopify store, so you have no new learning to do. It's just a brand new channel that's available to you, and it streamlines everything. Nothing changes for you. Lots changes for that guy, because he has a limitation of space. He cannot carry inventory that you even want to push to him. So he's very happy to take that order, earn his commission, and you can courier the goods directly to the consumer, right? He's also validating your products for you, which again is building trust. So I know a few people before me talked about how do you get that pharmacy guy to understand what you're selling, and how do you validate that? I think we're able to provide that sort of trust building from a phygital point of view. And we're very proud of it. So today, actually, we have it ready outside to any of you who want to see it and sign up for it. So it works.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. And I think the world that we're moving in, online is obviously getting a lot more crowded.
Right.
It's a lot harder to find your voice and your brand, make your brand stand out, because everyone's advertising, right? Everyone's there. Well, not everyone's on QCOM, but at least on the online social media platforms and the online advertising platforms, it's expensive and it's very crowded.
Right.
I think this is something that's truly unique, because you are now targeting a set of consumers which potentially is not seeing you on those channels.
Correct.
Right? And like you said, a lot changes for the Kirana guy, because suddenly there's a revenue stream available,
Precisely.
which helps them sustain in the long term.
Exactly.
And as you've done this, like as you're thinking about Phygital, Kunal, what are some of the biggest challenges that you're seeing some of your customers, like the Shopify websites, etc., face, and what is the advice you'd have for some of these entrepreneurs as they think about this channel, especially through AirPay or other ways? What is it that they need to recognize? Because this is something that would potentially be new for them as well.
Look, I think the problem is the same as you truly face today, right? I know, and I keep saying this, but I don't know if all of you face this, inventory costs money. Blocking inventory costs money. You give it to a marketplace, it shows up back at your doorstep 6 months later, it's probably expired, or the boxes are damaged, etc. It's junk, you have to dump it. That's a cost to you. You cannot discount that. This is a low cost because you're not shipping anything till you've received the order. To me, that reach is incredible, one, and two, it's tier 2 down. So we're not talking metro at all. We're talking tier 2 down, we're talking about Bharat, consumers who want products but don't know how to consume them. We talk about trust, they have a trust problem. That's why COD is such a big piece of e-commerce. They don't believe they're going to receive their product as they're seeing. This solves that problem because we are validating who we are onboarding onto the platform. The Vyapari himself is then getting that security and giving comfort to the customer saying, if you don't get it, show up at my shop. I'm right here. I'm not disappearing. I've been here, countless years. So I'm right here to deal with the problems that you have. I think that is very, very strong. And problem-wise, I think it solves a lot of your operational overheads, which you otherwise would not be able to solve for.
Absolutely, I think it's something we're also seeing at Shiprocket, right? This is one of the big reasons for our offline push as well, is that trust is really, really important.
Right.
Especially when you think of Bharat. Because, a lot of the first adopters of e-commerce and online commerce, that trust has been built. But as you think of Bharat, that trust is still being built.
Correct.
And I think that's why these networks are truly important. And I'd encourage everyone to go to the AirPay stall and experience it. It is something that's, again, true innovation in the truest sense. So now let's go back a little bit to our theme today, which is AI. And one of the things I'd love to ask you is that everyone is talking about AI. Every conversation, every dinner table conversation, party that you go to, especially if they found out you're a tech founder, everyone is just talking about AI and
Absolutely.
How they're adopting AI. And it's a very diverse spectrum of what people think of AI. Something like a ChatGPT, which replaces essentially your Google search maybe,
Correct.
or it's just a way to use as a consumer, or Claude Code, which is more advanced users are using it to build products. But I'd really love to understand, as you're building AirPay, how do you build an AI-centric company versus just a feature, like AI being a feature or a value add within the tool versus saying, we want to build a company that is actually using AI at its core. What is the advice you'd have to some of the audience out here?
So I think, to be very honest, I think AI is a tool. I don't think that you should build your company around AI. I think you should build AI around your company. It's the other way around. I come from a generation that used to use Word in the traditional command line world, right? And Microsoft Office came along, and today you have AI writing a lot of your stuff. To me, the AI transition is very similar to that, right? Is to say it's a force multiplier, but I think you have to go back to that human instinct as a founder and say, this works for me and this doesn't work for me. You cannot replace your instinct. You can do the filtering, but I don't trust it enough to say, has it really understood what I want and what I need? It gives me visibility to things, but end of the day, I have to ask for that visibility. It's not just going to produce it like out of magic. So to me, AI is the tool that founders need to get comfortable with and decide where it needs to get used. Again, I have a completely different example. I have my brother-in-law who's replaced his entire marketing agency with AI. So it builds all his campaigns, builds all his content, decides the spends on the ads, all of it, right? And he's seen a huge bump in his numbers. I don't understand it, right? But on the flip side, my wife is struggling with it. So, I think it's about how you use it. Just make sure you're using it as a tool and not the person dictating what you should be doing.
I think that's great advice, because sometimes there's almost this FOMO in everybody, right?
Yeah.
That AI should be an important part of our business. When we talk about our business, AI should be at the core of everything we say.
It's the cool thing to talk about,
Yeah.
right?
And sometimes then you make bad decisions, right?
Yeah,
Because like you
yeah.
said, it is not, essentially it doesn't need to be at the core of every business. For some people it might just be a feature.
Correct.
And that's okay. And one thing I'd love to understand from an AirPay perspective, where have you seen the biggest value that AI has brought to your business? And maybe the one thing where you feel that AI, just forcing AI into the business would be a big mistake.
We're still discovering pockets of opportunity. I'm a very nuts and bolts guy. We've been able to solve simple operational things with AI. Stuff that, a simple thing. Today, GST reconciliation is a pain. If you have multi-cities, you have multi-state GST, etc. It's the most boring thing for a founder to deal with, right? You might have the largest accounting team, but today as a startup founder, it's not a headache that you want to deal with. So my team put together a simple AI-built app to solve that. Something that was taking 4 days is now taking 2 hours, right? That's the power of AI. And it's nuts and bolts. I mean, your dhanda will be cool. It's, you want the world to think it's cool. But you can believe it's cool, but you have to live by, you have to still package your products and ship them out, right? You still have to do that. Where do you want to spend your time? I think that's where we've been able to solve for, is we're starting to find these nuggets, improve efficiency because of it, and then build on that. So our intent is eventually to remove all the manual labor that's not value add in that sense, and build on that. That's what our intent is.
Brilliant. And I want to end out with one question which I think is truly remarkable about AirPay, is the fact that you've been able to build a resilient company in an industry which has been fueled by venture capital or a lot of external money. And you've not just been able to survive, but you've been able to thrive.
Right.
What is the one advice you'd have for, because they're all entrepreneurs out here, to be able to kind of build a business which is able to withstand those sorts of external pressures? Because I'm sure you had external pressures as well to kind of follow the herd, right? And it's hard to be the one who stands out. So I would love to understand, I would love for you to share your advice with the audience out here on what has really helped you build this.
Honestly, don't get FOMO about the headlines that you read, because they're just headlines. There's no substance to it. If you go talk to that same person, you will realize that it's just a headline, it's a statement. Focus on your business, follow your gut, right? It has worked negatively for me. I mean, even today, I face problems where my peers come and tell me, look, they've raised so much money, look at their valuation, why aren't you doing it, what is your problem? Things like that. Or, partners come and say, oh, but you don't have the money to do this. I said, that's my problem. I'm working with you. I'm going to pay you, do the job. I think don't get caught up in the valuation game. Believe your instinct, because you started this. You get it better than anybody else. Keep your mind open to learning, but don't get caught up in the headlines. Focus on your business. It's the easiest thing to get lost with, right? Which is why you would not have heard of AirPay ever, in that sense. Because we've stayed under the radar, we've talked to people, we have customers referring us to other customers. We work in the most boring sector, right? Within that fintech, just for context, education, we have 20,000 education institutes that we collect fees for. We're bigger than some of the banks, right? But nobody knows us. But in the education sector, everybody knows us, right? So I think for me, that's worked. And I would tell all founders, focus on your business, don't get caught up in the punchline, because at the end of the day, that's what will remain, right? And it's unnecessary pressure. You already have so much pressure on you. Don't take the unnecessary pressure.
Well, I think that's great advice. And I think that the two nuggets that I think everyone should take out of this is that advice on do what works for you. What's working for the world may not necessarily be right for you. And obviously on the fact that, use AI wisely. It's a great tool, but it is a tool, and you have to, again, make it work for you. So I think that's tremendous advice for the people here, and I'd encourage everyone, please do go see the distribution part of AirPay that is outside, because that was an eye-opener for me earlier today, and especially for this audience which is selling online. I did not know about it, I'll be honest. And literally, I have this cheat sheet where I wrote down about it, because now I need to go and figure out about it. Please do go see that, because I think it's a source of sales and revenue that you can unlock for your business. So thank you, Kunal. Thank you for all your support with this event, and congratulations on Ape.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kunal and Akshay. Request you to please do stay back. That was a very valuable conversation, ladies and gentlemen. And here we have a memento, a memory from this day. We'd like you to have this. Can we please have a big round of applause for Kunal and Akshay? Thank you. But now we move forward to the next part. As commerce experiences become smarter, the infrastructure behind them must become smarter too. We now have a very special keynote session by Google Cloud, and to do the same, please put your hands together and welcome Kiran Kumar Kesavarapu, Director, Customer Engineering, Google Cloud, a technology leader helping businesses unlock the power of cloud data and AI for the next phase of growth. A big round of applause as he joins us on stage here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Over to you.
All right. Am I supposed to be here or there?
As you wish.
All right. Good afternoon, folks. I'm hoping you've all had your lunch. My name is Kiran, and I'll talk to you for the next 15 minutes. It's a very interesting set of speakers that you've gone through. I'm sure this audience is richer with all their knowledge and wisdom. I realize that I'm speaking to people who live and breathe D2C commerce online pretty much for most part of your living days, right? So what you're going to hear from me is definitely not going to be new, but I just wanted to give it some context as we at Google Cloud and Google see it. With that, I'll perhaps make the opening remark that I am no expert on seeing the future of AI, but at least in the line of sight that we have to the future of AI, we see it as the emergence and evolution of what I call the zero-click economy, right? We've been used to clicking here and there on surfaces to complete a transaction, but I think the future of AI and the success for that future lies in delivering a zero-click economy for our consumers, partners, and employees. With that opening statement, I'll perhaps get your attention to the two images that you see on your screen. And to understand the future of AI and the zero-click economy, it's important to understand the battleground. The battleground is really about attention. And if I may, I can sort of take you back to the days when the mobile revolution began and the times when reach was scarce, but attention was plentiful. Our cultural nuances may be very different, but I'm sure each of us understand the underlying message between these two messages, right? So I'm not going to belabor on the point. If you, in the past, released an ad on TV or in mainstream newspaper, you were sure to get a fair amount of attention from the audience that you were addressing. But that world is now gone, right? Mobile has really upended the equation that existed, and now every disruptor, innovator, online commerce participant is vying for the attention of consumers. And what you now have is a curious case of extreme reach, but very little attention. And I just wanted to show you some data points as we see it. On an average, consumers are spending about 4.75 hours roughly a day on mobile devices. That's still lower than what we see in Asia Pacific at about 6 hours a day. So it's almost 1/5 of the day that is spent on mobile devices. So that tells you that there is significant amount of reach. The second part, reach, the attention bit, right? How many apps get downloaded? The largest market for our app downloads in the world. 25 billion apps got downloaded last year. That's roughly about 48,000 apps, right, a minute. It's significant, right? So it tells you that this juggernaut is not going to stop. But that also tells you that there is a significant opportunity ahead of us, which is powered by the likes of UPI or digital public infrastructure of that order. The part that I think is very promising for online commerce is the average spend per user is only $5, so way lesser than many other developed economies in the world where penetration is good, attention is scarce, and the commerce opportunity is significantly higher. So India has a runway available for commerce to grow, and that's the good part for everyone sitting in this room. But that battle for attention is sort of leading up to what we now see as agentic commerce. But before I get to that point, I want to sort of spend a few minutes on the path that consumers take, right, between the time they receive triggers that eventually translate into intent for purchase and the actual act of making a purchase, right? I call this the tyranny of choice. They have a lot of choice that they are bombarded with, right? And it's that messy middle that one needs to traverse. In the past, people would rely on informal networks, on formal influencer groups, right? And whether it is a consumer or a customer or an investor or a prospect for insurance or a prospect for a bank or for a prospect for buying a cake from an online store, you're essentially bombarded with signals, and that needs to be the battleground for every online participant. In the past, brands used to use data platforms, right? And there were very many of them. Those data platforms used to provide the ability to capture signal and assist with re-engaging of these prospects and customers with the platform. But something changed with the advent of AI, right? AI began to do two things, and that is powering the new wave of commerce, which is conversational search. I just heard Akshay speak to that very briefly in the previous session. And the second one is personalization. Both of them are not so new as tech phenomenon, but they are beginning to get packaged into the world of agentic commerce, right? So if you look at conversational search first, in the past, every one of us used to do clunky searches, brief phrases. We used to get links, manually synthesize the information from these links to get to the result that we wanted to. But now every one of us expect conversational responses, right? So when we go into a surface, we are now by habit looking for searches with complex queries. We are bundling multiple intents into one single search query or search string. And at least at Google's end, we see that queries that have more than 8 words have grown almost 800% year on year. So that tells you that conversational search is here to stay, and it is going to power the experience of the future. And that brings me to the second topic, right, which is personalization. It's not like personalization hasn't existed, but given that more and more Indian consumers are exposed to more and more innovation, the demand for that is only growing. So it's no longer good enough to have personalization. It needs to be extreme in the place, the moment that consumers need to see that personalization. So if attention is scarce and the path to purchase is messy, or the tyranny of choice is what impacts a consumer, the only thing that you are left to solve for is personalization. And personalization is no longer about customer satisfaction. It's actually about incremental revenue that gets delivered to the business, right? So it's no longer a standard set of products that you offer to a customer based on cohort analysis, but you want to customize it to the place, the moment that the consumer wants to consume that product in. And at least AI-powered personalization is now delivering almost a 15x improvement in return on investment that we are seeing, okay? What we are now beginning to see is that intense battle for not just the scarce space in the palm of a customer, but in the wallet and the mindshare of the consumer. So it's good to now see brands bringing these two together, conversational search and personalization, into the world of agentic commerce. So agentic commerce is what is underpinning the zero-click economy. And in India, we have another variable that is hugely relevant. I think the previous panel spoke to that in a bit, which is vernacular and voice, right? The search is now going via voice, not even via typing, right? So that's the force multiplier for agentic commerce. And this world is a curious one because we are now seeing consumers progress from being satisfied with receiving advice to receiving assistance to actually expecting autonomous AI agents behind the scene complete the full transaction from searching to finding the most relevant product, to negotiating on behalf of you, and to actually close the transaction by paying for it, right? So this autonomy that we now see is going to be powered by almost a first-party citizen in the contract, right? You are delegating autonomy or agency to an AI agent to complete the transaction end-to-end on your behalf. And this world of agentic commerce will do a number of things. I mean, I've just reproduced phrases that, for example, I saw my son asking me, why can't an AI agent just do the process of searching for a concert ticket and actually paying for it, as opposed to me waking up in the night and trying to book a ticket on XYZ platform for a concert show, right? So we see this world of agentic commerce leading to zero-click economy, leading to power and voice consumed, voice-powered agentic commerce. So we went with AI from solving for simple search to generating a few things reactively to now acting autonomously, right? So for those of us who understand AI very well, we began with reactive AI, which is prompts, right? Give a prompt, expect the LLM to throw a result back at you. It could be to create an image, to summarize a bunch of text and get to the outcome that I wanted. Now with agentic commerce, we are moving into the world of proactive AI, where autonomy is granted and agents do a bunch of things on your behalf. And what you see is really a rendition of a consumer on a payment surface. It could be any consumer surface, but it could, for whatever it is worth, I've just shown you an example of a consumer on a payment surface browsing for not just a garment for a particular occasion, but going through the process of granting the autonomy for the agent and the sub-agents to discover products, goods relevant for them, making the recommendations, and finally closing the transaction on behalf of the customer, right? So you'll see a bunch of agents underpinning this consumer experience, which tells us that for innovators, for disruptors, there are really two opportunities. One opportunity is where you own the experience end-to-end on a surface, powered by agentic capabilities under the bonnet, and you become the merchant of destination, right? Irrespective of whether or not you are the producer of that capability. And the second one, you become the owner of the transaction and you do it really well, which means that you are a participant in the overall agentic ecosystem, and your agents, your AI agents, are surfaced, are discoverable for the owner of the consumer journey end-to-end, right? So we see the world basically getting split between these two paradigms, which brings us to a topic that I find is equally compelling and hard. So while the future of AI is spoken about in the context of what it will do to consumer experience, we think that that is one part of the equation, right? The future of AI is incomplete without the founders, without the employees, and the owners of enterprises being the agent of change themselves, right? So it's good to think of AI being the agent of change, but I think each one of us inside the enterprise needs to be that agent of change, where employees can discover new information through research or design new content, images, videos for creative generation, or build low-code, no-code agents, and finally execute through autonomous agents, right? So to me, this is a hard part of the problem that needs to be solved for. We are seeing AI and agentic commerce in 5 places. I spoke a little bit about agentic networks, so I won't go there. Creative revolution, I think the previous speaker, the founder of AirPay, spoke about what his brother-in-law is doing, so I'm not going to belabor on that point as well. But 3 things that we are seeing in addition to what has been spoken about. Physical AI, a significant change happening on factory floors. I think many of you would be aware of Waymo from Google as one of the best examples of physical AI playing out on the roads. But there is a lot more coming via robotics on factory floors, in warehouses, in logistics, right? The second area is multimodal reasoning. Now LLMs are multimodal. They're able to consume video, text, images, code, and the outputs are getting embedded into business processes. And finally, AI fluency at individual employee level, right? From a Google standpoint, we see this as 2 parts. Your job as founders and executives is to build the future. And our job is to help you with the engine that can power that future so that you can go faster, right? So we are building technology for you to build agents and for us to empower your employees, your workforce to be a lot more productive with the same AI, right? So there's also an altruistic motive here, which is to build AI for everyone. And there are 2 spaces that I would like to call out, which is very relevant for India. One is Google DeepMind's AlphaFold. For 50 years, this has been an unsolved problem in biology, which is to decipher a 3D model for protein that helps in drug discovery. With AlphaFold 3, the latest evolution in Google DeepMind's molecular drug discovery, we have shortened that decade-long billion-dollar process for molecular drug discovery to just a few weeks. And that is going to help mankind with well-being for discovery of drugs and therefore solving for diseases at large. The second one is basically weather, right? We think of this as a problem that's sort of not impacting us, but for India to progress, we see this as a significant obstacle. So with GraphCast as a new weather forecasting model that can be far more powerful than traditional simulations of weather data, we see this now coming to the aid for agriculture, agri-produce, farming, and for many other things that impact day-to-day lives in India. We think of this as a moment in India's evolution to embed AI in every enterprise, big or small, and power our ambition to be a 30 trillion economy by 2047. I've listed some examples of agentic work going on in places as different as automobiles and hospitals, but perhaps with the time that I'm being asked to sort of wrap up, I'll give this a skip. The last comment, I mean, you will hear a lot about AI and the cost of AI, so I was sort of tempted to take an analogy, right? AI is rewiring the economy, no 2 ways about it. But there is an opportunity for AI to also bring costs of goods sold, produced, shipped dramatically, right? And I want to draw a comparison between what it used to take in the 1950s to ship a ton of goods, right? It used to take about $6 for a ton. By 1980s, when containerization, and I think Shiprocket and every one of you will understand this better, by the time containerization came in, that dropped to 16 cents a ton, almost a 97% reduction, right? And what that did was fueled mass consumerism and mass production. Data, 1980, the container shipping was about 100 million metric tons. By 2022, it was 2 billion metric tons. So if containerization could do to commerce by increasing volumes and driving the cost down, we see AI eventually getting us to that point, and that will aid significantly in rewiring the economy. So just hold your breath. I think AI is going to eventually power not just the growth, but also the cost dynamics for the industry at large. With that, I just want to leave you with a video that you can watch at your leisure. We are imagining India by 2047 completely created by Gemini and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kiran. Once again, please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we have a small memento for you to take back, a memory from this day. Yes. Okay, we gotta go in the center a bit. Yes, here. Thank you. Yes. All right, it was a pleasure having you here. Thank you once again. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move to our next session, which is going to be a panel discussion. They say technology creates real value when it improves the customer experience. Today, customer experience is not just one moment. It begins before discovery and continues through purchase, delivery, support, repeat buying, and loyalty, of course. To discuss AI-led customer experiences at scale, please join me in welcoming Siddhant Rana, Head of Partnerships India and SEA Shopify. A big round of applause as he comes in, bringing a platform view of how businesses across the region are building better digital commerce experiences. We also have Pradeep Sekhar Chandrasekharan, country CEO, India base, leading a brand and platform that understands how commerce, operations, and customer expectations come together. And we have Manas Gupta, CEO and co-founder GobbleCube, helping businesses rethink quick commerce and consumer engagement for a faster, more demanding customer. And Prashant Ganti, VP Global Strategy and Alliances Zoho, bringing a global SaaS and customer experience lens to how businesses can become more connected and intelligent. And moderating this session, please welcome Sunil Kumar, Chief Technology Officer, Shiprocket, where he leads the technology vision, product architecture, and scalable infrastructure, powering one of India's leading e-commerce enablement platforms. All right. What, doesn't the panel look so good? Please give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here, everyone. And as we know, customer experiences, be it any business, online, offline, any kind of business, customer experience plays a very, very important role. And since morning, what we have been seeing is essentially either we look at the pre-purchase thing. We saw the entire faster suite which Sahil showed. Right from the ad copy, ad spends, customer engagement, making a sale, checkout, payments, everything. Or the post-purchase thing goes. Things are changing really fast and evolving quickly with AI coming to the fore. And what it means exactly, now you can segregate each touch point in terms of having a focused effort. And essentially, you now have the ability to have it tailor-made for the exact customer. It is no longer about the cohort. It is about you as an individual, how the brand wants to target. That is the capability which has existed. At the same time, all the businesses are trying to adopt to it. We have been listening since morning. Quite a few speakers have said that everybody has access to AI now. So that is not a differentiator as such. It is how you use it as a business. So it has its own sets of challenges. All of you in your respective businesses have seen how it is making an impact. So let's start with Shopify. I mean, you are witnessing multiple millions of businesses, how they are growing across categories, across scale. So what are the changes which you are witnessing in last few months or few quarters with this wave? And also anything which stands out in terms of businesses who are relatively more successful in implementing it? And would you like to throw some light on it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we must have said AI 1,000 times since morning. I use it extensively. I'm sure everyone here is using it extensively. Whether you're a consumer, whether you're a merchant, we're sort of all across it, right? I think I'll start because we talked about businesses, and I'll start with the customer side. I think generally we, as a brand, you know, a typical customer will discover you either on a social media platform or a marketplace, sometimes the online store, WhatsApp, ChatGPT now. There's multiple touch points, right? So that's the first place where they'll make a brand judgment. And then they'll eventually buy your product, and then there's another judgment that's made, right? So I feel like AI brings all these moments together, right? And I think that's important to understand from a brand's perspective. It's important to not think, where can I use AI? It's more important to think about, how can I make the journey for my customer faster, better, frictionless, a better experience overall, right? How can I deliver the trust that I have, initially wanted to promise? And so broadly 4 areas, generally when I think about this. First is discovery. We're seeing a massive shift in people coming in from agentic surfaces. Compared to last year itself, there's almost an 8 or 9 times increase in traffic coming from agentic services to brands, right? There's almost a 13x increase in orders, 50% higher conversion, like 14-15% high average order value. So this is definitely a channel for you to focus on. Moving from the discovery to, say, the decisioning, definitely these agents have the context, so it's much more personalized experience. So that's happening without actually sharing your data across to the brand, right? So from a consumer perspective, oftentimes that ends up being a pretty good experience as well. And then obviously after that, you have your transaction and your retention world as well. What I am seeing some of the brands do well is, first and foremost, invest in owning the customer. Very important. The latent demand of marketplaces alone will not help you build the business for the future, right? So own your customer, own that data. Obviously build the mobile experiences, build for Bharat. I think now we are more enabled than ever with this tech. And then, yes, most important, like you mentioned, Sunil, track. I can't say that enough. The tooling is there. How well you do that will make all the difference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving to you, Manas. I mean, you deal in a more challenging environment, which is the quick commerce kind of things. So usually the decisions and the data collection and the outcomes, which used to take maybe a few hours, if not days, is now reduced to a few minutes and at times few seconds. You order something, and if the ETA is shown as, say, 11 minutes, and the bell doesn't ring till 12th minute, within a couple of minutes, there is a customer escalation. So I'm sure it will be hyper challenging for you. So what your insight on how to go about it?
Thank you so much, Sunil. I think it's a very relevant question, and it's worthwhile taking a step back and see why quick commerce has taken India completely by rage. While starting out back in 2022, when I was part of the Blinkit co-leadership team, everybody was questioning why quick commerce existed, to now being a $7 billion industry, poised to become a $35 billion industry. I think what has happened is, if you think of the user journey funnel going from awareness, consideration, trial to loyalty, what quick commerce has done is kind of eliminated that consideration layer. What ends up happening now is brands can reach out to customers, whether through social, whether through multimedia. They create an awareness and it immediately gets translated into a trial. But again, you can create personalized experiences around it. But what is most important is how you quickly translate that into not a broken promise.
Sure.
Right? And that's where the decision systems across the board need to operate not just in real time, but in complete synchronicity to each other. And that, to me, is what is the power that AI unleashes. There's another aspect to it, which is that all these experiences are becoming hyper-local in nature. So while I'm sitting in, let's say, for example, Punjabi Bagh versus Vasant Kunj, I can have a completely different shopper experience. That is a massive power to the brands. But when we talk about AI, everybody has access to AI, right? It is becoming more and more democratic. The problem to solve, at least from GobbleCube's perspective and in our head, is the fact that how do you create an agentic operating layer where your marketing, your supply chain, your pricing, your NPI, everything is operating together in that level of synchronicity, aware of all the signals that are getting created in the other functions so that the decisions are not lost. I'll give you a very quick example over there. If I run a marketing campaign and my demand starts going up, it immediately needs to trigger to fulfillment. Probably it needs to trigger 2 days back. And the vice versa, that if the demand exceeds my expectation, then how do I give that signal back immediately so that I scale back on my marketing spends? Are things which determine how brands succeed or end up burning through precious capital. And I think that's what is important.
Absolutely, so very true. So Pradeep and Prashant, I mean, how do you see it from a customer engagement and other perspectives in your respective areas?
Yeah, so first of all, good to see a lot of humans around with, I think, plenty of AI fatigue and myself and my fellow co-panelists are offenders here. Sorry about that, but your buyer is a human, correct? And when a buyer comes, I think, first of all, thoughtful framing of the question about engagement, right? The buyer interacts with a brand and they don't interact with various departments. Now, but if you take, right, first a customer discovers you, then they interact with someone to get their invoice, they interact with someone to pay. There are multiple touch points. And now, today, with marketplaces and even things like ONDC and all increasingly getting popular, that experience is further distributed. In this environment, how do you provide one consistent experience on a continual basis is a challenge. So to deliver on that, designing systems and processes from the customer backwards to provide that customer experience is the challenge. Now, we can always slap a chatbot on what you do and say that you're providing AI, but if you don't address the ugly stepchild, then your experience will be broken. And then don't blame AI. Don't stand in front of the mirror and say the mirror is cracking when you are cracking. So I think that's what you need to address.
I think Manas's point around multiple channels is what makes it more complex right now, right? So from our perspective at base.com, we kind of play the back-end layer of multi-channel business, right? So now as a founder, imagine yourself thinking about this customer saw my ad, we appeared on GPT when this customer was asking something, this customer came did not check out or checked out. There was a post-purchase experience. There is a repeat, right? Now, the entire journey of this one customer is something a founder today can click, ask, and see. It's not something that we will get tomorrow. It's here today. Brands do it today, right? And you do it like Manas said, connecting your entire back-end and front-end layer into one orchestration, right? And I believe, like we spoke about AI, fatigue, right? It's too early to say fatigue. I mean, come on, there's a long way to go. With AI, it's not going anywhere, right? So the way we see this evolving is every company, every enterprise, it'll start with large brands and large enterprises first, obviously, will have their own models, their own, layer at least, if not models, right? Their own layers, and I think open source AI is now pretty much there. Like the difference between I was doing a Fable 5.6 and open source comparison a couple of days ago, and it's not very far, right? So building a telemetry and an agent harness around open source models today is in the hands of people who are already using it. So I hope there is nobody in this room who's not using AI, right? But if you're not, you're living in a hole. You need to come out of this place, right? So from a customer experience standpoint, I think what was not visible, the holistic view, is now visible. So what are you doing to see it in a click? Are you? Because it's possible. And second, I think having 20 off-the-shelf systems was how SaaS was built, right? And our perspective on SaaS, the way we see it, is we are evolving as a company from a software as a service off-the-shelf product that sells whatever, order management, warehouse management, inventory, to a platform. So what we are moving towards is giving your customers, brands, right, an ability to say, I want to build this feature, you prompt that feature out, you have it in your software. We've achieved that, and we are starting to offer this to beta customers as we speak, right? So, yeah, I think customer experience is going to be something that cannot be a, hey, we are doing this well versus my competitor brand. Not really. It's going to go multiple steps ahead and say, if you don't do it, you don't have a place in this new world of commerce, right? 11% of Google search is now AI search in US, right? We are not going to be far behind. India is actually a much larger market for AI already, largest customer base, right? So your orders coming from phone calls, WhatsApps, AIs, Shopify's, marketplaces, and quick commerces is all in front of you, right? So my take on this customer experience will be as simple as, it's a bit like it's there. If you're not doing it, you are really, really far behind.
Right. Thank you. So essentially what is coming up about different use cases and how the things are changing is essentially, in order to do personalization and provide omni-channel experience to the customers, given the scenario that the expectations of the customer is also evolving thick and fast. They expect much more from the brands and businesses and products as of now, like never before. So Prashant, I mean, how do you see what should the brands or companies or product owners should do in terms of ensuring that it's a long-term relationship with the customer and the brand?
Yeah. So there are two aspects to it. One is cultural and second is technology. So my job involves a fair bit of travel. So if I'm at an airport using the same airline 4 or 5 times a year or much more than that, the airline does not remember me. The airport guys don't remember me. The lounge guys don't remember me. Only the credit card guys remember me. Correct? So, and last week when I was in the Chennai airport, the security guy, who I owe nothing and he does not owe me anything, remembered me. Sir, pona varam varaliye. Last week you didn't come here. So, fact that apart from this guy, none of the others make me feel loved. So, there's a big cultural aspect to it that has to be internalized across the organization. Now, and that's where the cultural aspects drives the technology decision also. So I think Pradeep mentioned about the proliferation of SaaS apps. So generally when you invest in a technology, are you working backwards from whether it impacts the customer experience? Now, typically solutions like finance or even related to any back-end systems like inventory management, warehouse manager are typically not designed with the customer in mind. They are primarily for operational decisions. Now, but they have a huge impact on customer experience. So all those things have to be designed from the ground up, backwards from the customer point of view. So to drive one consistency, that's another aspect. And of course, even with AI, as I told, right? With AI to work best, to give you the best experience, the systems, data, everything has to be unified. So there are two aspects here, the cultural and the technology aspects. Yeah.
Very, very well put. So, Pradeep, building on this particular thing only, we need information about the customer in order to give him a personalized experience. As we just discussed that only the credit card guys remember, क्योंकि उनके पास वो information है, and they are able to mine it as a high-paying spend customer. But at times in present era where everything is online, AI is able to mine everything and real time make sense out of it. How should brands approach it in terms of where to draw a line? I'll give a simple example. All of us have some time or the other have talked, यार मेरा phone मेरी बात सुनता है. So that is something which is against that trust factor also. So there is a line between what information you collect and what you can collect. So how to go about it?
See, I think data we sold ourselves long ago. Come on, I mean, when internet happened and Google happened and Apple happened, let's be honest, right? Now, what's changed with AI is the speed at which this is now becoming a given, right? So from a consumer standpoint, obviously there is going to be an equation of trust that they're expecting the brand to show, right? So answering this question from a D2C context, a e-commerce context, right? If I'm running a brand, there are customers, we take our data, we retarget them, we talk to them, right? Now, all brands are starting to offer AI experiences in many, many different ways, especially, I think Siddhant was referring to discovery as being the first area that was already, taken up with a lot of AI use cases, right? Now, if I'm a buyer and I feel like you are telling me dumb things, your AI is telling me dumb things, there's nothing that's happening from a trust building perspective. But for example, it's my wife's birthday this weekend. I'm asking Claude where to go and shop in Colaba, right? It's telling me. Next year, I won't mind if it comes back and says July 10th, hey, you know what? Don't miss your wife's birthday. I will not be angry about that. But if it tells me go buy this for her, which she does not like, that will be stupid. So I think the definition of trust between brand and consumer has taken a bit of a change. It's not about trust in terms of, PII data. Security is important. Security is something that, all AI companies needs to solve, starting from, the large frontier labs to government to users like us, application layer like us. But from a brand consumer relationship standpoint, I think trust is now taking this turn on, can I trust what this brand is telling me, right? The meaning of the intelligence that comes of it, the personalization to me. Now, I've already told you this is not what I like or this is not what my wife likes, right? So next time I want you to tell me as AI, something which makes sense, something that saves me my day, right? So if companies are focusing on being good with what they're launching in front of the customers, right? Putting a chatbot, like I think Prashant was just saying, everybody's putting a chatbot out there, that's not the solution, right? What is a chatbot doing? Is it changing the experience, right? I think that's kind of, how brand owners should start switching their thinking process a little bit.
Right, makes sense, makes a lot of sense. So Siddhant and Manas, from a merchant enablement and also from a quick commerce perspective, would you like to add to it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to trust, I feel. Like, I'd love for it to reach love, but trust, I think, is the first step. And I often say that, I actually don't mind if I'm like talking to a brand and it's an agent that is dealing with me online, as long as it's accurate, it's fast, it's fair, I think, and useful. Like, that's important, right? Like, if these things are met, like, it's fine. I think that's where brands should really focus. AI will not help you if your returns policy is bad. right? So it's important to not use that as a way to hide behind. I would say build a good experience, build a fair experience. I think that the technology will really pay off in the long run, right? And like I said, like AI obviously plays a big role across the life cycle, right? From the orders to the retention, right? So every aspect is important. You have to look at it holistically.
So I think most of the points are covered. The only thing I would add over here is the fact that a lot of times when we talk about personalized experiences, we're only looking at one side of the coin. Because for most of the people, let's face it, personalized experience means experience on the digital world, right? What is the recommendation that you're seeing? What is the next reel that you're seeing, or the products that you're seeing, which is all fine. But frankly, personalized experiences in the digital world create a desire for the user. But physical personalization is creating the ability to fulfill it.
Right. And
that is very, very important from a brand perspective, because you can run the best possible ads on an Instagram or a Facebook. You can land the SMS or email or notification to the user. You can create all that desire to create. You can give the promo to them, right? And they go and click on it and they see out of stock or a 3-day promise time. And you've suddenly reneged on all the desire that you've created. And that's a big, big problem as I see it. So again, kind of extending to that fact that when you're creating all these things, don't make a false promise wrapped in a great creative, right? Create an operating system where your entirety of your stakeholders, be it marketing, be it supply chain, be it new product, everybody is actually solving for the things. And to me, that is what AI is all about, right? It is about creating that coherent work environment and also do it in a speed at which things are relevant, the speed at which people are expecting things. I think that is what brands really need to focus on.
Right, so very true. And the last one, in the interest of time, we have seen the pace of innovation, the pace of change has changed immensely in last a year or so, more so in 2026. And all of us are aware of the reasons. In the entire scheme of things, right from showcasing your brand to the consumer, till the conversion happens and the post-purchase support and all that stuff happening, there are multiple legs to the entire thing and to ensuring the repeat purchase which happens. So would like to understand from all of you guys regarding your thoughts. Is there there are many entrepreneurs in the audience, any specific thing which people should prioritize on in terms of CX perspective, and how do you foresee things moving along in next, say, 12 to 18 months? Anybody can take a lead, please.
So I'll go first. I think I'm genuinely excited. And let's put the shopper hat on first, right? The speed at which the experiences are evolving as a shopper is absolutely mind-boggling. I'll give you a very simple example. 25 years back, nobody would have heard about serums, right? After that, serums meant hair serum, and you put it and there's some shine on it, right? I mean, yeah, timing. But then it gradually evolved into, serums is not just about shine, it's about growth, which is where minimalist and the likes started creating this whole wish care. It created this entire industry that, there is a shine serum, there is a growth serum. Today people talk about, this is a niacinamide, this is a vitamin C, 15% concentration, 10%, right? Shoppers are becoming discerning by the day. And what is important to realize that what looks like magic today is going to become commonplace tomorrow. It's a base expectation tomorrow. But is that a daunting challenge or an opportunity from a brand perspective? If you think about NPI, it's a massive opportunity. It is a massive opportunity to take on the incumbents and create new workspaces, right? And of course, AI can help you over there. So again, the use cases from a brand perspectives are absolutely insane. And as customers are becoming more discerning, mass consumerism will stop happening. there will be a lot of personalized experiences across digital and physical spaces that's going to happen. And how brands create and leverage that is extremely important.
Very true.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that, right? So what is happening now is shoppers are discerning, obviously, but their discovery journey has taken a big change. Like you used to search, browse, select, and all the process of choosing was inside your head, right? Now you're searching, browsing, selecting in one UI, a GPT or a Claude or somewhere, right? Now when that happens, right, as a brand, one of the things I would want a brand owner to take away, if there's one thing you take away today, right, is today it's possible to understand how this customer is finding you, what led them to actually buy. Let's say I'm buying, something to solve a salt problem in my water in the society. I was doing that last week. Now, researching how to solve the problem, finding the product and clicking to buy happened in one UI, right? Now that means as a brand, you could be a D2C first Shopify big presence brand, but then you are being discussed by the buyer, not on your platform, somewhere else, right? Now that means you as a brand should ensure you show up. So take that away. You need to show up in AI searches. This is like yesterday's problem, not now, right? That's number one. Number two, the marketing aspect of your business and the supply chain or experience, customer experience aspect of your business, post-purchase basically, can now talk to each other and be available to you readily, right? So if there are two things you are already not working on and these are the two, you're behind. So make sure you're using AI in the real places where your shopper is interacting with you, which unfortunately is becoming much beyond your platform. You want to drag them to your platform to own the customer and the experience, but it's getting harder by the day, right? More surfaces, more channels, etc. Quick commerce is going nowhere. Like we are now lazy enough to say morning उठ के milk तो वहीं से आ रहा है, milk क्या मतलब iPhone आ रहा है वहाँ से. So that's not going away, right? So when all these things happen, I think it's very important for brands to start saying, okay, now some of the problem statements we used to say, hey, yes, needs to be solved, are something that are clicks away, right? Half an hour sessions away with agents. So yeah, that would be my input on what should a brand look at on priority.
Thanks. I just want to add one thing, absolutely. Tons of stuff, I fully agree. I would say to brands, very simply, right? Clear customer understanding and good tech. Those are non-negotiables. When I say good tech, with AI, a lot of folks feel they can build everything from scratch. That is true, but so can the folks who are already building. Right? So just to give you a sense, like we spoke about the multiple surfaces, agentic commerce will definitely be the future. One day your own phone, iOS or Android or whatever you're using, will make the purchase for you. So are you investing into the right retail operating system that enables that? Will be key differentiator for you. And then, we heard Google showed that video, which totally changed at least what I thought 2047 would look like, right? I think that pace of innovation will only pick up. So being with a technology that will enable that will be very key. And we recently also released a UCP protocol with Google. It's basically how agents can shop reliably from brands, and all Shopify merchants get that by default, right? You don't need to actually build or be agentic ready. It's ready out of the box, right? So good tech will be one. Second is very basic. You already all know it. Map your customer journeys from start to finish. Every opportunity, every touch point is measurable. Please measure, track. Those would be my Prashant.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. One is get a deep understanding, just to add to what he mentioned, right? The understanding your customer. I'll put it in a little different way. Develop the tacit knowledge about your customer, right? The knowledge that you have, but you can't tell. That's going to be a core differentiator, because that may not be easy for systems to know. That will be your brand differentiator. You need to continuously build the unique you, the tacit knowledge. That's very, very critical. And then we have said enough, can't say enough about the right tech stack. Typically, to execute one successful online order today goes through 25 different subsystems. It's like a well-choreographed dance that has to happen. So basically, and that becomes even more important in an agentic world. Third is to have there are too many apps today with AI. It's going to only proliferate. Your own colleagues are going to wipe code some. So I think you need to have very, very good governance structure. And coming back to the original question on customer experience, when you do something, ask, is it useful for the customer? Don't just build apps or invest in apps for the app's sake, unless you're a very, very core engineering company. Because what happens is, it's like if I go to invite someone, right? I have to obviously invite their wife also. Then I see their mother and father, I have to invite them. Yeah. Then I see their father-in-law. So that's how apps proliferate. And then you can't manage the wedding or any function. So keep the customer in mind. Don't do anything for the app's sake or something. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the deep and exciting insights and the analogy, Prashant. I mean, it was, you can correlate.
I'm definitely going to use that.
So thanks everyone, and with that we come to end of this particular discussion, and request the audience to give a big round of applause to the panel. Thank you so much, guys.
I just take one moment, Sunil, because I think we've talked a lot about how brands should operate, and I know there was this entire video that Google showed. I mean, even for us as GobbleCube, one of the things that we really want to do is kind of give back to the brands. And we talked about the agentic operating system and everything. We also understand there's, like Prashant was saying, don't go ahead and like build everything. There are things available. We've actually launched a program which is accessible free of cost to all the brands. So if anyone's interested, happy to have that conversation as well, because I think it's a very important thing to actually create an ecosystem which grows together.
Thanks, Manas. I mean, guys, feel free to reach out to Manas post that, and we'll be more than happy to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a wonderful discussion. Gentlemen, request you to please stay back. And can we please have the mementos? Sunil requests you to please present our mementos. A small memory from our side. Speakers on the stage, thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin the second half with a sector that quietly powers almost every business journey. Banking, yes. As commerce becomes faster and more intelligent, banking too is evolving through technology, compliance, automation, and AI-led enablement. Please now welcome Manish Sureka, Product Head, Tech Enablement and Compliance, ICICI Bank, for a keynote session on AI in banking. A big round of applause for our speaker. Come on, everybody. Let's welcome them. Over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. So we have been hearing commerce since morning.
I'll touch upon one aspect. That's payment and collections. How can you imagine commerce without money, without banking, right? Commerce has evolved, over the last few years, and which was touched upon in the last panel also. During the last few years, and especially post-demonetization, commerce has evolved multiple folds. Now a shopper, a consumer, be it online or whether he goes into a shop, what he expects is a speed transaction. Something which is safe, innovative, simple, but yet secure. At ICICI Bank, we believe that, just a minute, At ICICI Bank, we believe doing a transaction is just not making a payment. It is about enabling business growth. Every transaction is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to build trust, create long-term values, and enhance customer experience. At ICICI Bank, we have invested in technology-led payment and collection solutions, and that is what I am going to take you through. Just a small introduction. ICICI Bank needs no introduction. 70 years of legacy, and some of you in this crowd may recall, ATMs when they started in India, or mobile banking, or internet banking. We were the pioneers. We have evolved as per the customer requirements. Our ethos, customer-centric, tech-driven, and trust, with a large network of more than 7,000 branches and 12,000 ATMs. Why different? We do not look only at a payment solution or a collection solution or a commerce. We provide a holistic solution, end-to-end, and that is why faster settlement, faster access to money, secured, and more importantly, your data privacy, compliance. So many of you would be thinking, why payment gateway? But many of you also spend a lot of time chasing for your money. Now just imagine just making a click and you are able to collect money from all your, either suppliers, vendors, payers, suppliers, from all your creditors. And you can track them real time. And it could be in various forms. It could be in form of a link, it could be an SMS, it could be a WhatsApp, or it could be a customized form. So that is how you can use our payment gateways to collect money. Everyone now uses UPI, right? Everyone does a scan and pay. But as a merchant, are we using the right QR? So we have customized QRs. It could be a static QR, a dynamic QR. It could be a, payer-based QR, customized amounts, auto pays, for recurring payments, POS machines. I'm sure all of you use and swipe your card on these machines. But only cards? No more. These Android smart devices help you use for tap and pay, UPI, cards, and various form factors. These can be integrated to your ERP solutions, where the transaction happens on your system, and these machines are just to enable those payments. Bharat Bill Pay and eNACH. eNACH can be used for recurring, collections. Bharat Bill Pay, we have been hearing this a lot, right? For participating banks and apps, this is one mode for quick payment collection. Corporate internet banking, as I referred at the beginning of my conversation, internet banking, we were the pioneers. And of course, for corporates, for merchants, for commerce, this is again one important mode. And
I'll not discuss this more in detail, since most of them you use it. Bulk pay. This is one solution, is, not very talked about. But just imagine making a payment to hundreds of your vendors or for an organization to its employees. Would you like to write hundreds of checks or make individual transactions? No more. Just upload a file and all your payments go through. And all that is customized and safe and secure. Connected banking talks about integrating banking to your own ERP. So you do the transaction on your system, on your ERPs, and the transaction flows through. You can collect money, you can make your payments. And this all can be customized. These could be even plug and play. So we have live ERP partners, and of course, Zoho is one of them. We heard him in the last panel. So at ICICI Bank, we do not just believe in banking. We would like to enable your business growth. We would like to partner in your growth journey. And we would like to make you faster and smarter, and make you future ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, sir. With that, we move on to our next conversation that's going to happen here. Well, for years, growth conversations have focused heavily on acquisition. But in the AI era, growth is becoming much more intelligent. It is not just about acquiring customers, it is about understanding them better, engaging with them, and also retaining them longer. Right now, we have a very interesting panel discussion, and to do the same, I'd like to invite our panelists to please join us on stage. We have Seema Bansal, co-founder and executive director, DCG Pack, building packaging solutions that support commerce businesses at scale. A big round of applause for her as she joins us here. We also have Vineet Sethi, Chief Growth and Marketing Officer, PayU, a growth leader bringing together payments, marketing, and customer intelligence. Yes, a big round of applause. Joining us next, we have Shashank Shetty, Head of Travel, Transportation, and Hospitality Business Salesforce, helping enterprises reimagine customer experience and business transformation through technology. And moderating this session, we have Ankit Kaushik, Chief Operating Officer, Cargo Shiprocket, a leader who understands the growth and fulfillment needs of businesses across categories. With that, over to you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So I guess you all have been excited to see all the product launches that we have done since morning. And now we have our esteemed panel. And let's start with the discussion. So since this is a conversation about growth, so since years, growth has been seen particularly as a way of acquiring newer customers. And slowly over the past years, people have been focusing, since there are a lot more tools now available about managing the customer life cycle. So retention is also an important part of that. So how do you see in your individual respective businesses, since ma'am, you are from the packaging industry, Vineet, you are from payments, and Shashank, you are from Salesforce. So how do you see growth in your individual businesses, and has the metric of growth fundamentally changed? So please shed some insight on that. Yeah. Please, ma'am, you first.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you didn't have lunch, or did you? Good afternoon. Okay, thank you, Ankit. Actually, most of the founders takes packaging is they think it's a cost. What we think, this is an investment. Investment to your business. You guys have invested lot many years to develop the core product. You don't want that product to be landing a customer's hand, either damaged or broken, or you have to face RTOs, logistics. There are a lot more things needs to be done if your product not reaching in a customer's hand, if he or she is not having a good experience. So what we see is the packaging plays a most important role into your business, because you know what, you are the founders, you have invested years. You don't want to monitor a very, very small function. There are lot many functions. You know, which supplier to go, what to buy, which size to choose, you know, and then what material to choose for your product. So that's where we play a major role in your whole growth, where you can tell us your problem. We want to become your problem solver, number one. Number two, we have developed the one platform, which is ProPack, which enterprise level or maybe D2C brand or any other smaller MSME can use that platform to develop the packaging, to select the right packaging for your product, and how much to buy. You can do the inventory management. So most of the supporting functions we take care with at our platform. That's how we play a role in D2C brands. Your second question is that how AI is playing a role into their growth. So my friend, founders who have just spent years in their product, if you do not adopt AI, trust me, you will be left behind. We as DCG Pack invested heavily money in developing this platform, and this platform is AI driven. We do have 16 agents working behind DCG Pack's growth. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. Beneath, so regarding payments, so payments is usually you can say the last step in the customer life cycle. Like there are a lot more steps in post-purchase experience, but at least in onboarding a customer. So over the past few years, how do you think brands and businesses have been looking or rethinking about payments, and how do you see checkout as a solution that brands can actually employ? So please, your insights on that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for getting me here. Thank you so much. So I'm part of PayU. I lead growth and marketing at PayU. Now, checkout is a topic I think I've been several forums. This is the topic of discussion always. Checkout is the moment of truth, right? That's whatever you do, that Instagram reel or that search marketing, email marketing, get into the website, give the offers, but ultimately the moment of truth is easy paying to buy that good or not. If I draw parallel, this is a FIFA World Cup time. If I draw parallel, you may do as many passes, keep the ball in position, but ultimate moment is when you do that goal and don't get offside or under VAR, right? That's the topic nowadays. So checkout, for me, once the brand is able to get the customer to check out, I think two things in my personal view is important. One, make it frictionless. I think I heard quite a few panels since morning, and frictionless for somebody like us, a payments company, there is no much additional information required. You are giving the recommended payment option, give a variety of payment options depending on the person of the client, and make it as easy as possible. Like we have built product like CVV-less, OTP-less, multi-factor authentication, not necessarily only OTP-driven authentication, right? You can do now to biometric authentication. And we are glad to have partners like Shiprocket in that space, right? Because checkout is not only payment, right? That experience of, let's say, guest checkout, where you capture the information. I've seen brands having a website at checkout where you capture almost all information, and you don't feel anything, they take you back again, right? You miss the landmark thing. But with Shiprocket, now with a single mobile number, you're able to pre-fill the addresses. You get a lot of insights on that checkout. So I think that friction has to be removed. Make it as frictionless as possible. Second important is trust. See, we are in the business of moving money. Ultimately is trust. So it's a new age D2C brand. I've seen a fantastic creative, fantastic ad. I've come to check out. great payment options. I have BMI, BNPL, everything possible. But somewhere there's anxiety. Will the good be delivered to me, right? Will the payment happen? There's no block in the payment side of it. How do I build that trust, right? And that's why we started this program called Pay You Trust Mark, right? That is validated by us that merchant has delivered goods over time. There's no chargeback issues with them, no default in services. And they're also, we partner with Shiprocket, right? Ship also brings a level of trust onto the platform. So both combined together, partnerships has worked. So for me, checkout is that moment of truth. Whatever you do before that is great. You keep on doing AI-led marketing, you do whatever you want to do, but the moment of truth is there. If you get that payment happen frictionlessly and the customer trusts you, that's the point of truth.
Exactly, like payments is actually influencing trust and conversions at the end. So that's the most important part of the journey.
In fact, you know, the brands, now the queries we get in the call center and all the marketing events we do, it's not about processing the transaction. Earlier, what is the commercial, how much you will, what's the success rate and all. Now, can you help in converting the transaction, converting the order? I think the discussion has changed from just processing payments. It's like, you know, I'm talking 5 years back, 10 years back. Brand owner, I'll send a payment link, just process the payment. Now things have moved. Can you help me to convert? Can you get him back again? Can you give a frictionless journey? I think that change I've seen over the last 5-6 years.
Okay, that was super helpful. Yeah. So Shashank, moving on to you. So you, since you've been at Salesforce, so you might have seen businesses investing very heavily on customer-facing technologies, whether it might be customer engagement or customer communications. So, but still, like as Vineet told that, still the journey at some places is kind of not frictionless. So how do you think that businesses should invest or focus much more upon building a connected and a more smooth customer experience journey? So would be helpful to...
Sure, thanks. Thanks so much. You know, that Salesforce has been thriving on helping our customers delivering seamless customer experiences to their customers, right? So that's the motto of the company. That's what we thrive on. What we've realized that when in our conversations across clients across the globe is that because companies tend to invest or focus on digitizing only certain processes and come up with a fragmented tech stack, it leads to this friction that we were just referring to. What essentially needs to happen is you need to have a single customer journey across the various touch points that you have with your end customers, right? Whether it is right from the time of creating awareness about the product, which is marketing, sales, customer service, loyalty there beyond. When all of that information comes together on one single platform and you're not dealing with the customer saying that, okay, I am here to serve only the loyalty aspect that the customer is demanding for, or I am here to deal with only the payments aspect that the customer is demanding for. That creates this friction, right? And hence we insist on the fact that look at your tech stack in entirety so that your data is flowing across the entire value chain on one common seamless platform. You can have a data layer in the back end, or you can have a front end which is all connected across, but essentially it is all the data coming into one single platform and then having a seamless value chain across the different functions. That is what ends up delivering a frictionless customer experience and, to your first point, delivering growth or retaining customers.
Okay, sure. So ma'am, one question, like most of the audience, since they're entrepreneurs and many of them have their own brands, and slowly since over the past few years we have seen that quick commerce has become as a kind of a good enough sales channel for every brand. So how do you think that packaging has been changing, or what tweaks have you brought into your own supply chain or your products specifically designed towards quick commerce fulfillment and yeah.
Hi, thank you, Ankit. If I had to bet on the I would answer in a different way, you know. If I had to bet on the founders or the business for next decade, I would be betting the founders who are backed by AI-driven executions. You know, you have already built the business, you have already doing great marketing, you will bring the customer. How would you sustain them if your execution is not up to the mark? You have to have a great data and the decision backed by the data, and that decision backed by the great execution, and that execution earn you the customer trust. My friend, customer trust, you have to be on the top of that. Whatever you did, customer haven't seen your warehouse, customer haven't seen your own all journey. They only see their product. Right? That product, आपने कितनी शिद्दत से वो प्रोडक्ट बनाया है, क्या आपके फुलफिलमेंट सेंटर ने उतना प्यार से उसको पैक किया है, क्या आपका पैकेजिंग उतना उसमें जान डालता है कि you have the sustainable to reach to their customers. All the decisions and it costs actually. You know, whenever you go into any of the functions, you have to invest money, time. You are the founders. You have great things to do. You have other things to do. So what we see is, here you have to just measure the results. You know, what customer experience you are earning, that will remain with you, with your organization forever. Your winning is, I would say one more thing, your winning is when your customer coming back again on your website and buying again. That's a happy moment. Repeat customer is a happy moment for all the founders. Thank you.
So, Vineet, since you are the growth leader and marketing leader at PayU, so day in, day out, you might see lots of data. So can you help our audience to actually visualize how you actually sieve through the data and what are the useful insights or what is the information overload that you are seeing, and kind of which metric does AI will definitely transform over the next 5 years? So would love your insight on that.
Yeah, good question. I think for last a decade, I think the data has become, the data is the new oil, people say. But trust me, there's so much of data, so much of data. And I think my view is that data should be more like decision driven. What decision you want to make, right? As a growth leader, as a marketeer, I have hundreds of decisions to make over a period of time. Let's say about getting the right customer in at the right CAC, what is the LTV. But now we are like flooded with data, right? It's about inferencing and is there an actionable insight to data or not? I think that's one challenge we keep on facing, and everybody faces that, every marketeer. Because now we work with several partners, everybody comes with some set of data and says, okay, this can do that. But ultimately, as an organization, as a manager or leader, you should know what is the decision I want to come at. Then you sieve through the data and pick up the finer points. Otherwise, trust me, if I open my dashboard, there are hundreds of tables, which I've never opened maybe for months and months, right? But some business analytics guy has built it because he found it interesting and made that, right? So I think that's about, it should be driven by what decision I want to make. That helps to filter out what you want. And a lot of things we do is more lag data, right? We end of the quarter, end of the year, we figure out a lag data. This is my lifetime value, this was my CAC, but that's more RCA. Like, you know, we have figured out enough data and information, and we try to build model on that. But what AI will do, I think it will be more like leading data. I could predict, okay, like Seema is the right customer for me. I'm ready to spend this kind of money to acquire her because I know her LTV will be this kind of. Today, everything is lagged, right? But with AI, I think it will be more like a leading data. I think that's a big change I am seeing at least. Maybe starting with top of the funnel kind of exercise. But I think with time, middle funnel, bottom funnel also get this leading indicators where I can optimize all what data uses. So not one solid answer for this, but I can see that. And data has changed the way we operate, right? That's it.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah. So in the interest of time, so one last closing question to all of you. So what do you think is the one investment that may not deliver immediate results in the near future, but at least businesses and brands should focus on at least starting right now and developing those skills or habits, anything that it can be either a cultural thing or it can be adoption of AI or it can be about ethics. So what do you think individually, like since all of you are running different companies, so there might be different cultural sets and values of each of your companies. So please, from one each statement or habit that everybody should develop.
Sure. So, most definitely AI, right? But what an AI and how do you execute on it is something that everyone needs to look deeper into their own value chains and the end customer experiences that you want to deliver. There is a lot of hype about it right now. There is a lot of skepticism around it right now as well, saying that, okay, I can probably do this at a lesser cost by just throwing more people at the problem. But that's not really how we should be looking at it. What you should be looking at is, can I scale by maintaining the same level of human and AI agents, right? The combination of the two. Like if I have, let's say, 200 people today, can that 200, if my business becomes 2x, will 200 become 400? Not really. Can I do more with less? That's the objective that we are all working towards. You know, all the businesses have cost pressures, so we do understand how business leaders look at it. Hence, investing in AI now without looking at a immediate return on it, right? Like looking at a long term, how does this evolve into solving long-term, mid-term to long-term business challenges, and it keeps recouping your investments and delivering ROI to you, is something that I strongly feel, and we at Salesforce strongly feel that we should all be focusing on. Thank you.
Yeah, Vinny.
For me, as we are in the business of moving money, for me, any investment which builds trust, whether it's security, privacy, data governance, AI, ultimately it should build that trust, both for the end consumer and the merchant. I think that's the biggest motive in the long run. Even tomorrow the world moves to AI. Ultimately, end customer merchant will search for a specific brand whom they trust. I think the investment I do today is about building trust in the long run. I think that's the biggest investment we'll do.
Thank you. Yeah. Ma'am, please, you.
Yeah. You know, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी बोलते हैं, यही समय है, सही समय है. I'm just borrowing his words. यही समय है, सही समय है. If you need to invest in AI, because you are the D2C founders and you will need funding. Trust me, every single investor, I met 2 investors outside, maybe more, we do have our own investors. They will invest, you know, the companies who are at least taking the step towards AI. So this is the time where we invest in the right talent, which is AI, of course. It's not earlier. I will take 30 seconds also.
Definitely.
See, earlier sustainability was, you know, a buzzword. Now it becomes the expectation. Right now, AI is following the same route. It is become the expectation. Every founder, every investor look for you. What are you doing for your future? So that's from my side. I would also like to say 2 lines, which is, अपने विचारों से, अपनी कोशिशों से एक नया इतिहास बनाना है. अपने विचारों से, अपनी कोशिशों से एक नया इतिहास बनाना है. दुनिया की भीड़ में नहीं, भारत को सबसे खास बनाना है. तकनीक के इस नए दौर में हर कोशिश को एक उड़ान देनी है. कदम से कदम मिलाकर इस मंजिल को एक पहचान देनी है. कोई पीछे ना छूट जाए, ये दिल में आस रखना है. अपने विचारों से, अपनी कोशिशों से एक नया इतिहास लिखना है. दुनिया की भीड़ में नहीं, भारत को सबसे खास लिखना है. Thank you.
Well said, ma'am.
And I want to congratulate Shiprocket. They are doing definitely a differentiation. They are making a difference.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for the insightful conversations. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Request you to please stay back. We have our mementos coming your way. What an incredible session, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for our panelists. A louder round of applause will help the room. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, India's commerce story is no longer only domestic. From D2C brands to MSMEs, from marketplaces to manufacturers, Indian businesses are increasingly looking beyond borders. But going global is not just about demand. It is about logistics, compliance, trust, marketplaces, payments, product readiness, and billing for customers across geographies. To discuss the Bharat export story, building for global markets, please join me in welcoming on stage Nitesh Maheshwari, Head Marketplace Experience, Global Emerging Markets, eBay. A big round of applause as our speakers join us on stage. We also have Naveen Mistry, co-founder and CEO, Global. A big round of applause for him as well. We also have Jitin Prashar, Senior Vice President, Expo Bazaar, coming in. Hello. We have Bharat Mandot, founder, Stelcore, joining us for this panel. And we also have Deepak Mundade, AVP Operations and BD, founding member Dista, who will be joining us. And moderating this session, coming back on stage with his exceptional insights, we have Akshay Gulati, CEO, International Shipping Shiprocket. Hello, Akshay. All right, this looks like such an extraordinary panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it a big round of applause before they begin.
Thank you, everyone. Again, thank you for being alive this time of the day. I know it's been a hectic day for many of us. And thank you to all my wonderful panelists who are here today. As you'll see, this is a pretty large panel. And the reason is because to take a business global, it's not easy, right? All of the people who are sitting here represent one aspect of what it takes to actually build a global brand. And I could probably add 2-3 more chairs here, and it would still be small because it's not easy. Let's be honest. It's a great vision. It's a great dream. And I think truly today it's a dream that can become reality very quickly for many people, but it requires a lot of grit, a lot of determination, and sometimes a lot of money. But all the people here have been able to build companies that have been able to solve a lot of challenges for Indian brands, Indian SMBs. And again, thank you for your time. I hope the audience here will benefit from the insights that you have. I'm going to start with a very basic question. For years, the phrase was "Make in India." No one said "Make in India" for who. Today, the vision is "Make in India" for the world. And I think that is something that has changed over the last few years because there's a growing acceptance of Indian products being chosen by global consumers. I want to understand from all of you, what has made this the right time for Indian businesses to go global, and what has really changed in this mindset, right, for people wanting to buy Indian brands? So I'm going to start with you, Nitesh, because eBay has been at the forefront of cross-border commerce in India, and you guys pretty much built this category from day one. Would love to understand, in your journey, what you think is a pivotal moment today?
Yeah, thanks, Akshay. First of all, thank you so much for having us here. It's a phenomenal event, and frankly, this is the first time I'm attending this, and beyond expectation. So thanks so much for getting all of us together. I think what's important to understand is a lot has changed. Till now, exports or going global was always considered to be one of the areas for only large exporters. But it has dramatically changed over the past few years, where the challenges that were there for any exporter or a small-time SMEs to even start their global business was around solving for the payments, cross-border shipping solutions, setting up their operations, ensuring that the trust is built with the end buyers. And it requires heavy operational effort at each company's end. Now, you have all of those at a click of a tab. Everything is available on the single platform. To give you an example, at eBay, we have a presence in 190 plus countries on a single platform. The buyers 133 million buyers looking for products day in, day out. And this is what the demand is already there in the market. How does an Indian SME take an advantage of this is something that we are building actively, very strongly from India. Whatever I've mentioned about the ecosystem, I think that's what is readily available for an SME to come on board and start the online journey. What's the right time if I have to answer that question? This is where the buyers are actually looking for a very differentiated inventories. And with India, the manufacturing hub, the entrepreneurial mindset that we have, I think we have the demand that's sitting over there. Just how do we capture is what the mindset that is changing. And we are seeing a lot of Indian sellers actually thriving their business on global markets, utilizing eBay as a platform. So that's what it is about. This is the right time. The ecosystem is there. You just need to leverage that. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely, thank you. And Naveen, you've seen this journey from day one, right? So what do you think has really changed, which makes this the right time for a lot of Indian brands to think about global?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of combination of 4 or 5 factors. Let's start. If there is any new trend, right, either is built by some innovator or a creator or a leader. So if you look at India, our first thematic global story was Make in India, which sort of, let's say, opened the mindset in the mind of a global audience. Second, it followed by a post-pandemic, the entire emergence of D2C brand in India, right? Where the founders are ready to experiment, innovate, right? Take the legacy, let's say, artifacts, handicraft, convert it into a modernized sort of, let's say, home decor item, take a Ayurveda and make it a science-backed Ayurveda product or so. So the entire innovation happened, at the founders level. That was the third part. Fourth was the entire ecosystem which got created, right from a digital payments to a digital shipping to a ecosystem partner where the compliances, import and record, all those services are easily available. Emergence of, let's say, Shiprocket, enabling a D2C brand from a 50 grams, onwards, shipments, right, to a digital payments where people can not only just accept through cards or alternate payment method, but even through virtual accounts also, right? And lastly, the entire sort of policy relaxations, right, from the RBI point of view, where up to 10 lakhs rupees through a single invoice, a self-declaration invoice is enough to clear a shipping exports, right? And even from a sort of payment infrastructure side, a self-declaration of BARC is required to close your books of accounts, and get a GST, waiver also. So I think so, right from a policy, ecosystems, players who are building the vertical, solutions or horizontal solutions, and at the end of the day, the entrepreneur instinct and the innovation, which even Nitesh talked about, right, that sort of emerged it, and backed by a growth of marketplaces of primary, where eBay, Amazon were there, and now of late, a lot of new marketplaces open and new avenues open, and people are also sort of moving towards a D2C website. So I think so this is the combination of, emergence, what we have changed so many, years.
I think, and again, thank you, Naveen. I think you and Nitesh both raised important points around the fact that there is an ecosystem today. There are a lot of enablers who can help solve many parts of the going global challenge. Jitin, I'm going to ask a similar take on the same question, because what Expo Bazaar has done is truly unique, right? You don't just have a digital presence, but you also have offline stores across major parts of the world to help Indian exporters, both from a B2B and B2C perspective. So what is the feedback that you get when you cater to these buyers across international markets, when you actually showcase these products, especially offline? Because obviously there's a touch and feel aspect to what you do. Are you seeing trends change? Are you seeing feedback change? Or, the view of Indian products change when it comes to global buyers?
Yeah, I think with Expo Bazaar, what we've done is, like you said, we've created an ecosystem, and we're taking Indian products. So India was already making for international brands in our category, especially home and lifestyle. We were already making for brands like Restoration Hardware, Pottery Barn, West Elm, but they were being sold under their brand name, and the story of India was being told by those brands. Now what is changing, and what we are also trying to change, is we're letting the manufacturers tell their own stories. So apart from these brands and the online marketplaces and everything, what we saw, there was a huge gap, especially in America. There are around 300,000 boutique stores of this home and lifestyle category which sell these products. But Indian manufacturers were not able to reach that. That was because of the whole supply chain gap. And obviously now, there are so many enablers come in, payment gateways, logistics providers such as yours, that things have become a little simpler. But like your opening line, it's still very, very tough, and because it's so fragmented. But the demand was always there. It was just that we were not able to reach that. And what we are trying to solve here is, in this cross-border space, is that we are taking the products to the buyers. So when we talk about creating brands out of India, when you create a brand, only having a brand on a marketplace does not make you a brand. I mean, in the eyes of the customer or the buyer. When it's an omni-channel approach, when buyers are buying, B2B buyers are buying and then reselling it under your own name, that's where the brand building takes more, it makes more sense to the manufacturers. And also now, new entrepreneurs, new generation coming into the business, and they're traveling, the whole social media thing, they're actually the aspiration to create your own brand instead of just being a manufacturer for an international brand. The aspiration to create your own brands is much more. And that's what we are trying to solve. And it's a similar thing. What we saw when we were kind of, trying to build this, that a lot of products were already made in India that were being sold there, but under other brand names or through importers. So we're trying to cut the middlemen and give more value to the manufacturers. So that's how we are doing. So now we have presence in US, Europe, and also now in the UK. So I think because times have changed, some policies are better now for cross-border. That's why I think it's going to increase even more.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jitin. Bharat, you have been in this business for a long time, and you've actually been one of the startups or companies that has been solving one of the major problems around compliance. And you've seen this journey starting from compliance to now being an end-to-end almost distributor for a lot of brands. What, in your opinion, what's really, so ecosystem we spoke about access to international consumers. What else, is there something you feel that has really changed about the ecosystem which makes today the right time?
Yeah, so right now what is happening, like every seller is getting a ready-made infra, so which was not accessible before that. Maybe you can assume it before 2015. Even seller would like to sell online, maybe drop ship, how to do, or maybe a forward deployment where you would like to keep the inventory, how you are going to ship, how you will collect the payment, and a lot of other things which was too much complicated. Or maybe you can say it is not easy to identify and just connect. Nowadays, in last 10 years, like the way Amazon started, then Walmart, then eBay, and then maybe you can say now TikTok also, then shipping point of view, all the partners, and payment point of view, all. So it became much easier, accessible infra, and most important part other than that is more compliance perspective also. You don't know what regulation in that country about the product. That is also easily accessible. So entire ecosystem is in place. Only merchant has to do is design the right product or conceptualize, getting the manufacturing done, and then like assess for the market, rest of the things is easily available. So this is the right time where you can explore the market in whatever pace you want and define a sustainable growth. Because from India perspective, most of the D2C brand is above average in terms of price point of view. So global markets are, which is you can say, maybe you can like US or maybe similar parity kind of countries, where you can get the right kind of margin, sell right kind of quality product with the compliant kind of scene, and the infra you can utilize it, so it is more plug and play. There is no fixed cost which is coming to any of the brand, and that is the most like beauty at this point of time. When things are available, then why not do it?
Absolutely. Deepak, with Dista, you have a truly unique business model, right? I think you've been able to solve one of the problems that many entrepreneurs struggle with, which is actually capturing overseas demand. And being able to sell Indian products to global consumers is something that, at least today, it's one of the top concerns whenever I speak to sellers is around how do you capture demand and how do you understand buying patterns, what to sell to overseas consumers. Can you shed a little light on, what is the secret sauce there? What has really made you guys so successful?
Yeah. So at Dista, what used to be the elements where a human element was involved in making decisions or taking decisions based on certain judgments, we replaced it with an automated process. So when a brand comes to with a catalog of the products, at Dista 5 things happen simultaneously, and they happen without the involvement of a human being. First, the product gets classified into the right HS code, which is there. The moment classification is done, then depending upon the geographies the brand wants to expose its products to, the relevant compliance requirement, the relevant tariff structure, the taxes applicable gets attached with the product. Thirdly, with all these elements attached to the product is priced for that particular country, and then it goes live. These all 4 things happen one time. That's once the catalog is going live. The 5th thing happens in a recursive manner, that whenever there is any change in any of the requirements, whether it is a logistic lane or a tariff structure change, it happens automatically, and then the prices are changed, or like in case that we want to change the courier operator, or like we want to change the courier partner, automatically this is suggested and it is brought into place. Why it happens? Because at Dista we created sort of an AI embedded e-commerce operating system. That's what we called it. And we used it in August 2025 when the tariff structure was coming in. There were like close to about 750,000 SKUs that were to be classified. And Kiran, our co-founder, brought it down that we should not pass on this burden to our existing partners. We should use and leverage the technology to do it for us. And we did it. So many brands, many operators saw a dip post-tariff imposition. At Dista, we remained flat for a few weeks. And after that, we actually saw growth because we were ready for it. Our products, our shipments did not get labeled for higher duties. In fact, in certain cases, we are able to manage or lower down the duties. So that is where I think Dista has this secret recipe. It's a custom-made solution to bring products across multiple categories from multiple brands and expose them to multiple geographies.
Absolutely, and I think the growth story has been tremendous. Nitish, I'm going to ask you a question which I think a lot of people in this room want to know. eBay in many ways has a bird's eye view of demand. They know what's going to be the next big hot selling product or category out of India, right? I would love to know what you're seeing in terms of what you really think is a category that some of the entrepreneurs here can focus on. What is the next big category to come out of India? We've already seen initially home and kitchen become a big category on large marketplaces. Same with beauty and personal care. Is there any niche within these or any new category that you're seeing that people should focus on?
Yeah, great question. So Akshay, definitely. What gives us, advantage is to look at buyers from 190 plus markets. What are they searching? And I think with the AI-powered analytics that we have, very clearly we see an emerging trends, especially for the buyers who are on eBay, very enthusiastic, driven, search that they do. We are seeing a lot, of the buyers actually looking at re-commerce, refurbished, pre-loved products, especially in categories like fashion, home and garden, auto car parts and accessories, as well as collectibles. It's becoming a very, very, in trend for the enthusiast buyers to actually look for value at a trust, higher trust, and also looking at hard to find products. And I think that's where now the re-commerce is coming into the mainstream line. We've already seen sellers across different markets leveraging this. For Indian community, I think this is where we have the demand. So the demand is already there. the ease of access to that demand is where eBay brings to the entrepreneurs. And I believe, that's what the next trend is coming up to. Get your products, unique products to be listed, and you have, 133 million buyers actually looking forward to. Yeah.
Absolutely. Good to know that pre-loved or refurbished is becoming a good trend, because it's not just good for value buying consumers, it's also good for the world and the environment. So I'm glad to see that that is happening. Naveen, global sometimes used to be thought of as an ambition that only large brands can do, right? Smaller entrepreneurs, medium-sized brands, people used to be under the impression it takes a lot of money. But we've seen enough use cases in the last couple of years of great product-focused entrepreneurs being able to build strong global brands. I think my LinkedIn is almost flooded with success stories of brands, whether it's on Amazon Prime Day, whether it is on other sales that happen, that they've actually been able to crack it. What, if I was to ask you, is the one thing that you think it takes for an entrepreneur to succeed when it comes to global? That one lesson that you have learned over so many years?
I think the answer is quite simple, the product quality. Right? Based on the various geographies or various country, it's very important to understand the buyer mindset in that country and what is the product quality required minimum, to serve that customer. And if you look at India, let's say you take example of, let's say, health and beauty, Ayurveda, essential oils, and even if you talk to the manufacturers, potentially we have all the sourcing capability in India in these categories, right? Or even taken handicraft or so. India is not a technology market where we can replicate technology and can produce 10,000 of mobile covers like China. We have our own sort of, let's say, unique advantage and a legacy advantage so far now. Now, because the entrepreneurs have access to all these ingredients, if they understand the buyer mindset and a basic minimum quality required to sustain in a market like US, right? A2 ghee in India is very different than A2 ghee in, let's say US. The fruits we consume in India is a very different quality than the fruits we export. Right? So these are some of the benchmarks in each categories, but the export quality is very different than the import quality. So if you look at the international market, if you match the quality, right, and give the value added on top of it in terms of great packaging, great branding, right, high sort of, let's say, customer satisfaction, it's an example that to sell on cross-border, whether on social media or marketplace, you actually may not need a marketing money. You need a quality, sort of, let's say, content, a genuine, authentic, product quality, right? And lots of testimonial which sort of, let's say, backs your, product, which sort of naturally grows. And that's what we have seen. A lot of D2C founders, the people who are first generation, the new generation who's taking the legacy business out of India, they understand, because some of these guys, I have done, a lot of interactions during my, ex-company days. And these are the, people who've studied in US, studied in UK, they come back to India, they go to the legacy business and they understand the quality and the satisfaction they require at the international market. So I think that this is the most important thesis. The product quality has to match to the international standard, right? Unfortunately, in India, a lot of D2C brands actually compete on the pricing. And if you see a lot of Insta ad, it is all about 20% off and 20% discount and 30% discounts and all those stuff. In global markets, you go to US, when you say there's a coupon of 20% discount, people get surprised that why they are giving discount. That discount is not treated as a great promotional tactic, right? So I think so product quality is one of the most important thing.
Absolutely, and I think that's a very important lesson for a lot of us. And I've been saying a similar thing for many years. I think product is key. Everything else you can find support around. And this, Jitin, goes very nicely into the question I was going to ask you, because with Indian Expo Bazaar, you guys are proving that premium Indian products can sell. Much like Japan is known for electronics, Italy is known for fashion. You're proving from a handicraft or a artifact perspective that premium in India sells. And I think would love to understand what is it that you think has really made this possible?
See, like I said before, India has always been making products for international brands. You see a restoration hardware, you see a Pottery Barn, Vestal, Williams Sonoma. These are all artisan-made products in India itself. Now I think the time has come that, like Naveen also said, when the manufacturers are making for those brands, they are following those guidelines and everything. So to create their own brand and, demand that value. So India should, I think Indian manufacturers and entrepreneurs should not kind of compete on price. They should be working more towards quality and consistency. I think these two things are the key factors in cross-border. So because if you are able to consistently deliver, right quality product to the buyers, I think there is no dearth of demand. And India, in our category especially, because it's a lot artisan driven, although there are, manufacturers, but again, there's a lot of handmade. So we are known for our design, the value added, whether it is the beadwork or the furniture carving of Saharanpur or Jodhpur or everything. So we've always been known for design. So we should focus and capitalize on that only more and make sure that we are delivering it consistently again and again and again, rather than just having the mindset of competing on price or just shipping containers or just shipping orders. So, and international customers also are looking for differentiating factors. They are not looking for, machine or factory made products. There's enough of that already. So they are also looking for differentiator, the beauty on the table, the beaded placemat on a dining table, or the beaded runner on the table, or the terracotta vase on their, in their home. So, and that's what India's strength is. So I think the time is right, the exposure is there, the enablers are there. There shouldn't be any challenge now. And I think with Expo Bazaar, we are seeing that growing every year. A lot of manufacturers are now coming with the mindset that they want to create their own brand and get the right value, which they truly deserve.
Oh, absolutely, and I think this new generation of consumers that is coming up across the world, it's great because they care less about the brand on the product, they care more about the beauty or the value or the uniqueness it brings to their life, right? It's not so much about the brand showing you or showing off about what the value of the product is, it's the product itself. And I think that's a trend that we are seeing, at least globally, that people care more about the product, less about the name written at the back of the product. Bharat, you've seen generations of entrepreneurs try to go global. Some have been successful, some have not. If I was to ask you, what do you think is the biggest lesson that you can give? Because you've had a bird's eye view of hundreds of entrepreneurs, if not thousands. That one big lesson that you would give and share with the audience here, or what they need to think of before they go global or during their global journey, what would it be?
So overall, the team should be stable for at least 6 to 12 months when you are planning for the global. So otherwise, what will happen, like when there are a lot of fluctuation happens, then learning curve build up, then again just you come down, then again you put the someone else. So if it is a stable one, product side you have to work a lot. And if these two things are working fine, then more or less 99% you solve it, because like building learning curve again and again with the people and the product, where the actually brands are lacking. When I can give you the example, most of the time you can say people, like Indian brands are competing against the Indian brand only, okay? And one person join from here to there, and just you can say then match starts. So rather than competing with, you can say within the origin itself, either you can target some other country or maybe other brands which is benchmarking and doing the good one, and create the right kind of learning curve. Example like Bella Vita, I'm just naming directly. They are the #1 perfume brand in the US, Amazon, as well as TikTok. When I can say Indian brand going abroad and becoming #1, US mein China is also there, many people are there, and there is no rocket science in terms of manufacturing of the perfume, but still how it is possible. So when you think from that perspective and practically being an like entrepreneur kind of mindset, we all can do it, but we have to just structure the things accordingly and it will be done.
Absolutely, and by the way, I did not know that. Yeah, so that's truly incredible that Bella Vita is the #1 perfume brand. It is truly incredible. Deepak, last question for you before we end the panel is, for a small town brand dreaming of global customers, what's the first thing that you think has to click for them before they can start this journey?
I would say the mindset has to change. They need to believe that we can go global. Right? Traditionally, it was always like a sequential or a milestone-based journey for any brand before they can think of going global. Right? You do in a region well first, then prove yourself domestically, and do consistently well in domestically, and then you reach that milestone of going global. I think that mindset has changed now, and that still many brands are following the same route. However, at Dista, we have many brands, few lakhs of revenue per month, but the founder is confident, yes, I want to go global. I am willing to take that journey. So brands, owner, the co-founders, they need not think about how will we do it. Do I have a trade desk? Do I have the compliance specialist? Do I have the logistics specialist to handle this? All this is done by multiple players, multiple operators. Dista is one of them. We can do it for them. Co-founders and the brands have to think and that what they are good at, like making good products. Rest everything, what it takes for their global journey, leave it to us. We can do it for you.
Thank you, and I think that's been the common theme. I think there's a big ecosystem of support available, which wasn't there. And I think founders focusing on building the right product, the right quality of product, is actually the secret sauce. I think that's come out through about all our discussions. Thank you, all of you, for your time today. I truly appreciate it. I hope the audience learned something today from this session. I truly did. I'm taking away 2 nuggets of information that I did not know before this session. So thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Request you all to please stay back. We have our mementos coming for you. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick reminder to all of you that we do have masterclasses happening. I hope you attended the masterclasses as they are on the same floor. That's a lovely memory from our end. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you give them a big round of applause. Our panelists have given us a lot to take back. Requesting Jitin, Prashar and Akshay to please stay back. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on from conversation to commitment. We have a very special moment on stage. Shiprocket is proud to sign an MOU with Expo Bazaar, yes. As a preferred logistics partner for domestic and international shipments, this partnership is another step towards strengthening the infrastructure that helps Indian businesses participate in large markets, bigger exhibitions, and global commerce opportunities with greater confidence. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this milestone. Thank you so much. And now we come to one of the most exciting moments of Shivir 2026. At Shiprocket, innovation has always come from listening closely to the businesses we serve. And yes, every product, every solution is built with one goal: to help businesses sell better, ship smarter, scale faster, and grow with confidence. To take us through the latest Shiprocket launches and how product experiences are being rebuilt for the agentic era, please welcome Praful Podar, Chief Product Officer, Shiprocket, the leader shaping Shiprocket's product vision for the next generation of commerce. To begin with, a big round of applause for Praful as he joins us. And joining him on stage is Soumya Khati.
She'll come in later.
Yeah?
She'll come in after a few minutes.
After a few minutes? All right, so you are going to lead us to begin with, yeah? Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mumbai. Okay. Okay, never mind. I'm Praful Podar, Chief Product Officer at Shiprocket. You guys have been a wonderful audience till now. By the way, if people are looking for seats there are a lot of some empty seats here. You can help yourself, make yourself comfortable. We're inching closer towards the finale, and I'm sure all of you are very, very excited. I'm particularly excited about something that I'm going to be launching with all of you right now today. This is something which is very close to my heart, something that the teams have been working on for the last few months to take to market. But before that, I do feel we need energy up in the room a little bit. I need some help from you guys. Huh? Is everybody with me? Super. तो ऐसा करते हैं. And one more thing, there are some people still outside. I think they need to feel a little bit of FOMO कि अंदर कुछ exciting हो रहा है. And I promise you कुछ exciting दिखाऊंगा मैं. ठीक है? तो उसमें थोड़ी सी help चाहिए. So I'll request everyone to get up from their seats for just a few seconds, please. ठीक है? And you have to follow my lead, okay? I'm going to do just some tapping and clapping. Simple है. तो एक बार साथ में करते हैं. So we'll do 1, 2. Okay? So let's try this. ठीक है? तो अब wait. We're going to do this one. इस बार थोड़ा louder करना है. बाहर सुनना चाहिए. कुछ हो रहा है. ठीक है? And make sure you, and we'll play some music. Vibe along if you like the song. Okay? Let's go. Louder, guys. Can we have the music? Louder.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big
And sing along if you like the song.
You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place.
Sing it, guys.
Singing, we will rock you.
One more time.
We will rock you.
Superb. Give it up for yourself, guys. Round of applause for everyone. Please take your seats. Okay, just going to look at the clicker. Let's go. Okay, all of us have experienced technology platforms over the years. Sorry, I'm just going to try and make this work. Can you guys move to the next slide? Sorry, I don't think the clicker is working. Just 1 second. Yeah. So technology platforms have moved from being sort of dumb, transactional in nature to become intelligent and now agentic. Correct? Our customers use our platform. Sorry, can you move to the next slide? I'm sorry, guys, I'm losing my. Our customers use our platform to solve a lot of their problems. They come in to manage their orders, process their shipments, look at weight, NDRs, COD reconciliations, more and more. On an average, a customer spends 2 to 3 hours on our platform every day, adding value to their business. And we love that, right? End of the day, we are helping technology add value to the business, but we always felt we can do a little bit better. And with AI, that feeling got much stronger. Over the years, talking to customers, we realized there were 2 problems that were constantly, we were hearing again and again. Can you move to the next slide? Thank you. Sorry about that. The first one, can you give me more insights from my data and make it actionable? It's hard to do that. And the second one, can you solve for my day-to-day? There's a lot of tasks that I do. Can you automate so I can free up some of my time? And we took this feedback very, very seriously, added AI into the mix, and I'm very happy that we are launching the agentic shipping platform today, which is going to change the way you use Shiprocket. And to do that, let me show you the platform in action. So can I have the console presented from my laptop, please? Okay, how many people have seen the Shiprocket dashboard or panel? Oh, wow. Thank you everyone. And I'm sure this is looking very different, right? It's very different from how the current platform looks like. This is something that we've been secretly building over the last few months, and let me take you through it step by step. And I'm going to start with my favorite part first, which is agents. A lot of our customers come to the platform, do a task to process their orders, and do the same task again and again every day, sometimes multiple times during a day. It's a lot of effort, right? What we wanted to do was give all that time back to you and your teams so that you can focus on your growth and more important business outcome rather than do these repeated tasks. And now that's possible with the help of building agents. What these agents do are work alongside so that you can take away all the hard work that you guys are doing and transform it and give it to technology to do autonomously. So let's go ahead and build an agent actually together. That's the best way, like Sahil was saying, to show what we've built. And by the way, all of this is live, going on beta very soon. So we're going to create an agent right now together. So the first agent we're going to try and create, every entrepreneur, business owner wants to know how the business is doing regularly, right? Correct? So let's say I'm going to do something simple. Send me a daily shipment summary report. And that's it. The AI is going to go to work. So it's going to clarify a few things. Let's do it daily at 2 p.m. And I think let's have it on email. But email's old school, right? You guys prefer WhatsApp? Okay, absolutely, why not? So let's do WhatsApp. And so it says that it's going to fire a trigger, send me a shipment summary report, and that's it. This is going to go ahead and start creating an agent now. I'm going to connect my phone. And that's what we're done. So the agent is actually ready, and we spend only like 10 seconds building this agent right now. What we can also do is try and test it live. So we're going to run a test, and it's going to send me a message right now. Hopefully it works. I have my fingers crossed on demos, and we'll take a look at it soon. The test is ran, and all I need to do is publish my daily report. I'm just going to name it one, just for, and done. So this is live. That's simple. That's not all. There is a lot of day-to-day processing that our merchants do on the dashboard, right? And to automate some of that, heavy lifting on the operations is also extremely important. Let's take an example of that as well. So what we're going to do is, and here's a very interesting use case that I saw one of our key sellers do. So ship all my prepaid orders from repeat customers. Sorry. With Blue Dot. And that's it. So here are the use cases that I want to ship all my repeat, and it's asking me a little bit of a confirmation. Yes, absolutely, go ahead and ship them every day. And now, without coming to our platform, without having any work done operationally, all of this works autonomously through an agent that does the job for you. It's going to just, do a little bit of mapping at the back, pull out a few skills, and we'll have the agent ready in no time. And by the way, I can also just quickly show you what we have on, sorry, I'm going to just, so here's my WhatsApp, and here's the shipment summary report that we just got on WhatsApp that we just tested, telling me my shipments, what their status are, what my top couriers are, what zone they are lying in, and that's it. That was how simple it was, and obviously there's a lot of customization that you can do as you go along. And our agent is also ready. It's going to check for all of this, and I'm just going to publish this agent. Repeat customer BD rule. And that's it. So imagine having the power of building several agents to use your Shiprocket day to day, automating, taking away time, taking back time that you would otherwise spend on the product. Also imagine a futuristic case where these agents are getting shared. Like we could very well publish the best agents that are available across sellers and have them cross-share to learn from each other as well. That's where we're headed on the platform. For the second part, let me show you something. Let me move on to our orders experience. So we understand the importance of still having lists and details at an order level. That's really important, right? And everything can't be black box or autonomous. And hence, this working area becomes important, where you have all the orders still visible on what's happening. And you can still choose to, manually maybe take a call on shipping an order. Yeah? Anybody notice something different here? Any guesses before I hover onto it? Okay, I might as well. So for smaller sellers, unpredictable pickups is a big problem. It leads to delays and faulty customer experience for them. And it's extremely, and this primarily happens because of supply chain working through milk runs at the courier end. We wanted to solve this for our sellers, and I'm very happy to share that we've launched our very own first mile pickup for sellers across multiple cities in the country, where we will make sure that pickups are happening on time, aggregate them so that couriers can come and pick up from one location, connect them on the same day, and lead to no delays for your orders. Going back, a couple of other innovations that we've done on the platform. The list view, which was fairly restrictive, has now become fluid. Let me tell you more. We have all these columns, and different sellers work differently, right? We wanted to give that flexibility back to sellers. So now you can customize how you want your Shiprocket panel to look like. You can choose different columns that you want, don't want, and you can save that as a view. So let me say I save that as Shivir 2. And now I can just go back to it to optimize my day-to-day tasks. Extremely simple. You can apply multiple filters here, by the way, to make it very custom. Also, you can work with this order agents to complete orders very autonomously. You could just tell it to say, hey, pick up all the orders which to have a weight missing and update the weight from the previous order that I had shipped and ship it right now. And it's going to do that work for you. I'm going to move on to the last section, which is also something that we've tried to innovate on from a lot of customer feedback. Traditional dashboards were mostly static in nature. There would be a preset set of graphs and tables, and you were left to figure out the insight yourself. Well, not anymore. The dashboard that we are launching today is first proactive. It constantly is analyzing data at the back end to bring out insights and actionable at that. And second, you can reason with it rather than having just tables and numbers shown. Let's try and see if I can demo this with an example as well. First of all, the insights. So as you can see, it's actually brought out 3 insights on analyzing some numbers proactively. One, there are a set of orders, like I was mentioning, are stuck for some time. This is proactively calling out where you're delayed and moving your orders further. Second, it's telling me some key numbers on my NDR, how they're spiking, and I can double click on them and analyze them. And third, it's giving me some good news as well. Average delivery speed has actually increased, which is great. So let me go and try and, let's take one of these questions that is already there. How many NDRs do I have in the last 30 days? And while we do this, our new dashboard continues to remain. By the way, Radar AI also powers a bunch of decision making on making sure that stress couriers on the supply chain real time flows back to the system, and you don't end up having any disruptions on your orders. Okay, it seems like this is the COD. Let me see. Break it down by code. Actually, let me just look at what are top 5 reasons for these NDRs. And this is going to go ahead and process some of the data, which otherwise is a little difficult, right? You will have to go back to Excel sheets and pivots and make some sense of it. You can now reason with the data, and it's going to pull out all these insights for you and further make them actionable. This is just the first version, and we're going to continue to make it better with user feedback. Here we go. So we see there are a bunch of reasons that it's brought out from their NDR remarks. By the way, non-deliveries, I'm sure it's a big pain for all of us in the room, and we want to continue to solve it and make it actionable in that. And that's it. So this is our Shiprocket agentic platform that we're launching in beta today. Can I go back to the slides, please? Yeah. So what we've launched is a dashboard that reasons and proactively works with you. Second, agents that automate your work alongside you. And speaking of agentic, we thought, why should we stop at having the agentic experience only available to lovely customers like yourselves? What about our internal teams? How can they benefit from agentic experiences as well? And for that, we've actually moved on from just product team building products to the entire company becoming a builder company. And there's something very interesting brewing in the HR team over the last few months. And for that, I'd like to call upon our CHRO, Soumya, to join me on stage, please. Soumya? Round of applause for Soumya, everyone. So Soumya, I hear that your team has practically become a set of product managers. Should my team be worried? Are we going to be out of jobs soon?
No, absolutely not, Praful.
So tell me, I know a little bit about what's been building in the HR team, but I'd really love to understand more.
Sure. So we've actually taken inspiration from you, and we've been agentifying all our HR processes to make, lives simpler for our people. And I could tell you more, but I think it's more fun if I show you. So if it's okay, can we put our WhatsApp screens on the big screen? And for the purpose of this demo, if I could have you report into me.
Yeah, I'm just going to get it set up. Guys, can we have my laptop back on the panel, please? Okay, so here we go. Soumya has been telling me, Praful, your WhatsApp should be on this side and mine on that side. I've not been able to figure it out. I've been trying since morning, so abhi aise hi chalana padega. So Soumya, that's my WhatsApp screen and this is yours. So tell me what to do.
All right. So Praful, tell me, what is your biggest pain, let's say, with regard to people processes when you travel for events like Shivir or Yatra or go for any customer meetings?
Oh, that's easy, Soumya. Bills and reimbursements. It's just such a pain to submit them, make sure that you're calling out the right details. They tend to get piled up, I forget about them, and it just becomes a big project which never happens.
Are they now? Have you tried uploading your bills on our HR chatbot, Sophie, on WhatsApp?
You mean right now?
Right now.
Okay, actually I have this bill which has been pending for a while. I might as well. I'm just going to go to my... And Naman, I'm hoping this is not a bill that we've already tested. So we'll have to see that if it works out. Yeah, so Soumya, I'll have to fill out the details like the dates and the amounts, etc., right?
Nothing. Just
Really?
upload the bill.
Okay, that's interesting.
Can you guys see?
Oh, okay, it's pulled out all details just to be sure. Yes, please process. Sorry guys, this is, my wire is not working with me today. It's breaking again and again. Yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and process this. Yeah, oh, it's saying yes, please submit. Actually, there's some lag. I've already submitted this. Hope this shows now.
All right. So I have received your bill and I'm approving it now.
Oh, wow. That was easy.
I think your WhatsApp is in.
Yeah, I'm going to get that back. And Soumya, while you're approving stuff, I was talking to Kautalya and Shivir mein काफी काम हो गया. I think I'm going to end up applying for a casual leave as well for tomorrow. I need the rest. So वो भी मैं कर देता हूँ. Casual leave for tomorrow. Need rest. Would you be kind enough to approve this as well?
You're really applying for leave?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry guys, this is just breaking a little bit, but I'm going to try and make sure you can see it again. Yeah, and it's funny that it's also sensing that I might be confused. So it's double confirming whether I want to really take this leave. I'm still going to go ahead and take my chances. Yes, confirm. And we'll go back to Soumya's screen. As you can see, it's actually submitted, and here we go. Soumya's got.
Praful, आप champion हो. काम करने वाले लोग छुट्टी थोड़ी लेते हैं. I'm sure you'll be in office tomorrow. So, boss, sorry, I am rejecting all छुट्टी.
Okay, fair enough. लगता है कल office आना पड़ेगा. But this is great, Soumya. What else does this do?
All right. So, not only these ancillary activities, Praful, but have you tried keeping a track of the performance review of your people through the year, only to fill up very long forms, at the end of 6 months or 12 months? That is a big problem. So why don't you try writing on Sophie what you have been doing for the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, actually there's a deep work request that I've got already for what I've been spending my time on the last 2 weeks. So, Shivir demos, new launches, and also made a new onboarding live for beta users. Yeah, that's pretty much where I've spent my time over the last couple of weeks. And this is actually a big problem because you don't end up recording what you've done, and there's so much recency bias when you're talking to anyone to figure out what's been happening over the years. And wow, it's actually expanded on the couple of lines that I just wrote. It seems to have a lot of context about myself, also about Shiprocket. I'm going to read through it just for a few seconds. Sounds about right. I'm going to go ahead and submit this.
All right, I have received your review and I'm quickly eyeballing it. Great stuff, Praful. I am approving this.
Wow. Soumya, I have to say, this is one of the easiest HR process experiences I've had in a long time. And that too, all through WhatsApp, both for her and me.
And you know what the beauty of this is, Praful? Your self-review form, when you do your midterm in October or later, end of term in April, will be auto-populated. You will not have to fill it again. Wow. So like in Munna Bhai MBBS, this guy says, ki koi marne ko bhi raha to kya form bharne ka? The product vision is 0 forms. Everything is, prompt-based navigation. Now overall, we've reduced all clerical work at your end and our end. And I could tell you more about the AI native people intelligence HRMS that we have built at Shiprocket, but I think it's more fun if I show you a demo. For those who are interested, there's a booth outside, so you can go and play around with the demo.
Superb.
Yeah.
I'll leave you all with this demo video.
Yes.
वर्षाच्या सगळ्या सुट्ट्यांची लिस्ट हवी आहे. मला माझ्या मॅनेजरचं नाव आणि फोन नंबर हवा.
Wow, I think, thank you so much, Praful and Soumya, for giving us that demo. I did not know life could be this easy. Come on, guys, that was a fantastic demo. Please give it up for them. All right, with that, it's time to move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing to see a fuller house right now. I can see almost every seat occupied here. Thank you so much for joining us here. And just a quick question, are we ready for what's next? I just want to check the energy. Are we ready? Wow, great. All right. Okay, moving on. From global ambition and ecosystem partnerships, we now move on to another important question for every growing business. What should we really measure? Yeah, GMV has long been one of the loudest metrics in commerce, but as businesses mature, the real question becomes deeper. Are customers coming back? Yeah. Are margins healthy? Is acquisition sustainable? Is a brand building long-term value? Our next panel goes beyond GMV and looks at the metrics that still matter in the AI era. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our panelists. On this stage we have Aviral Bhatnagar, founder AJVC. A big round of applause. We also have Norbert Fernandez, co-founding general partner, Kenro Capital. Please give it up for Rajan Mehra, partner, March Capital. And moderating this lovely session, we have Tanmay Kumar, Chief Financial Officer, Shiprocket, the leader who understands the financial discipline behind scale, growth, and sustainability. Right, over to you.
Thank you. Aviral, Norbert, Rajan, it's a pleasure. So let me dive straight into the topic. With all of you being here, from a pre-seed to growth to someone who's been an operator and now global fund, the whole divergence of perspective and the breadth of perspective is what is going to make this really, really enjoyable. I will begin by straight away asking what's there on the headline. So in this AI era, beyond GMV, what is that one metric that you would like to track, one metric, and why? And let us just go around and maybe start with you, Rajan, and then we can go around and come back.
Yeah, thanks, Tanmay. First of all, I'd just like to compliment the Shiprocket team on this amazing event, and that presentation was amazing, right? So in any event, we are truly in the area of AI agents, and the one thing that will not change is the metrics you track, which is kind of counter to the sort of title of the session. In my view, what continues to matter is consumer love as measured by Net Promoter Score. This is probably the most important metric, and the question becomes, how do we in an AI-first world adapt to that? The supporting metrics that we care about, I know you said one, but I'll call out a couple more, are the percentage GM if you are a brand, or do you have the lowest cost of goods sold if you are a commodity? And your cash conversion cycle, because as a business, the most important thing is ensuring you don't run out of cash as you grow. So those would be the metrics you can.
If I were to pick just one metric by which to judge whether a brand has, kind of succeeded in establishing itself in the minds of customers, I'd have to pick something like maybe organic repeat rate, where that's what a lot of brand custodians want to see, that people want to come back to the brand, but you don't have to keep spending for the next transaction with a specific customer once you've acquired them. So we do, and our strategy is quite late stage, so we look at fairly scaled up businesses where there are a lot of metrics that have played out. We spend a lot of time looking at NPS, like Rajan mentioned, repeat rates, and how it manifests itself in other metrics like just a reduction in customer acquisition costs over time, and just increase in LTVs, the usual stuff that you look at. Are there any AI-specific metrics that we pay attention to? I would say no. Brand building is still a very basic and, it's still a well-understood game. AI brings a lot of new capabilities and tools to the table, but I don't think we're at a stage yet where there's any specific AI-related metric that we track super closely. It's really the boring old basics that we pay attention to even now.
Yeah, I think for me, CM2 is the most important. Kind of, riffing on what Rajan and Norbert have said, it combines all of them. The real health of a business is clear. I think if you look at CM2 as the metric to really care about. In fact, I've seen that businesses which may not even have very strong repeat behavior, if they have good CM2, they can scale. It feels like the metric to track. I think in the AI world, I'm still thinking of what the metrics are which would be useful, but probably something like token cost per task versus how much it would, cost to employ someone to do it. That ratio would be interesting. I don't know if anybody tracks it, but it's going to become very important because now people are starting to have the conversation that, oh, I'm paying so much to Claude, I'd rather hire somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. And that gets me to, when every AI feature introduces you a additional compute cost, right? So as founders embed AI into their products, the unit economics and how does that kind of get impacted? To my mind, that also, like Rajan mentioned, becomes very, and you all have mentioned different, kind of variables or matrices to track. But to me, Rajan, as this happens, right, and do you really see AI genuinely improving the unit economics, or where does it eat away from the CM2, like he said?
Yeah, so if I can, just take a step back and think about where we are in the world. India is the country that, according to an EY survey, has the most number of consumers that are willing to use AI to influence their e-commerce purchase. And this is fundamentally going to alter the economics of everyone's e-commerce business. So at a starting point, 80% of Indian consumers said they are amenable to using AI-influenced buying. Now, the implication of this is consumers ready. There's new capabilities which are created. Capability one is that I have voice as an enabling feature. There's a product that Shiprocket launched today. If I see what Meesho does with voice, they use it for discovery, new capability, new audiences. Similarly, you will have various capabilities created for brands, and brands need to be early to adopting. So I think we're in the era of saying, listen, you need to recraft your business for an AI-first world where discovery will move from Google SEO and Meta to the chatbots over time. And what are the metrics that you'd like to track? It'll come back to the same metrics, but to Avrilal's point, you have now moved from a zero marginal cost world where software was a fixed cost to software being a marginal cost. So all your direct variable costs will now need to embed the cost of tokens. So I would encourage everyone strategically to rethink how they're thinking about their platforms. You probably have a year to 2 years to recraft, but you can't play the same game 2 years from today that you're playing today.
So Aviral, if the AI shortlists before the consumer ever visits the site, right? What determines a brand is among the few that AI recommends? Is this a marketing problem? Is it a product problem?
Yeah, it's a great question. We've actually invested in a company that's helping brands list better on AI platforms. They call it GEO now, Generative Engine Optimization. I think the chat platforms themselves are like figuring out how to rank things. From my own experience and from talking to the brands in my portfolio as well as this company, I've realized that it has become far easier for new brands to break in because the old search paradigm has changed. A lot of what the new chatbots do is they index on forums and communities. So I think if you want to rank higher or come in a conversation, we were having a chat right now as to how trip was planned entirely using AI. I mean, the first country was Kazakhstan. I think that has probably come from people talking positively about it. So the core will remain that the product is good. There's a lot of word of mouth, people talking about it. I think it'll become harder to manufacture hype and things like that, which were probably easier in social media kind of decision making. So I think the change here will be people talking more on communities, asking questions, etc. And that will be driven by the product, which still remains, I think, the core driver. I don't think that will change. That's my view.
Any other perspective to this, Robert?
No, I think
very similar thoughts to Rajan and Aviral. I think the way to, at least I think about how AI is going to shape brand building in the near future. There will be a whole host of short-term capabilities that will put certain brands ahead. For example, GEO, right? Like maybe 5-10 years ago, certain brands that had superior SEO capabilities were able to leapfrog ahead. But I think of those as very tactical things. Others do catch up. So now if you ask me who's the best at SEO, I think largely all the brands are equally good. This will also happen with GEO, for example. It's just a matter of time. But in the meanwhile, there are short-term arbitrages to be captured, and you sort of build a positioning as an agile, future-thinking brand. That's possible. But again, these are tactical, short-term advantages. The core long-term advantage always for a brand is, do I have a product that people love? And those metrics matter more than anything else.
So every founder today claims that AI lets them do more with less. Are you actually seeing businesses hit some revenue with a fraction of the team? Or is it lean because of AI as kind of discipline?
Yeah, so yeah, actually that's a good question, because especially the stage at which we invest, which is pretty late stage, we see AI manifest in a couple of ways. Like the first kind of AI impact is that it has unlocked some kinds of business models which were not possible before. Just like, an Uber was not possible before mobile, there are some business models enabled now which were not possible earlier. The second kind of impact is what you're saying is like ways to use AI to enhance revenue. The third kind is how can AI be deployed to better manage my cost structure. We're seeing a lot of, those two. But at the same time, the way, again, we look at it is, finally, a lot of what companies are doing in these buckets will be table stakes. It really will be. And at the same time, you're already seeing this in the US. The question mark is being raised that, workforces that have been cut and replaced by AI, is that really cost efficient in the way that it was initially imagined to be? Some of those answers are coming out to be no. At the same time, you see the cost of tokens crashing. So it is an extremely volatile equation right now, whether the cost benefits are true, et cetera, et cetera. It remains to be seen. But what I will tell you is this, is we believe that this part of the equation largely will become, everyone will take a similar approach, everyone will derive similar gains. But what gets sharpened along the way for new brands especially is how do you sort of develop a more, or how do you double down on the more human elements of your business? And by that I mean, new brands that are, trying to cut through the clutter and compete with large incumbents, they're increasingly relying on more human elements, ironically, to establish themselves. For example, a lot of brands nowadays are very founder-led, and brands are taking on I'll give you an example. This jacket I'm wearing, Patagonia. Will AI disrupt it in 10 years? I don't think so. It has developed a personality of its own. So there are some interesting strategies that are being adopted by new brands, which in today's AI world, ironically, feel like brands are becoming more human. So we look at stuff like that, and those things really outlast cycles of technology.
So since we're talking matrices and with you, right? So you just mentioned AI will make acquisitions cheaper, right? So now, what becomes the new scarce asset? One is human element and the brand, but how do you measure, right? As VCs, is it a retention? Is it brand affinity? Is it proprietary data? Is it something else? What do you measure?
I'll take a crack and then maybe Aviral can, because he's more in the early stage side of things. But I feel that the currency that is the most scarce and will continue, and we have to find ways to measure it, is attention. And that is the only thing that matters now. And attention is not, you're not competing with other brands in your category necessarily all the time. You're competing with media, you're competing with everything under the sun. I mean, there's only so much cognitive load a human being can take in a day. And so therefore, if the gating item is attention, and that's the scarce commodity, how do you build a positioning? How do you build a GTM that stands sharply? And by the way, one of the big complaints against AI is that it's leading to large-scale homogenization of messaging, or what is known as an enshittification of marketing. So in that world, how do you stand out? And how do you gain that scarce commodity of attention is what will lead to a breakthrough in your brand building efforts.
So for Viral, because you pre-seed, right? So now there is no GMV, there is no NRR, there is sometimes no revenue. So you evaluate founders across hundreds of parameters I read. For you, what is that one signal?
I mean,
Very important for the room.
I think it's hard to break it down. The reason why we do it across 100 parameters, and to your question of a lean team, I'm the only person in the front. So we've really gone very hard on that. I think if I have to pick one parameter, it's actually not qualified or quantifiable yet. At least in our systems, we have a way to quantify it. But I'd say how obsessed they are about the problem. And this is not just true for brands, it's generally true across. And this is more for pre-seed. I think it comes from an insight about the customer that is uniquely yours. I'm seeing a usage of AI in helping you gather that insight, which is using AI tools to do research. We've also done a market research AI company as an investment because of that thesis. I think the eventual wedge and the insight you take away from this, that has to be yours, and that is what I look for in almost all of the companies that we do, especially in consumer brands. In fact, if you look at our portfolio, you will see that they're almost always building for a very specific niche which they have discovered that could eventually be a large problem, and they're usually very obsessed with that.
So my last question to Rajan. So Rajan, we discussed business and matrices for business. Now today, every founder nowadays says they are AI first. So beyond the narrative, what tangible signal convinces you that AI has become a strategic advantage and it's not a bolt-on for that particular business? What will you look for?
Yeah, so listen, I want everyone here to walk away with the impression that they need to lean into AI. Okay, so the metrics are less important. Here there's 2 data points. Number 1, Meesho would not have been possible. They created a whole new category with a whole new target customer segment because of AI. Similarly, quick commerce without predictive analytics around forward deploying their inventory would not have been possible without AI. So the thing is, as a brand, you can unlock whole new categories because of AI. So that's data point 1. To be AI ready, I don't think any brand can be AI ready unless they get a grip of their data. And what that means is your data is lying in various silos. Make sure you invest in some sort of customer data platform that allows you to be AI ready. And the third, I'd say, is identify those aspects of your business that need to be agentified or AI sort of forward. And those, as Norbert put, that are table stakes. So marketing, content creation, you can't do without that. You have to use AI for that. But there are other aspects, personalization, creating consumer love. How do you use AI for that is really what I would encourage everyone in this audience to think about.
That's a fantastic takeaway. And, Norbert, Viral, if you have one parting addition to this, we'd love to have that, and we can then close this discussion.
Yeah, so a parting thought from my side is for all D2C founders who are looking to take on incumbent brands, there's this concept in Star Trek called Kobayashi Maru, which means there's a unwinnable game that you're playing. So how do you win it? And in Star Trek, there's Captain Kirk who figures out how to beat the game. And the way he did it was by actually reprogramming the simulation exercise itself. So the takeaway, which I've always loved from that episode, is that if you're playing an unwinnable game, like for example, you're trying to beat incumbents in distribution, it's an unwinnable game. You have to change the rules of the game. By the way, there's an interesting video by Shantanu of Bombay Shaving Club where he describes in a lot of detail, and I'm always surprised that there's so much, execution gyan available for free nowadays. He describes in detail how almost SKU by SKU he has taken on Gillette. And that's the very definition of a flank strategy against a large incumbent. And that to me is, how you win. You have to be a very sharp, player in a game that you are defining, which is a little different from what the incumbents are playing. So that's my parting thought. It's a brave new world out there. And I think there's a lot of big D2C brands, a lot of founders sitting here who will build them. So all the very best.
I think my parting thought is, in an AI summit, humans will become cool again. That's my belief for next year. And I think it's going to be very important, especially for brands, that you lean into the human that is there in your teams and in yourself. I think that will help you stand out with a lot of brands that are actually going very aggressively on AI to connect with customers. So I think humans will become cool again is my belief for the next
I think humans are always cool.
So thank you very much. Aviral, Norbert, Rajan. I just felt like we could keep going. Thank you.
Requesting all of you to please stay back. But wasn't that a great conversation, an inspiring one? Yeah? Do stay back with us, please. We have some mementos to give out. Tanmay, would you please do the honors? From humans to being cool again, to connecting that with AI. That was indeed a wonderful conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us here. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me take you through what's going to happen next. As businesses scale, they also expand their networks, meeting partners, visiting markets, managing teams, and exploring new opportunities. Business travel continues to play a very important role in the growth of that journey. We now have a very special keynote by My Biz by Make My Trip. Yes, coming on stage is Urvi Ved, Director, Corporate Channel, My Biz by Make My Trip, Future of Business Travel, a leader helping businesses simplify and scale corporate travel. Please put your hands together as she joins us on stage here. I think we can make the applauses even louder in this room. Yes? Over to you, Urvi.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to spend the next 15 minutes talking a little bit about business travel. I promise I'm not going to show too many screenshots of my biz here. So at Make My Trip, we've had the privilege of working with over 75,000 businesses. We've had a ringside view on businesses going from 0 to 1 and 1 to 10. And one of the most interesting things we've observed is we can figure out how businesses are scaling by the way that travel scales, right? So a process which works for 20 employees doesn't work at 200 employees. And the most successful companies are the ones which are able to adapt. And travel is a big window onto how they do it. So I'll just give you a very quick introduction to our brand. Not that we need it. I'm sure everyone in this room would have booked a flight or a hotel or a holiday from Make My Trip at some point, right? Behind this brand lies a very deep ecosystem of flights, hotels, buses, trains, cabs, Visa, Forex, you name it. And yet, when it comes to business travel, we decided that this isn't good enough. We built a layer of policy, of tech, of compliance, and the most important thing in the room, which every founder here is worried about, cost control. Right? Because business travel is about balancing urgency with cost, employee convenience with financial control, and flexibility with compliance, which is why we went ahead and built India's largest travel tech business platform.
Every day, thousands of employees board flights for work across startups, small businesses, and large enterprises. Business travel keeps India moving. But behind every work trip, there's an invisible load. Endless back and forth, multiple booking sites, compliance violations, and managing expense claims? So we rebuilt how India travels for work. A complete ecosystem of extensive flight supply, 1 lakh plus hotels, buses, cabs, visa, forex, expenses, and more. All in one platform. Your employees will get the actual job done. And we'll handle compliance, approvals, expense claims, and everything in between. Costs controlled. GST claims sorted. With MyBiz, you get complete visibility for every trip. Integrated with 100 plus HRMS, expense platforms, and more. So you can go live in just one day. Big teams, bigger goals. One platform, powering every journey in every industry. Every day, thousands of teams rely on MyBiz to book smarter, move faster, and keep businesses moving across cities, countries, and continents. That's MyBiz, India's #1 business travel and expense platform.
So the insight behind MyBiz is very simple. As your business grows, travel should get simpler. Just imagine your head of sales is traveling for a very important client meeting. Okay? He needs to book the ticket, he's put in a request, and it takes 6 hours for it to turn around by maybe a travel desk or a travel agent or whichever platform they're using. In those 6 hours, the flight prices have gone up. He now needs to ask for approval yet again. Sometimes the GST details are entered incorrectly. Finance is left chasing the invoices and he's left chasing reimbursements. Nobody has made a mistake here, yet there is money on the table which has got missed, savings which have got missed. These are operational inefficiencies which can add up really fast. The challenges that founders face, we cannot ignore, right? Cost control and leakage is the biggest one. Lack of visibility and data. If I ask the founders in this room, how much have you spent on travel this year? Chances are that you wouldn't have been able to track it, right? How many of the travel bookings that happened were within a set policy framework? That's something that's very difficult to answer without data. The solution MyBiz has designed for growing companies is a complete ecosystem which is built on transparency, compliance, and control. So we've built in customizable dashboards that you can look at. We've built automated workflows that minimize human effort and man hours. And whenever we design a feature, we just ask 3 questions for ourselves. Does it help in reducing cost? Does it help in reducing friction? Does it improve the employee experience? If it doesn't do any of these, we don't build it. So with MyBiz, you can have one-click travel approvals, bookings made in minutes, cancellations free of cost, many benefits added, such as real-time invoices, spend reports, customized dashboards, and missed savings reports. With this, you have complete control of your budget and your compliance. Now, all we've been hearing all day is AI, and business travel is no exception to this. We've been building Myra.ai, which is our proprietary tool that helps make changes, cancellations, invoices, all of these mundane tasks very conversational, very easy. So you don't have to spend time doing these things. We have booking flows which are conversational. It's a tool that doesn't require any training, any learning. You can configure employees immediately. You can get information on billing, data, invoices, general information. How much is the cancellation penalty for this ticket? What is the refund amount that I'm expected to get? What is the location of the hotel that I have booked? All of these things are answered instantly on Myra.ai. This is a quick demo of how Myra works on a day-to-day basis. So there's a question that has been asked, how many bookings were done last month? It gives you a detailed breakdown of the number of flights, hotels, cabs, and trains booked. What is the total cost that was spent on travel? So here is the cost, 2,08,242, with a breakdown of each segment. This is another video which helps in fact, employee onboarding as well as the GST information that you typically need. So chasing invoices is one of the most difficult parts of being a finance professional, and all of our finance teams are always, they're very parishan when we don't add GST, right? Because that's missed savings on the table. So with this, you don't have to do that. Everything is centrally available on one platform. And through a simple chat conversation, you can get all the invoices at the click. Cancellation. All of us have been on those trips that got cancelled last minute. Instead of worrying about and making so many phone calls to a call center, you can do the cancellation on Myra itself, on the app, without leaving the interface and without interacting with a single person. Employee onboarding is a task that would have taken days earlier, if not hours. Everything needs to be in a specific format. If there is a single error in the formatting, the data gets rejected. But with Myra.ai, you can upload the information of your employees in your own format. The technology will read the information and upload it into MyBiz by MMT, and you can go live within 24 hours, no matter what your employee size is. What this means for your company, right? Outcomes are important for everyone here. It means you're going to be having a lot of savings. There's an increase in compliance because it's so much easier to book within policy. You can save man hours. You don't need large travel desk teams sitting out of your office. You can have good amount of seamlessness for your employees, so they will not complain about how hard it is or how difficult bookings and cancellations are. And finally, here are a list of companies that have trusted us with their journey. A lot of e-commerce, D2C brands as well have started early with us, and they have scaled with us as the years have gone by. We hope to see all of you on MyBiz, and I hope that the next time you make a travel booking for business, it's the easiest thing that you've done in the whole day and not a tough thing at all. Thank you for your time.
All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next session. As you can see, the panel is getting ready here. The consumer journey today is not linear. A customer may discover a brand on Instagram, compare it on a marketplace, experience it in store, reorder on WhatsApp, and recommend it in a community. This is actually the kind of era we all are living in. So now to discuss this further and get an insight into this, we'd like to invite our panel on stage. And we have Ankur Gupta, COO IGP, a leader who has transformed a gifting segment. Please put your hands together as he joins us on stage. Your applauses, thank you. We also have Ravi Saxena, CEO and co-founder Wonder Chef, a founder who has built a powerful consumer brand across retail, digital, and aspiration-led categories. Coming up next, we have Dhaval Raja, Chief Sales Officer, Carrot Lane, a leader who understands how digital discovery and physical retail come together in a high consideration category. Next, we have Shubham Gupta, founder Bonkers Corner, building a youth-led fashion brand with strong community, culture, and digital-first momentum. And Shubham, yes, you can. It's got that, okay. And moderating this session, please welcome Gautam Kapoor, Chief Operating Officer, Shiprocket. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is going to be a very, very exciting panel. Over to you, gentlemen.
I'm back, so hi. I think it's one of my favorite topics, not from today, but from many years, because omni-channel as a strategy in the industry of retail has been being discussed for the last 10 years. And I think now is the most interesting time of this, of how the industry is reacting to omni-channel. And there are several factors by which it has got influenced. So the goal of this panel, from my perspective, and keeping our audience in mind, is to understand how customers are today interacting with the brand multi-channel. That means how they're discovering the brand offline, online, and there are multiple facets of that itself. So there are like 10, 12 places, and how they are transacting with the brand. So that is largely what I would, and how D2C businesses that are sitting in the audience and listening to us, what they can learn from that, and how can omni-channel become very important for it's an essential strategy, right, for any brand to eventually reach. What is the right time? How to get there? I think that's largely what I want from this audience, from this panel, to come up for the audience. I'll step into my first question, and this question is for actually everyone. So many people think that having stores plus website is omni-channel. As per you, what do you think it is? Really? It's like just having a website and having a store. Is that omni-channel? That makes you omni-channel? How do you define omni-channel? I'll go around. So how about Dhaval, if you want to start with that, right?
Okay. So you started with something where CaratLane stands for. We basically claim ourselves to be a strong omni-channel brand, and likely so, because as you rightly mentioned, that omni-channel doesn't mean that it's online and offline presence. So today we have 400 stores, and we are doing largely good numbers on the online channel as well. But having a presence is not linked to what omni-channel is. Omni-channel is more about how you get the journey of a customer from online to offline or offline to online. It's a journey that has been mapped. So at CaratLane, we call ourselves as a tech-first company. Okay, so we are technological company where we see how do we integrate a seamless experience for the customers. So most of my buying is online induced. The person who sees the product online eventually ends up buying on the offline channel. So almost 70% of my traffic, which comes online, experience the whole CaratLane journey, and then they come back offline and they buy.
Don't share too much. I have a question for you. So
Yeah.
I think, Ravi sir, what do you think about the same question? What do you think as per customer? What is that experience that he is looking for? In one line, quickly, so that we'll dig deep into the business.
So Gautam, as you correctly said, today the definition of omni-channel is that हमारी website और हमारे कुछ stores भी हैं. But Wonder Chef has been a truly omni-channel company. You will be surprised, and the audience will be surprised to know we have 10 distinct channels of distribution. And that is what has helped us gain a leadership position in this rather old and difficult category of kitchenware. So we are into general trade, we are into modern trade, army canteens, police canteens, our EBOs, franchisee EBOs, our website, platforms, TV shopping, exports. And this is what makes omni-channel for us, because, and yes, we have a ladypreneur wing, a network of women, 85,000 of them spread across 1,000 cities, who also demonstrate our products.
Fantastic.
And that is what has kept Wonder Chef, let's say, profitable from day one, because the brand building has been 360 degrees.
Understood. very interesting, sir. We'll dig deep on that as well. Shubham, what do you think about this question? Offline, online, I think your journey was a little different, right?
हमारे लिए ओमनी चैनल मीन्स सीमलेस एक्सपीरियंस टू कस्टमर. हम लोग जो बिल्ड कर रहे हैं ओमनी चैनल में, अगर कोई ऑनलाइन आ रहा है उसके वॉलेट में रिवॉर्ड पॉइंट्स है या पॉइंट्स है, तो वो आके ऑफलाइन भी रिडीम कर रहा है, या ऑनलाइन कोई शॉपिंग कर रहा है उसको एक्सचेंज रिटर्न करना है, वो ऑफलाइन में भी आके कर रहा है, तो हम लोग वो इकोसिस्टम बिल्ड कर रहे हैं.
Well, that's fantastic. And you know, Ankur, we've interacted before. Very different category, gifting. You know, how do you see omni-channel?
So omni-channel for us is if anyone is looking for products which can be used for gifting or for any celebration, and if they are searching those products at any platform, right, we should come there. So be it if they are asking it on ChatGPT, if they are searching on Google, if we are not very wide, we don't have very wide offline presence as of now, but given that gifts usually are sent to someone who are not with you, right? So, but for us, if they are doing a discovery of gifts, we should be available in all the channels.
So from a discovery perspective, omni-channel is essentially something that is very important for you. So I think I have these tailored questions for all of you. Like, let's start, you know, I would love to dig into the business and what we can learn. So always, when you answer these questions, please keep that our audience as young D2C founders who have found some product market fit, are intending to scale from there. So I think I'll go back to Dhaval, right? That's the structure I'm following. So Carrot Lane is very unique, right? Very high AOV. Trust is a big thing. At some point of time, people couldn't imagine buying an expensive piece of jewelry online, right? And Carrot Lane is true omni-channel in that sense. I know that there are stores. I know there's a website. I've never bought from my perspective. I've never bought jewelry. My wife would have, I'm sure. But tell me about what does it mean for you being for Carrot Lane to be omni-channel in this category?
So for me, whether it is offline or online, and particularly when I'm talking about the omni-channel, for me, the engagement and experience of the customer has to be very, very seamless. Okay, the promise is what we make, and it's a Tata company, so the trust plays the larger factor in the whole ecosystem. So for us, it is important that whatever we promise, it has been ensured that the customer doesn't have any, diluted experience in any channel, be it online or be it offline.
That becomes very difficult also. Just the logistics of, an expensive piece of jewelry is so different. I can totally understand what you mean by that. Ravi sir, Wonder Chef, as in it's kitchenware, kitchen products. It's you want to buy something. Our family, our mothers are they've been buying these things, right? It's always been try and buy, see a demo. That is what the category is always about. So what change have you seen? As in, have you seen that the sales point of sale, which is the store, the offline store, has become something else, not just a point of sale, but also maybe that the demo is happening there, but the purchase is happening on maybe a Blinkit store or your website. So how is that? Let's dig a little deeper into the business. How you think that the consumer is experiencing, and where are they buying, and where do they come back?
Sure. So Gautam, two things have happened. One is over the last 10 years, of course, the whole digital revolution has happened, wherein customers are discovering products digitally and then probably getting it touch and feel in the shops. But also what has happened is that the TG, the target group, which is attuned to digital, which is the young millennials, Gen Z, is now coming of age. They are entering an age where they are getting married or they're getting their first job, setting up a first homes, which means they become RTG. Unlike, let's say, a fashion brand, they become RTG when they reach a certain age. But now the confluence is there of that age and that digitization process. So there is a revolution happening because so much more of digital decision making is happening in our category. Wonder Chef has huge digital media assets, social media assets outstripping everybody else in the industry combined. And that helps us launch new products, launch new concepts, and reach out to the TG in a very pragmatic way.
Understood. That's very insightful. So, also, Shubham, coming to you, so how I was thinking of this question to you, you're in a fast fashion category. There are 2-3 things. One, just achieving omni-channel, because आपने इतने सारे स्टोर खोल लिए, वेबसाइट भी है, प्रोडक्ट SKU चेंज हो रहा है कॉन्स्टेंटली, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी आप खुद करते हो, वो सप्लाई चेन, आई थिंक एक बार आप वी शुड डिग डीप ऑन द सप्लाई चेन बिट. Also, you should also help us all understand, because I know a lot of D2C founders sitting in the audience will be selling fashion. That's one of the top categories. उनके लिए please बताइए कि how did you approach it, right? Because all these guys will look up to you, and that is the second bit. So one, supply chain, and second, how will you guide anybody sitting in this audience who's in the fashion category to be able to replicate something like that you've done? क्या गलतियाँ करी, क्या अच्छा किया?
एक्चुअली मेरा यही सजेशन रहेगा सारे नए फाउंडर्स को कि पहले आप प्रोडक्ट के बारे में अंडरस्टैंड करो. मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस था, मैं पहले इंडस्ट्री के टॉप लीडर्स जो D2C ब्रांड्स है, मैं उनको सप्लाई कर रहा था, तो मेरे को प्रोडक्ट का अंडरस्टैंडिंग आ गया था. तो डे 1 पे ही हमारा बेसिक्स बहुत क्लियर था कि मुझे समझता है कि प्रोडक्ट कैसे बनता है, क्वालिटी कैसे अचीव करते हैं. तो इसके लिए हम लोग अपने कैटेगरी में डे बाय डे ग्रो कर पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारा प्रोडक्ट बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है. तो नए D2C ब्रांड को यही समझना पड़ेगा, आपको मार्केटिंग कंपनी नहीं बनाना है, आपको प्रोडक्ट कंपनी बनाना है. तो बिना फंडिंग, मेरा सजेशन होगा मेरे हिसाब से कि कभी भी आपको पहले फंडिंग के लिए नहीं जाना चाहिए, आपको पहले प्रोडक्ट पे काम करना चाहिए. ठीक है, फंडिंग आपको तब लेना है जब आपका प्रोडक्ट आपने क्रैक कर लिया है. हम लोगों ने 6 साल तक हम लोग बूटस्ट्रैप थे. अभी मैंने 4 महीने पहले ही मैंने फंडिंग किया है. जब आपके पास फॉर्मूला आ जाएगा स्केल करने का कि आपका सब कुछ पॉजिटिव है, तब आपको फंडिंग के लिए जाना चाहिए.
अंडरस्टूड. बट एक और क्वेश्चन प्लीज आंसर करिए ना कि आई थिंक एक तो सप्लाई चेन का क्वेश्चन आंसर करिए कि ये मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर रहे हो, इतने सारे स्टोर्स हैं, ऑनलाइन है, ऑफलाइन है, प्रॉमिस है, एक ओमनी चैनल का जैसे आपने समझाया, उसको उस सप्लाई चेन को चलाने के लिए भी आई थिंक जितना मुझे पता है वो कॉम्प्लेक्स है. मैं जानना चाहूँगा आप हाउ डू यू थिंक अबाउट इट?
सप्लाई चेन तो हमारा सब कुछ इन हाउस ही है. मैंने 10 साल अपने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के करियर में यही समझा, और जब मैं D2C के साथ काम कर रहा था, तो मैंने D2C ब्रांड में जब स्केल वो लोग कर रहे थे, तो मैंने ये देखा कि उनका बॉटलनेक पूरा सप्लाई चेन ही बन रहा है, और वो वहाँ पर हमने क्रैक किया हुआ है. हम लोग क्या करते हैं, ग्लोबली ट्रेंड देखते हैं और छोटा SKU प्लान करते हैं और उसको लॉन्च करते हैं. अगर वो स्केल कर रहा है तो ही हम लोग प्रोडक्शन करते हैं, नहीं तो उसको हम लोग डिस्कार्ड कर देते हैं.
अंडरस्टूड. एंड आपने जो यू शुड ऑल्सो टॉक अबाउट द एक्सपीरियंस जो आपने बिल्ड किया है अपने कस्टमर्स के लिए, ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन. एक चीज़ तो आपने बताया कि जैसे वॉलेट्स का है, बट हम ब्रीफली बात कर रहे थे तो आपने कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ें बताई थी कि कस्टमर बाय कहाँ करता है, डिस्कवरी कहाँ होती है, ऑनलाइन पहले देखता है, फिर ऑफलाइन जाता है, ऑफलाइन खरीदता है, ऑनलाइन जाता है.
जब हम लोग ने फर्स्ट स्टोर अपना फिनिक्स में किया था 2023 में, तो ऑनलाइन ब्रांड बहुत ज़्यादा फेमस था जेंजी में, हमारे कैटेगरी में. और जब हमने फर्स्ट स्टोर किया तो देखा कि पेरेंट्स भी आ रहे हैं और उनके बच्चे भी आ रहे हैं. वो भी वहाँ पर हम लोग ने देखा कि स्टोर ओपन होने के बाद वहाँ पर कन्वर्जन आ रहा है. पहला हमारा एज ग्रुप जो था वो 16 to 24 था, बट ऑफलाइन में हमारा एज ग्रुप वो बढ़ चुका है, 40-50 के एज वाले भी लोग ले रहे हैं. और ऑफलाइन के बाद हमारा कस्टमर रिपीट रेशो बढ़ गया है. अगर मेरा कोई कस्टमर ऑनलाइन ले रहा है, उसको प्रोडक्ट क्वालिटी अच्छा लग रहा है, तो वो मेरे स्टोर पे जा रहा है और वहाँ से परचेस कर रहा है. और या तो मेरे स्टोर पे कोई विजिट कर रहा है, उसको प्रोडक्ट क्वालिटी अच्छा लग रहा है, तो वो ऑनलाइन भी आ रहा है.
अंडरस्टूड. वेरी वेरी इंसाइटफुल. अंकुर, आपकी योर कैटेगरी इज लाइक मतलब traditionally being all offline. What I mean by that is when anybody used to send flowers, there was a flower shop, and you would go to that flower shop, and then flowers would be delivered to your whoever you want to send it to, your family members or friends. Gifts was also an experience. Somebody would go buy a gift, get it packed, and have it sent, or maybe deliver it by hand. Obviously life has changed. Everybody is moving fast. demographics have changed, a lot of things have changed. How do you think this has translated into being online now more, moving from offline to online, and a company like you, how has that made a difference in this category, making it more offline and now more online?
I think earlier the offline stores, gifting stores, they were very one category or two categories specific stores, right? Either flower shops, cake shops, or gift shops, right? So people were going and buying things from their cards, etc., all those things. What we realized, the gap number one was that we have to form an offering where we can mix multiple categories into one hamper and get it delivered, right? Also, one more nuance where a lot of times gifts are sent to someone who are not physically close to you, right? And a retail store may not be available to do that. So the idea was to create a platform where the trust can be built, right? That the product quality will not be, see, ultimately if you're buying a gift, it becomes different from self-consumption, right? If I'm buying a t-shirt for myself, right? If the t-shirt color is not the same, if it's not fitting me, you know, if it's delayed, right? I can exchange or return it, take refunds, etc. But if that t-shirt is supposed to be a gift for my brother, for example, who is staying in Delhi, and I'm in Bombay, then I want the exact t-shirt to be delivered on his birthday and with no, you know, no fault in that product, right? So to do that, we did realize that, you know, we have to first create this trust where, you know, customers can have that trust on the brand that, okay, if I'm ordering something, it will reach how it is looking on the website. And that's how we built a lot of back-end infrastructure to do that, right? And made sure that, number one, the product that are getting delivered are up, they are top quality. When it comes to omnipresence, right, we are now coming up with stores, honestly, which will more be like experiential stores to explore the categories. We just don't want to open another flower store or a gift store or a card store, right? It has to be a place where people can actually bundle a lot of categories, right? Personalization has become a very big factor, right, in gifting. So having that facility as well, right? So it's not just having a store, physical store that we feel is important. It's about having the trust over the brand, you know, from wherever they are purchasing, the trust should be there.
Understood. And I think trust of the quality and surety that the gift will reach on the day it's expected to.
Correct.
Oh, Valentine's Day, अगर next day हो गया तो फिर तो.
Correct. It's there. You will ask for the complete money. क्या मुझे जो पैसा
money तो छोड़ो, पता नहीं और क्या.
आगे से मैं कभी वापस नहीं आऊँगा.
You know, one can lose his girlfriend also, matlab.
Yeah.
So, understood. Thank you very much, guys. But one question and one thing that I've discovered myself, and I wanted to pose this to all of you guys, is that us trying to build out something around quick commerce, etc. We've been building out on-demand request for two-wheeler, etc. for any enterprise business who have offline store to ask for a rider, person comes, picks up the shipment and delivers it to the customer. We've seen a lot of action in that space. A lot of brands, example like Decathlon, Snitch, some of these are similar categories. We've seen that they have seen a lot of scale and the customer is ready to pay for that extra buck which is required for that delivery cost. I know, Ankur, you do this day in, day out already. So I think you're on my side. And I think more than sharing your experience, what do you guys think about letting your point of sale become a point of inventory also for somebody to purchase online? I think the question, anybody can answer that question.
So for us at Carrot Lane, when we talk about omni-channel, it is eventually seamless journey, but the whole outcome is that how do we make the buying pleasant for the customer, and how it can be the ease. So when you log on in an app or a website, you will see we have a See Live. You select a product, within a minute you connect, a customer will come and show you that this is the product that you want to buy. Okay. If not, you want to try the products, select some fry articles, the person will come next day, he will come you, show the jewelry, you purchase, you don't purchase, fair, we come back. Okay, so it's all about how we create the ease of buying for the consumers.
Yeah, and you'll make sure that the person who's spending the money spends the money. In case, if it's me, for my wife, I'll be very angry. It's good. It's a good conversion metric from that perspective.
Right.
Anything as in, at Bonkers Corner, what do you think of how point of sale is, कि वहीं पे inventory है, customer can order from close by and thing will be get delivered to you.
अभी हम लोग का नेक्स्ट टारगेट वही है कि हम लोग के अभी करेंटली 33 स्टोर्स है और आई थिंक नेक्स्ट वीक से हमारे सारे स्टोर ओमनी चैनल हो जाएंगे, तो हम लोग जो स्टेट वाइज जो भी स्टोर होगा हम लोग लोकली वहाँ से ही डिलीवर करेंगे.
अगर आप प्लीज हेल्प करोगे हम सबको, कैसे करेंगे हम सब, एज इन यू हैव टू हेल्प अस. व्हाट आर द थिंग्स दैट वी शुड बी केयरफुल अबाउट
for deliveries?
For deliveries from a store to the customer?
Yeah.
On demand?
Yes.
One transaction is one shipment. So help
Right.
us please. I know आप बताओगे सारा ज्ञान.
Okay, so honestly,
talk about the pitfalls.
Yes, it is. See, gifting for us specifically, if I'll talk about, we come across peaks, right? Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day, abhi Rakhi aayega, then Diwali, Christmas, New Year. These peaks for us, they are like 10x, 15x, 20x of BAU volumes, right? So it is challenging to build all the infrastructure, including delivery infrastructure, right? On BAU, we do want to, if not 10 minutes delivery, but say 30 to 60 to 90 minutes delivery is what we want to give that convenience to our customers. And there, this on-demand thing it really helps. So the idea is simple, that you can't have riders all the time available at the store. And if you have ad hoc requirements coming in, right? If you have a platform where you can just push an order, and like how maybe it happens for Swiggy and Zomato, right, where a food order is placed and a rider comes to the restaurant. Similarly, a rider comes to your store, he picks up the product and delivers it to the end customer. So if that can happen, it's very good, and we have been doing it for quite a few years now, and
I think
it does help.
You're absolutely correct, and I think the gig economy of partners delivering has matured to a level where it can manage somewhat the peaks and the turfs.
Correct.
Also offer flexibility in terms of where you're selling, from where are you shipping in, where the customer is, so that you can get a rider at a particular cost, which will make sense. Absolutely correct. As in, very quickly, as in just a closing question, very, very quick, we're on time now. What is that one thing that you will tell our D2C founders here that they should not do? Because we have enough of what they should do the whole day. Let's take one question, one thing, and you can give it an omni-channel flavor or not, it's okay. One thing that you tell the founder today that you should not do. One thing.
Look, my philosophy always has been that unit economics have to be positive from day one. And times have changed. Today money is not so easily available. So do not be dependent for your survival on other people's money.
Understood. You can't repeat. That was a good one. I know he picked up the most tough one now, so challenge to you guys. Anybody can go. One thing that today's founder should not do.
I think I have met a lot of founders, and they try to do a lot of things at one go. I strongly feel that it should be very clear that what you are trying to achieve, what you are trying to sell or market, right? And the product, whatever the product is, it should be worked upon rather than कि ये भी करेंगे, वो भी करेंगे, ये भी करेंगे, but the focus should be on the product, the supply chain, the customer experience, so that trust can be built. So how to win that trust? I think sometimes founders miss that in the race of becoming big or something. I think that is one thing that should be done.
Gautam, I'll add just one more thing, because that is a very critical thing when founders are building companies. So do not delay in hiring talent. Because the propensity is that I'll do everything right now, I'll take young people who will be cheaper, who I can afford, and then it becomes impossible to take senior people because they would not report to the juniors you can't create dissonance because they have been with you, and this is a common problem with a lot of companies. So put the big rocks first, hire talent at the right time, that will help you grow.
So from my end, it is only one thing that, do not rush. Take your time. Building a brand and building a company takes a considerate time. Do not rush into too many things. There are a lot of examples and a lot of case studies, even if you get stuck. And if you see successfully the D2C brands which have developed over the years, most of them were unsuccessful in the first, second, third, fourth attempt. It eventually grew. A lot of brands and a lot of success stories there. So do not rush. Take your time. Do your homeworks and make sure that you have the right intervention at the right time.
डिलीवरी फास्ट कर देंगे
भाई हमारा डिलीवरी तो एक दिन है. We are now trying for the dash delivery, as you rightly asking कि can the store be a selling point, the distribution point? That's what Carrot Lane is doing.
Fantastic. Shubham.
प्रोडक्ट पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से. बिल्कुल भी फंडिंग के पीछे, जैसे सर ने बोला कि फंडिंग के पीछे मत भागो, पहले प्रोडक्ट पे फोकस करो, टीम बिल्डिंग करो, ठीक है. उसके बाद फंडिंग तो बाय प्रोडक्ट है, वो आपके पास आ ही जाएगा, उस पर टाइम वेस्ट मत करो, प्रोडक्ट पे अपने को फोकस करना चाहिए.
Thank you everyone. Thank you. I think it was a very interesting discussion today. I hope you find value there. Thank you very much everyone. Thank you.
Request you all to please stay back. Such fantastic insights for all of us from our panelists. Now time to present some mementos to our leaders on stage right now. And join me in giving them a big round of applause. Once again, ladies and gentlemen. Once again for being with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move on to a very interesting panel that's going to happen next. The brands being built today are starting with advantages that did not exist even 5 years ago. They have been using AI from day one. They are testing faster, listening sharper, personalizing better, and scaling with leaner, smarter teams. Our next panel explores how emerging brands are using AI not as an add-on, but as a starting point, ladies and gentlemen. So, let's welcome our panel on the stage to discuss the same. We have Akash Walia, co-founder, Secret Alchemist, coming on, building a modern wellness and aromatherapy brand with a strong product and customer-first approach. Next, we have Priyanka Navani, founder, Flickr Cosmetics. Hello. Representing a new wave of beauty brands that are bold, digital first, and deeply connected to their audiences. Now we have Vishal Rawat Gupta, Chief Marketing Officer, ACO, bringing a marketing lens to how emerging brands can build visibility, trust, and growth from day one. We also have Anuj Ruya, co-founder Beko, building a purpose-led brand that brings sustainability, consumer behavior, and scale together. And moderating this session, ladies and gentlemen, we have Atul Mehta, CEO, Domestic Shipping, Shiprocket. All right, the panel looks fantastic. Over to you, Atul.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. An exciting panel in front of us. I think I'm going to take time to grill these founders to share some of the secret sauces of how they've gone about building their business. Great. So I think 10 years back, it was digital first. Now there is this trend of AI first. I read somewhere there is AI first consumer brands being built. You have been on that journey and you are coming at, it's an intersection for you. So we're going to spend some time on how for your brands and categories you are sort of integrating AI into how you're thinking, working, etc. But starting first with you, Akash, you're building a premium brand, right? And for a premium brand, there's a lot of emotional payoff, which is associated with the product. It's not only about buying a product, you are buying the experience around it. How did you go about building that? And reflecting back, if you were to do it today, would you do anything different, leveraging AI, or would you still do the same, trust the gut, and build a brand the way you have built it right now?
No, interesting. Always good to go back in time and think back, right? What went right, what went wrong. But for everybody, I mean, Secret Alchemist, we are building India's first clean perfume brand. And I think perfume by itself is sensorial in nature, right? So if you spray perfume on yourself, you want to smell it. You want to, if you like it or you'll not like it, right? It's pretty much black or white as soon as you sort of smell the perfume. When we went about building the brand, we were very sure that we wanted to create a premium space. Clean perfume by itself, by nature of the product, is premium. It is pure in nature. We use therapeutic grade essential oils, so had to be at a certain price point. And therefore, yes, our journey to purchase a perfume for a consumer had to be emotion-led. So we had to show real photos, real videos. All our influencer reels also are pretty much real in nature, smelling the fragrance and then making content out of it. But having said that, if I were back 3 years ago and if AI was then what it is now, my speed of execution would have drastically increased. What probably took me 3 or 4 years to get where we are, the execution speed would be faster. I can understand customer reviews faster, customer feedbacks faster, retention rates can be better earlier. So your learning drastically increases faster, and looking back then, I would have been way more productive. My team would have been way more productive had I used AI then. But having said that, while the brand is human first, we as a company operate AI first, which means pretty much everybody in our core team has, and their entire function has a Claude account, and everything goes via Claude. Every data point goes via Claude, and now it's interesting to see that all meetings have a nice one-pager, very structurally written when you start the meeting, right? So it's a good start point to already have the thought structured. So I think, yeah, that's what you would do different.
Nice. Great to see your adoption. I think that has been a common trend which we're seeing, like founders enabling their teams to use these tools to get more and more efficient. Moving on to you, Priyanka, you are in a category which is one of the fastest moving consumer categories, beauty, and the toughest one to spot trends. Identify what is it that customers need, because the needs are evolving. Like what was working 2 years back and what is working now is very different. How do you go about doing that, and has AI truly helped you do that in any sense?
AI tool has helped us in multiple ways. When I speak about trend, so अगर आप ट्रेंड के साथ चलते हो तो ट्रेंड के साथ ख़त्म हो जाते हो.
Correct.
There are many brands जो ट्रेंड के साथ आते हैं बट चले जाते हैं. But we have a very simple formula in our organization कि जो सब कर रहे हैं वो हमको नहीं करना है. हमको वो करना है जो कोई नहीं कर रहा है. So 2 years back we have launched our product which is a problem solving product जो मेकअप के 3 steps को simplify करता है 1 step में. Since that was the innovative product, industry में कोई नहीं था. Because of that innovation, हमने अपना revenue scaled किया 40x से.
Wow.
पहले हम 1 महीने में 80 लाख का business करते थे, अब हम 1 दिन में कर देते हैं. So I always believe it कि innovation करो, differentiation factor लाओ, trend को follow मत करो, trend आप खुद बन जाओगे.
Nice. So how do you think AI can help your setup, or while you were starting or now? Like how are you leveraging? Because you're saying, I'm not looking at trends specifically, so that's not a place where I'm looking at AI helping me, but where else do you think in your business it is helping or can potentially help?
So most of the point he has already covered कि हमने हर रिपोर्टिंग को क्लाउड से इंटीग्रेट कर दिया. जो रिपोर्ट हमको एक हफ्ते में लगती थी, बन के मिलती थी, वो अभी 10 सेकंड में मिलती है. पहले देयर वाज सेपरेट एनालिटिक्स टीम जो डेटा पढ़ के आपको बताती थी. अब आर एनालिटिक्स टीम इज क्लाउड. एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट इज कि दैट never ask for salary hike and never goes for a leave.
Nice. Vishal?
Yes.
Consumer electronics, highly intensely competitive category, right? There is a scope for product differentiation, but how do you go about what to differentiate on? How do you go about how to talk to consumers to bring alive what is the differentiation you have brought alive? So how do you go about doing that? And again, is there a flavor of how you have used the capabilities, what have come through recently in your life?
Yeah, thanks, Atul. So when we say that this industry is very competitive, I think every industry is competitive. Ask the businessman, the founder, that is your category competitive? They will say, yes, my category is also competitive. So yeah, for us, audio is very much competitive. And when we started November 23, I think for any brand, for any category, the major thing which gets sale is the features. Second comes the design, third comes the color. We crack all those stuff. But the main thing what we cracked is where we are going to sell. The major players who are in our category were building the business on marketplaces. I think we have taken a different path. We started building our own platform, that is our own website, E2G website, and we start getting the attraction from the customers. Number one. Number two, after the customer journey, after the purchase has been done, the journey which is post the purchase is very important. I think we have focused a lot on that. We have used multiple tools so that whenever customer is coming to the website back because of some challenges, because of some issues they have faced post-purchase, I think that experience has to be wonderful. That experience has to be like, yeah, I have bought something from the brand. I can again purchase that product from that brand. Maybe I can talk more good about this brand. I think that experience has to be built post-journey, and I think that experience we could only give when we are building our own platform. If let's say we have selected that we would have purchased, we have built Amazon and Flipkart, I think that journey could not have been completed. What we could build with our own platform. I think that experience, post-purchase experience has to be A+. We cannot compromise on that. And if it is A+, you will get that customer, you will get repeat customer, you will get more good reviews and the ratings for that as well.
Very interesting, Vishal. So you're saying post-order experience is as much a part of your brand identity.
Yeah. You should have a journey of it. What journey we follow is what funnel we are following. It's upper funnel, the mid funnel, the bottom funnel. But I think that funnel has to be switched to funnel after the purchase has been done. Yeah. At what point my customer is coming back to me? What are the struggles they are facing? How can I create an automatic funnel using AI that if they are facing that particular issue, then that has to be done automatically. Or maybe some through SMS, through call, through WhatsApp, or maybe any channel. But I think that funnel post-purchase has to be catered by the brands. And if it has been identified and implemented properly, I think then half work has been done.
No, very true. Like I can relate to it because that's the spiel which at least I truly believe in, that post-order is looked at as a cost center. It truly is a profit center. Like big marketplaces like Amazon, they have a CX team and they have a DEX team. They call it the delivery experience team. And delivery experience, Prime sits with delivery experience. They do believe that the experience of delivery is going to be a key differentiator of how often the brand is going to shop with you. And we all, like, whenever we shop on a marketplace like Amazon, we love the delivery experience. And that stays true that when you have a platform and you can control it, you can create brand love.
I think, as you said, because of the delivery only, this Blinkit and the Zepto and the quick commerce is surviving now. It is a very big differentiation. On that, a big industry has been built now.
Correct. Anuj, you built an amazingly loved, beautiful, purpose-driven brand, right? But I'm sure when you're building a purpose-driven brand, you often face challenges of balancing growth and short-term actions or decisions you can take and staying true to the purpose. And in a world where there's so much of action happening around you, how do you balance that?
So what we do at Biko is, so if your brand is a differentiator and that differentiator is known as a purpose of your brand, it becomes very easy to stick to it. That being said, it doesn't mean that the purpose is so good that the consumer is not going to pick it up. अगर 100 rupees की चीज़ है, अगर मैं 200 रुपये में बेचूंगा तो consumer is not going to pick it up. Because our purpose is not to create an eco-friendly product, our purpose is to create an impact. Our consumer is not picking it up, the impact is not getting created and we are not solving the purpose that Biko has been made at. So we have to find a balance between what the consumer will be picking it up versus what our purpose is. It doesn't always mean staying true to your original purpose. It has to keep changing over the period of time, but staying true to the principal purpose that you already have. So.
And how do you ensure that you are walking that path very carefully? Because like I'm saying, do you have those doubts? Like how do you manage that in your mind? Like if you...
So that's a balance that every brand has to take, call it each and every aspect of your journey, is that whether I go with this short-term volume or should I stay to the purpose, because the purpose is what people recollect. And when there is a community formed, and if you don't act on the purpose that you already have, people will lose their trust. So purpose is long-term and capital gains is short-term. I mean, that answers.
I think very true. We had an earlier session where we had Aarti from Oziva and she talked about how they scaled really well pre-COVID, and after COVID they had like a few flat years, but they were very true to what they wanted to do. And I think in her words, the reason why it was time for Unilever to be excited about getting them in the fold was the purpose and the DNA which the brand had, they had never left. Right? Even when they had to make some short-term choices, they didn't. But I think that's something potentially you are also referring to. Akash, I think especially in a category like yours, the type of fragrances you launch, the type of portfolio you launch, a lot of it is intuition, a lot of it is consumer understanding. Do you think AI is going to change the way product innovation in a category like yours can happen? Or do you think it still need to be seeped in your personal connection, talking to consumers and doing these consumer visits like you were talking about, doing group sessions? Or do you think there's enough material on internet? I read somewhere Procter is trying to, or was it Nestle, not do, like half or reduce 20% of the spends and trying to use LLMs to do consumer research to understand what they want to do. What's your view?
Yeah, no, I think, we spoke about this back in the room where we do customer focus groups where we call 15, 20 customers every month in a cafe, in our office, make them try out the product, take feedback on the color, the fragrance type, the packaging, even pricing, right? So that's first-hand customer information that we get. In the fragrance world where everything is emotion-led, where everything is led with how you will feel after you smell the fragrance, it's very difficult to automate it. There will always be that human element similar to what we see in the food space, right? So can AI robot 5 years later make a burger? Yes, but can he make a really, really good burger is then the question, which is the gourmet category. So the space where we are playing in is in that really, really good premium fragrance space. And because we are in that space, I would say human intervention will always be required. But there have been companies out there that have used AI to develop and generate a fragrance type which they have brought to market. And the methodology there was they used the data across the globe to try and see by type, by male, female, age, and then the geography where they are, can they pinpoint exactly what fragrance will you already like, right? But another example, what Priyanka was saying in the back room, where depending on the personality of the product, can we sort of suggest a fragrance for the consumer, and I'm going to take that back and build it. So yeah, I think that is how AI will come in terms of choosing the fragrance, not maybe developing it, but making consumer journey easier.
Nice, interesting. Like the conversation, you want to talk more about the conversation?
Yeah, no, I think,
very interesting.
Yeah, it was a great idea where She mentioned that a colleague of hers asked her that, what fragrance type does she like? And she wasn't too sure about it. I know I'm telling you this story on your behalf, but the colleague then went ahead and put the personality in AI, and the AI suggested what fragrance to gift her, right? And I think that's the consumer journey, how it will change, evolving in the future. Google is making GEO really big. AI shopping is not the future, it's already existing. So we need to innovate as brands how we get to the consumer.
Very interesting insight. Like you upload an Instagram profile of somebody you want to gift, and it can recommend basis their understanding of what the person is going to like phenomenal. A lot of gifting, carrot lane discussion was like, what should I gift my wife? Okay, here's the profile. Somebody's making the choice. No, interesting. Cool. Priyanka, one thing which is also again happening, and as businesses, as we're seeing AI, we as consumers are also experiencing AI, and I think we are becoming demanding as consumers. We are seeking personalized experiences because we believe the brands we are interacting with should be able to give me a personalized experience. So how do you think technology is helping us build stronger connect with our consumers, making them feel closer to the brand? What do you think on that space?
Okay. पहले क्या होता था कि दिस शिफ्ट इज़ एक्चुअली रियल. अगर एक लड़की डिजिटल स्पेस पे ऑर्डर प्लेस करती है तो ऑर्डर प्लेस करते वक्त उसके दिमाग में 100 सवाल चलते हैं. शुड आई गो फॉर इट, विच शेड विल सूट्स ऑन मी. बट वहीं पे अगर हमने कोई एआई एजेंट को इंटीग्रेट किया, जो भी सवाल उसके दिमाग में चल रहा है, एंड देन रियल टाइम पे उसको आंसर मिल रहा है. नॉट लाइक दैट कि कोई रोबोट से बात करती है. इट शुड बी इन सच अ वे कि कोई स्मार्ट दोस्त उसको डिसीजन मेकिंग में हेल्प कर रहा है. If AI is integrated in that way, then the customer decision becomes stronger and आपका conversions become better. This is a technology part. जब हम personalization की बातें करते हैं ना, तो authenticity and trust तब आता है जब एक real human आता है. He also mentioned that कि हमारे beauty category में personal touch is very important. I'll justify this with an example कि last दिवाली में our order flow was so high कि हमको वर्थ ₹1 करोड़ के ऑर्डर कैंसिल करने पड़ गए थे. मेरी ऑपरेशन टीम उसको हैंडल नहीं कर पाई. सो जिन्होंने प्रीपेड ऑर्डर्स किया उनके हमने इमीडिएटली रिफंड किए. एंड एज अ फाउंडर आई फेल्ट कि ये मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है टू कम्युनिकेट विद माई कस्टमर्स. सो मैंने एक वीडियो बनाया वेयर आई सिंसियरली अपोलोजाइज टू ऑल माई कस्टमर्स एंड से दैट कि जस्टिफाइड दैम कि क्यों हमने आपका ऑर्डर फुलफिल नहीं कर पाया. Later, जब my operations team were back on track, then we shot WhatsApp message to everyone saying that कि we are back and we can serve you better. Believe me, 90% of the customers जिनके हमने order cancel किए थे, they came back to our website and placed another order with us. So this is the real magic happens in business when the personalization and AI goes hand in hand.
Awesome. Like I think amazing story on how to create an adversity into opportunity. Awesome. Moving on to you, Vishal. I think in most of the categories, including yours, content is becoming the key today, right? Because from what we hear, at least I hear, is that targeting, etc. A lot of platforms are enabling it to happen automatically. It's about content, and it's almost at a cohort of one, so you can create infinite content pieces, and then they'll do the job of ensuring that the brand message lands. Do you think in an era like that, the one who can create more content wins, or still the intuitive gut of what is the brand message is going to be the key determinant of who wins this marketing battle?
The content will always be going to win. Content was king, it is king, with just the frequency and the quantity of the content has become very high now. Everyone can create the content. It was the differentiation factor then, but it's not now. So let's say if the person who is creating the content, the person who is giving the prompt to the AI, what is expected from particular prompt and what is the expected output, if that is already planned in such a way, I think that is something which will create a differentiation, number one. Number two, the consistency. Let's say if I create a content, and for my brand, for some launch or for some product. So let's say if some content A has been created and the B and the C and the previous A content, all these 4 or 5 content masterpieces has to be in sync. And if these content are in sync, then only that memory will be created among the consumers, among the content receivers. Otherwise, what will happen is they will just engage with the content, but they will not. If they will not have any memory, that content is of useless. If you want that content has to create that memory in the mind of your consumers, just make sure that consistency is there. And that consistency, if it is there, then automatically the output of the content you will be going to get maybe in future or maybe in some other time. But make sure that the human who is sitting behind that AI tool is having more clarity about what is he expecting from that content and what he is going to deliver using that AI tool. I think if that relativity, if that consistency is there, that human emotion is there, you will be going to win the game. Relativity with the, one more thing, the intelligence you can use. Because you have the data, you can use your intelligence to make the content. That my type of audience, my type of customers, my type of persona is having this kind of a problem. Let me create something out of it. Let me create something against that particular problem, so that whatever that content is delivering is actually solving the customer's problem. And if that thing is happening, the relativity will always be there, and you will get the good ROI or good clicks over it.
I think that's an interesting point of, AI can help you, but you have to give context. Right? Like you can ask it to develop creatives and it can do like 1 lakh creatives, but it is better if you give it the context of what is the brand story, who is the competition, who do you want to target. Again, example, we are trying to, on shipping, saying how do we build insights on what the merchant should be taking actions on after looking at the logistics data. Now you give it to Claude, it will give some random inputs also. But you give it a context of this is an NDR, this is SLA, there's a first mile compliance, middle mile compliance, last mile compliance, you can choose partners, these are different type of partners, just the context. And the amount of insights it can generate is much better than what it would do otherwise.
Also, I want to add into this, see, whenever we give a prompt now, we should also know that what output should be going to come.
Yeah.
Otherwise, होता क्या है ना कि what prompt I have given, जो भी output आए, काम चल जाएगा. It should not be like that. It should be, I have been expected like this. I have expected, if it has not been delivered, then I have to keep on giving that prompt till the time I get that output.
Got it.
That is very important.
Interesting. Anuj, we talked about AI for marketing, right? Like, where else do you, like, as part of your organization or daily work, have been able to leverage AI? Whether it is like extension of your portfolio, making decisions, how are you leveraging it?
Yeah, I think Akash spoke about it before also. Claude is one of the most used AI platform out there. It's actually used a lot in our internal reporting system, where we use our ERP for earlier before AI, for any customization or any customized report that we would want from our ERP, we would have had to go with an extension to work with a SAP partner who will take 20 days to understand, 20 days to implement, and after 40 days you're already done with the customized report that you wanted. With Claude, you can just get a customized report right away from the ERP report. So what it used to take 40 days is actually taking just 4 hours with the right prompt. So internal reporting has actually changed the game for us with AI. Other than that, we use it for customer success, for AI calling, and many other things. But majorly, it's for internal reporting. It has actually helped us a lot to get our data right, to get the right decisions. To make, because before AI, it would be like, I think this is the right call. Now we know that the data is right there. We just have to take a call whether what decision we need to take. So yeah, it has made a big difference for us.
Got it. So this is where we are, right? Like we're running successful brands. We're talking about how to leverage AI. What if you are starting off today, right? You had 1 crore and you had a month to launch something, right? And with whatever is available today, what would you do?
I think the question has the answer. If I have 1 crore and I have a month to launch, 3 years ago it was not possible.
Yeah.
Now with AI, I think the journeys are faster. You can do your R&D faster. You can build a thesis. I think what Anuj mentioned, right? Like earlier it used to be, oh, I think this is the correct data that I have made. Now you know for sure that this is the data and this is the insight, and Claude is giving you already the insight for it. What you earlier would need to test in the market, you can already run tests in AI, right? So I think in one line, what was not possible 3 years ago is possible now, that you can go live with things in 1 month.
Are you, like, is it fair to say that if I needed 10 people to launch a brand earlier, I can do it with
Absolutely.
2?
Yes, absolutely. I think there is a easy 1:3 or 1:5 level productivity possible in today's time.
But the hypothesis still has to be the founder. Like, you have to feel passionate about what you're building. That you can't substitute.
100%. Absolutely. That's, I think, impossible to substitute founder intuition. I think that would be the same for almost all of us and anybody in the audience as well. AI can think critically, but it can't take a gut call. And I think 80% of our decisions are gut call at the end of the day. So it changes things.
Priyanka, like, imagine a founder launching a consumer brand, small team, same 1 crore, 1 month to launch. What advice will you give him or her?
The advice I give is कि अगर आपको कोई ब्रांड लॉन्च करना है फ्रॉम टुमारो ऑनवर्ड, तो सबसे पहले आप मार्केट को समझो, उसी कैटेगरी में घुस जाओ जिसमें ऑलरेडी डिमांड एग्जिस्ट करती है. देन वो डिमांड के थ्रू आप एक थोड़ा प्रेजेंस तो बना लोगे मार्केट में. वंस योर प्रेजेंस इज बिल्ट, देन स्टेबलाइज योर यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स. Once your presence is built, unit economics is ready, then your foundation is strong, then have the courage to move out from red ocean to the blue. कुछ ऐसा लेके आओ जो इंडस्ट्री में एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता है. Find out a differentiation factor. And once your differentiation factor is ready, have the courage to scale it and scale consistently. No matter how crowded the market is, if your business fundamentals are strong, differentiation is clear, friend, you are going to win the game. That's the advice I would like to say.
Interesting.
Same, okay. So I think the use of AI, you can say that AI is amplified implementation. So implementation is the key, whether it's pre-AI or post-AI era. Amplified implementation has to be there, which will help you in 3 things. One is speed, clarity, and the decision. So all these 3 things are backed up by some intelligence, and because of which your implementation will be amplified, and your result and your growth and your expectation will automatically, what you were getting in 3, 4, 5 years, you will get in 3, 4, 5 months. So that differentiation will be always be there.
But that's the scale up part. Like, I think at the heart of it, what you are building and what you are creating, like Priyanka was saying, needs to come from
your heart,
from a deep conviction on the consumer story you are building, but why you're building.
But that learning, or maybe backed up by some intelligence, that will be done by using the AI tools.
Interesting. Anuj?
So other than AI, if a founder was to come and ask for my suggestion, I would really strongly tell him to have a capability of becoming deep about your plan. Really ziddhi about your plan. In my industry, there are many ways to achieve the same goal. And nowadays, day and age, there are different type of people coming to you and telling you that their way, probably trying to convince you that their way is better than the current way that's going on system. But if the founder is supposed to go from point A to point B, he needs to be, or he or she needs to be comfortable with how they are going to do it. What others are going to tell him and convince the person to change the way that they're working, they probably won't be able to reach the goal. So they have to do it with what they're comfortable with. That being said, they can't be delusional in their mind after being hit. It has to completely, practically make sense in their head first, and then only they'll be able to orate. But I think that part is usually missed out very often than not. So that capability, other than the whole AI platform, AI is an enabler, but to have clarity to where you want to reach, that ziddiness is imperative.
Imperative, and be stick to that once you're convinced about it, because I think there are going to be a lot of naysayers, because what you're doing, I'm sure 10 other people are also doing it slightly differently, and somebody has seen it, he's going to come and advise you, do it slightly differently. I don't think any of, like, all of what you have built has come from a deep conviction and could have been done 10 different things, but you have done it your way, and that's why it has been potentially successful. No, great. One last question, and this you have to be vulnerable and personal. A lot of folks in the audience are at different stages of building brand or starting their journey, right? And you've had a journey till this scale. Tell me the lowest low and the biggest stress, because a lot of people don't see that, which happened. How did you come through that, and what is one learning you want to share from that perspective with the audience?
Yeah, I think there'll be lots of experiences what everybody will share, and what I think all of us have. You go through multiple lows for sure. I think one thing what I would love to share is don't over categorize the business in the early days. And what I mean by this is, eventually many a times we feel, okay, let me launch 5 more products and I will get incremental sales. You see that sale go up, but your older products are not adding in terms of revenue, right? I think there was a point for us as well. We were fully focused on chronic aromatherapy level products, building products for sleep, stress, anxiety. We had 26 products at one point of time, and we felt we had killed it. Like 26 products, nobody else was doing that in the market. And we were horribly, horribly wrong about it. Because what we were also doing was spreading our, let's say, 100 rupees of marketing across all the 26 products, and we never saw scale, not in one category, not overall, not in any metric. And it took us 3 to 4 months, because once you have launched 26 products, you almost don't want to give up on them, because you feel you did the right thing. It takes you 4, 5, 6 months to realize that, this is what's not working. You're spreading your spend. So for sure, don't have too many products. Start with, somebody very wise told me about 2 years ago, and it holds very true to heart, that start with 2 products, 3 products, max 5 products. You can build 100 crore brand just with 5 products in your kitty. You do not need a 6th product. And I think that holds true for across any category. I guarantee you, whatever you are building in, don't do more than 5 products and you can get to 100 crores with it. So I think that's a
quick follow-up. I'm more keen on, so you launched 26 products and you're the founder and you're telling your team, we are going to win with 26. How do you, is it tough to go back to them and say, no, I was wrong? And how do you do that? Because you want them to trust you. How do you be vulnerable and be open with the team to go back on a decision you took?
Yeah, I think it was a hard call for us for sure. But what did happen for us, we launched clean perfumes. And this was back in June 2025. And suddenly we saw a spike. And that was the 27th product, because we were still with that mentality that more products is more sales. Then we saw a spike so high. And then we started to question ourselves that why aren't the rest of the 26 products performing? And literally within 2 months, we took a call that let's kill all 26. Let's keep only the 27th live, which was clean perfumes. And just with that fundamental, today I can share that we are 15x in terms of revenue what we did last June. And just with clean perfumes and just with 3 SKUs that we had launched, we have scaled to that 15x. So I think it's pure conviction and doing less. So more is less. Nice. Less is more, sorry.
Less is more, yeah. Good point. Priyanka, a low point, how did you come out of it? What was it?
So, आपकी और मेरी story is almost same. मेरा जो brand का majority communication होता है वो through influencer marketing से होता है. So, initially मेरा thought ये बोलता था कि if I am paying 1 lakh to the influencers, मेरे 5 product promote होने चाहिए. अब मैं बोलूँगी मेरे पूरे 5 प्रोडक्ट्स प्रमोट करो. वेबसाइट पे ट्रैफिक तो आता था बट कन्वर्जन्स नहीं होता था. तो द शिफ्ट वी मेड इज़ कि वी डिसाइडेड कि इंस्टेड ऑफ 5 लेट्स गिव इन्फ्लुएंसर टू प्रमोट ओनली 1 प्रोडक्ट एंड दैट शुड बी द नो ब्रेनर. जब मैंने इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को 1 लाख पे किया एंड बोला कि एक ही प्रोडक्ट प्रमोट करो, वेबसाइट पे ट्रैफिक उतना ही आया बट वी हैव रियलाइज दैट आवर कन्वर्जन्स वर ग्रोन बाय 15%. So from there we have learned कि the focus marketing is key. The likewise he mentioned कि 26 products तो थे but जो major revenue आता था वो एक ही product से आता था. And after certain point of time we also got a innovative problem solving product and found out a differentiator. And वो differentiator को इतना consistently communicate किया कि today we are sitting at a stage that कि एक ही प्रोडक्ट से एंटायर ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री का हमने 30% मार्केट कैप्चर कर लिया इन प्राइमर कैटेगरी.
Awesome. Vishal,
So
low.
when we started the brand and we thought that we will build D2C first, not the marketplace first. So we started getting good numbers. We
And
started
इस पे
getting
सवाल आए होंगे?
we started getting 1,000 orders a day, 45,000 a month. But and this we are getting every month. Month on month we are getting somewhere around 45,000 orders. And everyone was saying क्या काम कर रहा है? कौन-कौन कह रहा था? Shiprocket was saying, my enablers were saying कि सर बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रहे हो आप तो. And when we went out, just down the market and we asked some of few people. So out of 10, only 2-3 people said that yeah, we know what is Echo, what is ACWO, and 7 of them were saying that name, I haven't heard about this name. So I was thinking yeah, 45,000 orders है एक तरफ मैंने के और एक तरफ people are saying that they don't know about us. Some big gap is there in what we are selling and what we are building. I think we need to build now. And I think from then we started building the community, we started building the group where people can talk about us. Instagram page, we started getting the content, which people start getting engaged to it. So I think that क्या 45,000 order, 50,000 order बड़ा हो गया नहीं. I think it was very small because the बड़ा thing was कि out of 10, 7 people says that I know what Echo is, and if that is the reverse, I think that was the low point for me at that time. Plus India is very different market. Here people talk negative about any brand very fast, but they will not say positive about any brand. Maybe I will also not do the same thing. Till the time it is a compulsory thing to give the rating and to go the step 2. But in India, when we are building the brand on marketplaces from last 1.5 years, I have found that people are coming and talking negative about the brand, but when they are liking the product, they are not doing so. Because if let's say out of 100 units we have sold in a day, 80 units are sold on my website, 20 on marketplaces. Now out of 80, only few are coming and saying that there is some complaint in the product. But out of 20, some percentage is coming and saying that there is a problem in the problem in the product. But my problem is it a competitor? Is it someone else? Or is it some other situation? But that was the low point. But why this industry is so much of grown, but then also this small thing is still existing and it has to be solved by our own intent. I think that is the other low point for me. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for being vulnerable and sharing. Anuj?
So my turn being vulnerable. I think one of the lowest point that I had was not having to understand the importance of financial discipline. So like in the earlier panelists also, they were saying to not be dependent on the investors' money. I think I completely agree with that. So having financial discipline and churning your money around into the market and back to you is the most important part that I would feel as the backbone of the company. Front end pay, I think what they said was bang on. But at the back end, if you don't have the money, then you're as good as nothing. So having that discipline of finance is something that I would, I learned it the hard way, but now I'm proud it's happening in the right fashion that I wanted it to be. But yeah, that was the lowest point for me.
But I think, yeah, like the story for us is, yeah, it's important, and I'm saying you can learn it while being on the way, right? You might not have everything solved on day one. You might not have the product strategy solved on day one. You might not have the marketplace strategy solved on day one. You might not have what I'm going to build solved on day one. You might not be 10 on 10 on the financial discipline, but yeah, like it's a journey. You start, you continue to iterate. With AI, yeah, like you can be super efficient, but it still has to come from a deep insight of what you are building, because they are going to be naysayers. They are going to tell you to do things differently. If you're convinced about what you want to build, AI today will enable you to execute efficiently. And even if you don't know all the answers, you can figure it out on the way. I think that's in a nutshell what we had. And a big thanks to all of you, especially for being vulnerable on the last question. It requires a lot. And a round of applause for them for being so open about sharing their experiences. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right, request you all to stay back. I think this panel deserves a very big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to a very interesting session next, we have a testimony video to show all of you on the screen. Do take a look. all of you are a bit distracted in this commotion to take the photographs. But Aman has to leave right now. All right, everybody, you're requested to please take your seats. Please take your seats. Requested to please take your seats. Hello, thank you everybody for taking your seats that side and waiting for the rewards and recognition to start. Okay, everybody. Oh my God. Let's take the photos later. Go back and take your seats, everybody. All right, requesting the team to please help us with this space. We have an event to begin right now. Take your seats, everybody. All right, this is one of our most special moments, and I request everyone to please stay back. It's time to reward and recognize our founders, our brands, our teams who are already turning ideas into impact. It's going to be a celebration of their work. Please do not miss this moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for everyone who has joined us this side, if you want to take your seats right in front to make sure the room is a little more filled, will be great, because the next part is going to be a celebration of our brands, our founders, our teams, and everybody gets to come on stage, take their trophies back. So requesting all of you once again to please take your seats. Everything has changed. Can you please make some noise for the Shiprocket SHIVIR Awards 2026? I love that our Shiprocket team is making the loudest noise. But how about we join them in this enthusiasm one more time? Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our Shiprocket SHIVIR Awards 2026. That's the energy we need to begin with. All right, to present the awards, I'd like to invite on stage Sunil Kumar to please join us. A very warm welcome to you. Our first category is the Business Transformation Award. This award recognizes brands that have shown remarkable growth, adaptability, and transformation in the way they operate, scale, and serve their customers. And the winners of this category are Add-on Hair Care. Congratulations! Join us on stage. All right, the award is coming. I think I'd like to request all our awards to be lined up here. A little more close by, come closer. Our next award winner is ACO. Come ahead. Acco, please to join us. Are you here? A representative from Acco could join us if you're here. If you're just coming close, oh, hello, join us. Congratulations on winning the Business Transformation Award. Yes, make some noise, everybody. Come on. And our next winner right now is Snap Mint. Snap Mint, congratulations. Join us here. All right. It's time you give them an applause right now. Congratulations to you. Wow, look at these awards. Welcoming our next Business Transformation Award winner, and that is Secret Alchemist. Congratulations! All right, the founders have already left, or do we have somebody coming in? Okay. Are you coming in on stage, sir? No? This is the confusion when somebody starts walking around. All right, we move on to Madhav Bagh Wellness. Congratulations. Hello. All right. Up next, we have Milton, winning in this category. Congratulations, Milton. And my eyes are looking for the winners. Are you here? It's quite a big room, so if you can show your hand, I will know you're coming. I think they are not present, so we move on to the next one. And we have Surosky. Congratulations. Join us here. Okay, Surosky is present here. Not present. All right, with that, we move forward to our next award. And this one is Beauty and Personal Care Excellence Awards. This category celebrates brands that have redefined beauty, grooming, skincare, and personal care for today's consumers with innovation, trust, and strong customer love. Coming on stage, we have Flickr Cosmetics. Congratulations. All right, those applauses. This is the Beauty and Personal Care Excellence Award, ladies and gentlemen. And up next, we have Get Keka winning this. Congratulations to join us on stage. Get Keka, are you here? Get Keka is not present here. Okay, we move forward to our next award, and that is Beardo. Beardo wins in this category. Congratulations. Beardo is present. Hello, join us on stage. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to Beardo. And also inviting our next winner till then, Pilgrim in the house. Congratulations, join us on stage. Isn't this a wonderful evening? We're celebrating our brands. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them more cheer. Thank you, Sunil, for joining us for this award. For the next category, I'd like to request Kautalya Pandey to please join us on stage. This is the Emerging Brand of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. And to recognize these incredible brands, of course, we have a presenter already on stage, but these brands have shown ambition, high potential, already making a strong mark in their respective categories. Let's welcome Sigma Guys. Congratulations. Time you give them a big round of applause. They're receiving the award right now. Next up, we have Style Union Biani Group. Congratulations to you guys. All right. You need to give them another applause. Come on, everybody. Come on. And coming next is Two Brothers Organic Farms. Congratulations. And up next we have Inspiration Foods Private Limited. Do we have you present here? Oh, hi. Congratulations to you. Join us. These are, ladies and gentlemen, our emerging brands. Brand is Tali. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for them. Congratulations. And because of the paucity of time, I'm also going to take our next award winner's name so you can start walking on this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Agraveda Food Products. Congratulations. Oh, I see that. Commotion. Are we present here? No, not present. Okay. We move forward and we have Census India. Census India, congratulations. I think it's represented by Anuj Shah. That's nice. Congratulations. Okay, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen. This is Healthcare and Wellness E-Commerce Innovation Award. Okay, this category celebrates brands using commerce, technology, and customer-first thinking to make healthcare and wellness more accessible, trusted, and impactful. The winners are Novus Life Sciences. Congratulations. Well, they're not present over here, but congratulations to them. We move forward to our next one, which is True Meds. True Meds, congratulations to you guys. Coming up next, we have Pharma Easy. Congratulations. Okay, Pharma Easy is not present with us here. We move on to our next winner, and that is The Good Bug. The Good Bug, congratulations, join us. Okay, with that we come to an end to that category, and it's time to move on to our next one, which is Emerging Global Brand of the Year. And this category celebrates Indian businesses that are expanding their ambition beyond borders and building for customers across the world. And the winners in this category is Plix. Congratulations, Plix. Join us on stage. I think this is the time you give them a very big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on, our next winner is Erode Export. Please join us on stage if you're present here. Congratulations to you. Up next, we have Dista Card. Our next winner, Dista Card. Congratulations. Hey. And up next, our next winner in this category is Noria Designs. Noria Designs, congratulations. Our Emerging Global Brand of the Year. Thank you so much, Kautilya, for joining us here. Up next, I'd like to invite Prabhat Singh to please join us for the next category. All right, and we have Conversion Growth Hacker of the Year. That's the category. This award recognizes brands that have shown sharp thinking in improving conversions, optimizing customer journeys, and turning traffic into real business. So let's take a look at our winners, and we have Ghar Soaps. Congratulations, join us. All right, I think they're not present with us here. We move on to inviting our next winner, and that is Krishna Ayurveda. इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Come on, everybody. And also, our next winner in this category is Shesha Ayurveda. Congratulations, here they come. Please make the loudest noise for them. Come on, everybody. Okay, and then our next winner in this category is Love of India. Love of India. All right. Our next category is Lifestyle and Brand Excellence Award. This category celebrates brands that have built strong consumer identities, distinctive brand love, and a powerful presence in the lifestyle space. And the winners are Mavin Club. Congratulations. Yay. All right, coming up next, we have Apparel Group. Apparel Group, do join us here if you're here. Okay, they're not present. Moving on to the Sold Store. The Sold Store. All right, they're not present, I think. We move on to Campus being our next brand. Campus, are you in Campus? All right, give it up for them. Okay. And we have Bewakoof, our next brand who wins in this category. Congratulations. That's a cool name. And now let's give it up for Jaden. Up, yay. All right, with that, thank you so much for joining us here. For my next category, requesting Soumya to please join us on stage. Soumya Khati, thank you so much for joining us here. This is a very interesting category, Cultural Heritage Innovation Award. This award recognizes brands that are bringing culture, tradition and heritage into modern commerce and with relevance, creativity and scale. And the winners in this category are Swastika. Congratulations. Right, thank you so much. With this, we move on to our next category, which is Women Premier of the Year. And let's see who our winners are in this category. Well, beginning with Madhuri Thakkar, founder, label Madhuri Thakkar. Congratulations. Women Premier of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to keep the applauses really loud. Our next winner is Karishma Keval Ramani, founder of Faye Beauty. Give it up. And now, all right, next we have Romita Majumdar, founder of Foxtail. Congratulations. All right, she's not present. We move on to our next award winner, and that is Sakshi Bawa, co-founder, Mutt of course. All right, and the next winner is Prajakta Khare, founder, Indic Wisdom Private Limited. Congratulations. Give it up. Come on, everybody. Keep it louder. All right. Please do stay back, Soumya. Please do stay back. We want you for some more time. Our next category is Entrepreneur of the Year. And this award celebrates founders who have shown vision, resilience, leadership, and the courage to build businesses that stand out. All right, and to join Soumya on stage, I'd like to request Sunil as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And our winner here is Tushar Agarwal, founder, Vastrado. All right, congratulations to you. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to our final category of this evening, and that is Digital Commerce Excellence Award. And this award recognizes excellence in building a strong, scalable, and future-ready digital commerce presence. And the award goes to Marco. Congratulations, join us. Marco's coming back on stage. Wow, what a celebration it has been. Along with Marco, can we have a big round of applause for all the winners who received an award today? Thank you, both of you, for joining us. Kautilya, please do the honors on being on stage. Well, each of these brands and leaders represent the ambition, creativity, and execution strength of India's commerce system. Now, today, our sponsors and gifting partners have added immense value to our experience right here at Shiprocket SHIVIR 2026. The reason we are so successful, yeah? It's time to felicitate our sponsors and gifting partners with a token of appreciation. And I'd like to announce each partner's name and request you or the representative to please join us on stage. We begin by recognizing our event partners, the organizations who have stood with us in building a platform for ideas, innovation, and commerce-led growth. And the co-presenter is AirPay. Please do join us on stage. Do we have a representative from AirPay over here? Okay, we'll move on to our next, which is our platinum partners who are present here. Zoho, may we please have you here on stage? Zoho. Do we have Zoho? Okay, Zoho is not present. We move on to our next, which is our packaging partner, DCG Pack. Thank you for supporting us. Please do join us on stage. All right. Hello. Hello. Welcome, sir. Listen, our partners make an immense difference in making sure that SHIVIR is successful. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our partners. And now, ladies and gentlemen, also welcoming on stage our banking partners, and we have Yes Bank in the house. Please join us. Hello, very warm welcome to you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final one. Please do stay back a little more time. And it's time for our event partners to grace us on stage. We have Smart Commerce by Amazon. Please do join us. Smart Commerce by Amazon. Okay, I think they're not present. We move on to our next one. And that is Dista. Dista, are you here? We also move on to Base. Base. Up next is Gobble Cube. Also up next is Hustle. And we have Apron. Please to join us on stage. Apron? Yes, thank you. Thank you for supporting us in this journey. I think on behalf of Shiprocket, I can only tell you that it has been an honor to have the support of all our partners in this event. And now next we have DTCX by We Commission to please join us on stage. I think they're not present. All right, I think with that, we come to an end to recognizing our partners. Thank you so much for being with us over here and gracing with us. Ladies and gentlemen, or maybe just a few of us, thank you so much for being with us over here. I mean, I think I can truly say that this day was wonderful for everyone, and our Shiprocket SHIVIR 2026 has been successful. So can you please make some noise? Come on. Yes? Thank you for everyone who's here, who has been a wonderful audience. It's been a true honor to be your host. Yes, we look forward to making sure that every year we are great and even better. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Woohoo!